about boring shit, but that guy, man.
No, I listen
Oh,
to your guys' boring shit all the time. It's fine.
Oh, thank you, Radwin. I appreciate that.
I say that at work too. You guys are boring. There'd be got a big wall panel of shit going on. It's like that
we
looks
should admit.
dumb.
I can admit though it's boring. I can admit it.
So Schuler tuning basically makes sure that your map coordinates don't fly off the globe's surface based off of where you're moving. It's a way to
Did mention like
continuously.
some weird XYZ coordinate reference system, but then how they find the vertical was, what did it say? Yeah, I think they find the vertical with the Schuler tuning or something. They're using a local coordinate reference system, at the instrument itself, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so dude, there are two verticals. Like I'm telling you, they're using hyperspherical geometry at the end of the day to merge two separate topologies. Because you have the vertical for the globe and the vertical for your local tangent plane. They both align. But one of them rotates and stays fixed to a point of origin and the other does not. And the mathematics they employ binds the two together. So you basically have flat topology that is chaining together locally. And that's in one reference frame. The other reference frame is the globe. And the globe exists only in the mathematics.
Well, the globe would have to be like a coordinate system with a time element that's constantly being transformed. The coordinates are being transformed
Yeah, the time elements
by rotation, right? And then it's not transforming
Yeah.
uniformly because that would depend on your latitude, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's fucking weird.
It is fucking weird. It's taken me. I'm still trying to unpack this myself, but I think I'm onto something with describing like ECEF, how it reconciles local tangent planes to a spherical geometry, cut together local tangent planes around a ball. So, I noticed this and I'm like, wait, hold on, they're two vertical axes.
Now, this is something I've been wondering for actually quite a while. So normally you'd use quaternion rotations to figure out like your orientation. Why don't you use? So they use that for some vehicle like a plane or something, but they don't use that for the Earth itself. Why?
You're saying like well, for plotting points like on the surface, you don't need to know what the nadir is of a point. Like the point has no surface or no axis.
No, I mean, so if you want to know like the great circle route between 2 points, you're going to use the Haversine formula, which is spherical geometry. Now you could do the same thing within quaternions, right? But why did they do it in one framework, and then why do they have one framework for the Earth and then another framework for the actual vehicle? Because they could do the vehicle rotations using something similar, right? They could use, say the wing is freaking 10 feet away. They could use the Haversine formula for a 10-foot radius, right? And know the orientation, the plane, like if you tilt 45 degrees, now one plane wing is pointing out 45 latitude north and the other one's pointing out 45 latitude south, right? You could use the same thing. Just imagine the plane is encapsulated in a globe, right? And the vertical up down is north-south pole.
Well, because they're using a spherical coordinate reference system. So they have two.
Do they?
So they got the local frame and then they got the global frame.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that, but why would they switch to
Okay.
mathematical systems? Why not just use
Oh, I see.
quaternions for both, or spherical geometry for both? Why not just use one uniform methodology?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, it's
I
government.
think
That's
they do
right.
use.
Max complexity.
Yeah, right. No, I've seen them use quaternions locally and for globally, if that's what you mean. Like they're not using like Euler angles locally and quaternions globally, or vice versa.
Well,
And why? Sorry.
technically, we could make a quaternion coordinate system and like not use latitude and longitude, and like, oh, I want to know how to get to New York. We could use quaternions to figure that out, right? We'd have a coordinate system within a quaternion framework.
Yeah, yeah, you could. Yep. And then it's flat, but the like the coordinates themselves are not Euclidean then, like the distances.
Yeah, it would be a rotation, right? I mean,
It would be a rotation, yeah, that is then projected on a flat surface. So you get like Poincare disk model geometry kind of shit. With like curving baselines and curving radii.
actually, I mean, you could probably make an equivalent, mathematically equivalent, using a Poincare disk model, because at the poles, everything goes exponential, right? Just like a
Right,
Poincare
like on the
disk. At
UTM.
the edges, yeah, at the edges, it all goes exponential. Just go exponential.
Yeah, which is funny because that can fit a pseudosphere geometry too. It actually, like, if the poles are exponential and infinite on like a UTM map, which is why they leave off like the top and bottom 90 degrees, and that's like a pseudosphere with the axes, the vertical axis going infinite.
Fucking Carl Gauss.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna dig him up and smack him.
he's a brilliant man. I mean, just for fun, you could probably take the globe WGS84 and transform it into a negative curving surface like a pseudosphere. And I bet you could probably come up with something where the distances are the same, and you can triangulate positions the same. I bet there's something to this.
I'm gonna brush up on my differential geometry.
I was thinking that too. Like, shit, I need to download Blender. But I mean, something like that would be awesome because it would show the invariance of coordinate reference systems. You know, here we got a sphere and here we got an inverse. And they're mathematically, geometrically the same, like otherwise.
I mean, I've been, the other thing I've been thinking about for a long time is like, how we actually make an actual Earth, like visual simulator, not like this external orthographic idea, right? The overall geometry, but what things would look like from within it. And things like Blender, you always got because you're effectively like, you have to make the camera like a pinhole relative to everything else. And that shit, I don't know if you heard, me and AI have talked about this telecentric lens. You know what a telecentric lens? Yeah. So
yeah, big fat lens. So you got.
Yeah. But we would have, from like on the surface of the Earth, max perspective because we are a pinhole relative to the size of the Earth, right? Our eyeballs or any camera, even a giant, even a fucking 10-meter telescope, is effectively a pinhole. It's like a pinhole camera. If you're gonna make it in 3D as like a simulation, right? So we're gonna make a 3D environment and we're gonna make everything to scale. How do we scale a camera? Well, the camera has to be basically a fucking pinhole in the environment.
Yeah, 2 millimeter.
Everything else. Yeah, so this is a problem with things like Blender, right? The camera isn't actually at any scale. The camera is just like, I don't even know. I mean, I've never actually dug into the guts of a 3D program to even, I don't even know if they actually consider the camera size at all.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The aperture, like you can mess with depth of field and stuff in these, but aperture, yeah, that's a good question.
All that does is change like the pyramid of vision, right? That just changes the angle, like the little square.
Yeah.
So you have the front plane and back plane. The back plane being the end of the 3D environment, and the front plane being your viewport. All they do is change the angle of those things relative to each other. They just shrink one and they expand the other.
Right.
It's not really doing any like actual depth of field, or well, I mean field of view. It changes the field of view by changing the relative angles, I guess you'd call it. But that's
yeah. So
like
why didn't
simulative
coming in?
Yeah, that's more like simulative than like. But I don't know if it's equivalent.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. But regarding telecentric lenses, I think that's interesting. I kind of think of that as like a reverse laser because you're like collimating the light into you instead of shooting it out. And this brings to mind what the hell stars are, right? I mean, they seem to be like in a telecentric lens fashion to us.
There's a cool video of like a 10, it's like a 10-inch telecentric lens, and I think it's the old freaking train sets, and they're like freaking videoing like a train set, and there's like no perspective on this train. It's pretty freaking cool. Well, another reason I think of this is because
I gotta reconnect.
Okay.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, so someone in Gary's mod, someone has made, you know what Gary's mod is?
Yeah, for Half-Life.
Yeah. So in Gary's mod, someone has made a mod with a 2-scale Earth. And the thing is, that Earth ends up because obviously people are they've made videos of this, and it ends up looking like a big freaking egg, just like SpaceX, from a certain point of view. And I think that's because of this scale problem, that the camera scale versus the scale of the environment is supposed to be in. I think this is kind of like a giveaway that it's not like some.
It's a 3D render camera.
Yeah, it's not an accurate 3D representation of like what we would see.
Yeah, and maybe the lack of actual aperture being simulated is the reason for it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I first saw it. But then the funny thing is, the SpaceX, right, with the SpaceX spacewalk, their freaking little Earth did the same thing.
Yeah, it did.
It made that freaking egg shape, right? Yeah.
Yep, and Chinese too, and yeah, it's really interesting, dude. That is a giveaway. I mean, it actually goes sinusoidal, which is weird.
Yeah, it does do that for a second. That's kind of weird. But they're doing everything, I believe, I'm pretty sure, in like homogeneous coordinates, which is a totally different coordinate reference system. And these conversions, I don't know if they're as straightforward. Well, I mean, there's actually no proof. There's no mathematical proof that Euclidean and projective geometry are actually equivalent. And I heard an actual mathematician say this. Like it's speculated that they're equivalent, but it's not known, like a mathematical proof that it's equivalent. And that I don't know if you're aware of Grassmann. Grassmann invented like a particular type of algebra, and then Clifford kind of expanded it. It's like a more generalized form of algebra. Yeah, I guess they were trying to prove that they're equivalent, but I think Clifford died before he actually achieved it. He died young, like in his 20s.
Grassmann algebra. I'm doing a quick look at here. Yeah. I mean, this is like stuff you come across in 3D programs. It's
Yeah.
the tensor math and stuff. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's this thing where, so there's, it's kind of complicated. The Clifford algebra is supposed to be a super generalized form of geometry. And Grassmann came up with a method, it's a unitless algebra for geometric objects. So you actually do calculations instead of with like variables and numbers. You can like multiply geometric shapes by each other, right? So you can like multiply a point by a point, and that becomes like a line, right? And
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that idea. Okay.
yeah, it's freaking very weird, right? It's freaking how are you multiplying geometric objects? It's kind of like counterintuitive, but embedded in this algebra is quaternions, dual quaternions, matrix algebra, and vector calculus. It's all embedded in this. They're all like special cases or subsets of this generalized geometric algebra. It's just funny that there's like a lot of crossover and all this shit.
Yeah,
But they've taken the quaternion thing and they've made something called projective geometric algebra. So that assumes. So what they do is they make the horizon. The horizon becomes like a line at infinity, right? So you can do that and do these weird things like if you rotate an object around a line at infinity, it looks like a translation in projective geometric algebra, which is fucking, they just do like all this bizarre shit. But you don't get problems that you get with like doing quaternion rotations. You don't have like gimbal lock problems or different type of transformations and translations. There'll be problems where the object, the edge of the object, like will go to infinity. So if you try to overlay them, or if you try to make them go by each other in some 3D program, they end up freaking going through basically clipping each other. So you don't have to do any. Apparently, like in computer programming, they'll use different methods for different objects because one particular object, if you use one method, like quaternions, you'll have some issue. So then they'll use Euler angles, right? But then that has its problems, so they can't apply that universally. So they make like these, what do we call them, subroutine, like subsections of code for different objects and different. So different objects will use different mathematics for rotations and translations and positioning, and then once they do that, then they project it onto like the viewport or whatever. So this is how it's actually done in practice. There's no like universal methodology. All these video games use like multiple band-aids, multiple methods to do multiple things, to do basically the same thing in the game, which is It's kind of weird, but it's the projector.
I'm reminded of like Duke Nukem 3D being 2.5D.
Yeah, 2.5D. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because you have a hard time reconciling all the different ways the objects need to be translated or rotated based off of, because you got your environment, which may have one type of geometry in order to make it realistic for the viewer, like a horizon line you're talking about. But then how do you suspend like an object, like a 3D object in front of it, and then give it dimensions that relate to a coordinate reference system with respect to that infinity?
Exactly.
So how do you do a rotation? Yeah, against that.
In the 3D objects are made of triangles, right? So now you need the orientation of every triangle in the 3D model relative, and then you need to texture it and all that shit. And then obviously that's all of that becomes seriously computationally expensive. Actually, should be pretty shocked they can do it at all.
So I was talking, this is absolutely related, but Josh Ingersoll a couple days ago, the satellite dude, came in here and said, yeah, I can give you rotational vector data for orbital flight paths of the ISS. Here's the website. And he popped up basically a dashboard with API feeds from NASA with alleged telemetry data. And within that, I mean, he was unable to provide specifics beyond that. I went on a gigantic Easter egg hunt looking for data, and I found quaternion telemetry. I found what were calculated. Yeah, I found a couple instances. There was a local frame quaternion calculations that were done to be fed into the gyro module. And then there was environmental quaternions for like the Earth. So you have like the local frame with respect to the orbit, and then you had the orbital frame with respect to WGS-84. And so I'm looking at all this and I'm like, why are they making these quaternions a separate feed? Like, it almost looks like a giveaway, because these are being calculated based off of essentially WGS-84 and KOE around WGS-84. And then they're being fed into the gyro system for the ISS. So the ISS is showing us that it's basically orbiting a mathematical model.
Well, yeah, that's what made me think of it. That DM you sent me, talking about what you just talked about, right? It made me think of like how video games are also using quaternions simultaneously with other mathematical methods for rotations. I'm like, why is that necessary? I don't get it. Why not have some uniform, universal methodology across all objects? Kind of doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, also, I haven't looked deeply into this, but there's something with the receiver orientation of a GPS system that they're doing something like that I think it was the Rhinex or something. I can't remember exactly because it was a few years ago that I saw it. That they have a local the receiver has a local coordinate reference system, and then there's a global coordinate reference system. Yeah, and like when you're doing like the RTX, I think it's the RTX measuring, with the high quality surveying equipment, like the good shit, not the crappy shit, not a fucking goddamn total station.
Right, the shit that if you breathe on, it'll fuck it up.
Yeah, I'm talking about the big ass antennas using differential GPS and all that. It talks about you have to take into account a bunch of different coordinate reference systems to embed it like in some 3D environment, like whatever they're doing with their software. So you got the receiver, you got the global, there was a global one, and I could have swore there were three. It might have been the satellite, it might have been the transmitters coordinate system. So it might have been those three. Yeah, I just don't understand why it has to be so convoluted.
I wonder that too. And they basically run like a bunch of recursive math to try and solve a solution that can reconcile these together in the best way possible.
Yeah, they're probably just like finding some geometric mean, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Close enough. Nobody will notice.
Right. And everybody just accepts that it has to be this way for some freaking reason.
That's the thing, like, if any of the shit was wrong, like, what would it take for anybody to even notice? And then what would they even do if they did notice? Are they gonna like go to the USGS and be like, "Hey, you surveyed this wrong. It's off by 50 meters. I demand you fix it."
Yeah, and it's like we know. I said this yesterday. I'll say it for the benefit of the audience too today. That we know that an unmolested latitude and longitude spherical coordinate reference system with 2 points of origin. We know that the geometry of this is incompatible with a real flat Earth. We know that the Haversine distances, unmolested, that is unaltered from its pure ideal form, are not going to match reality. And we can prove this mathematically and geometrically by actual flat Earth measurements. We falsify the Haversine geometry and therefore all the distances. So you're not going to notice a difference, right? I mean, it's the scaling issue. A flat swath of a spherical surface of the globe is 99.977% as accurate as a true flat swath on a completely flat surface for 1 square mile. That is statistically insignificant of a difference. But that error grows exponentially with distance. And so your distance calculations are going to be wrong at vast distances. And does anybody have a way to show us a difference in reality between the actual true measured flat distance and the Haversine calculated arc distance?
You know, well, I mean, what's like the longest continuous structure ever built, right? You'd need
Canal
a like
systems. But even then,
yeah, but they'll just say
it's
the water
segmented.
conforms to a ball, right? They'll just say that.
Yeah.
Well, the water conforms to a ball. The canal is locally flat everywhere, but the water conforms to a ball. The water in the canal is a ball, but the water outside of the canal is not a ball.
Yeah.
The walls of the canal are flat, but the fucking
Yeah,
but
like
the water's curved.
It's the same problem with like GPS, man. Every receiver gets a flat Earth local tangent plane on their end, and they're all chained together somehow to form a ball.
Well, like all this, like I told Blitz, I think we're in an observer centric reality. I'm becoming more and more adamant on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Reality actually is observer centric in that even we can like just like you can the globe and flat are approximately the same. Like the third person viewpoint, I guess you'd call it, is approximately the same as the observer centric one until you start getting at large distances.
Right.
Because,
so here's the thing, Indio, like the satellite engineer will come back and say, well, we have technology that can traverse vast distances in a short amount of time. And everybody's using geodesics.
well, what hit me on this is like, well, where the idea, I guess the germ came from was a few years ago, where if you take a box and you have an interior corner of the box, let's say you cut it away and you draw like a blue, red, and green line at all the intersections. And if you take that corner and look at from the interior and put it close to your eye, all those lines look curved. They don't look straight anymore. It doesn't look like the interior of a box of three straight lines meeting at the center. It looks something. It looks like three curved lines meeting at the center, like that. And obviously, the explanation as well. The interior eye is curved, so at short distances, you can detect the difference in angles, that they're not actually linear. You know what I mean? It's like projection onto like a flat surface, because like the light's being projected onto a curved surface. You get these curved lines. You're actually seeing basically the internal curve, the internal radial curve of your fovea or whatever, which kind of makes sense. But I don't think your fovea is that big in the first place.
No, it's not. I mean, there's something in perspective. There's like that critical distance away from you. It's not that far away where the geometry shifts from hyperbolic to linear, or from exponential to linear.
Hasn't Alan and those guys done something on this?
I mean, I think they talk about it every now and then. They talk about like Galinsky and Lüneburg and their work on some of this.
Yeah,
It was Galinsky, Lüneburg, I'm thinking of. Yeah.
There was a lot of tests on vision at the end of the 1900s and the beginning of the 20th century, and kind of like stopped. Like, as far as the testing of, like, I mean, there is some stuff. I'm not saying it's completely stopped, but like the very fundamental research into how we actually see, as opposed to the idealized, idealized, perspective idea of how we see, like how we actually see things, like what you just said, things go in hyperbolic at distance.
Yeah, but that's all changed with the advent of synthetic optics. So we're not limited by only how we see.
But we have to calibrate the synthetic optics.
Yeah, how do you calibrate it to what is reality? Yeah, well,
because we're making the lens, right? And we're like, oh, this lens makes an image of reality, but that's subjective, right? We're like, I'm looking at it, and this is the way I see it, so I want my lens to look at it the way I see it. So when we manufacture the lens, if it doesn't look the way we see it, we go, oh, the lens is defective.
Well, so does this mean odd-eye vision is flat?
Could be, yeah.
The biggest telecentric optic.
Yeah. Does God see the universe as like a blueprint? Is it like a big freaking orthographic blueprint?
Yeah, I guess so. It's all exploded out. I got to head into my office and do some work. I'll be back at like 2:30 to chat for a while. I can listen in. I don't know if anybody else. But yeah, good catching up, man.
Yeah, good talking.
They're,
Atom means something that's indivisible. That's how they thought of them back then. That's where the word comes from. It comes from the ideas of Epicurus. If you knew anything, you would know that.
Right.
Atoms don't exist as conceived by Epicurus, and everybody. You're just blabbing, bro. You're blabbing nonsense. You don't know anything.
Our knowledge of science evolves over time, and you're just too retarded to understand it. So you talk about
but atoms don't exist.
As if it's some sort of like hot new topic that you're educated on and no one else understands.
Yeah, but they don't exist, brother.
Yeah, Epicurean atoms don't exist, but we have a modern conception of an atom. Yes, we do. Right?
Is it indivisible?
Yeah, but you see what you're doing. You're doing like a semantic thing.
It's indivisible. It's not semantics.
The definition of atom has changed from 3,000 years ago.
What's the modern definition?
Our conception of what an atom is changed.
Ours. He says ours.
Years.
There's no R's, bro. There's no R's. You have no conception of an atom. You were told some bullshit, and you're just like, okay, sir.
Yeah.
What is the modern?
You weren't told bullshit.
What is the modern definition of an atom then? What is the modern definition of an atom then?
Well, the more basic.
Educate us.
The more basic one is you have like the electron cloud model, where you have like you have protons,
the model,
neutrons, and then
like the Bohr model.
Neutron. It's like even an evolution of the Bohr model, right? The Bohr model is not an electron cloud probabilistic model, right?
So it's not correct.
It's not. It's less rigorous. It's less. It approximates the atom worse than our like more updated models.
That's pretty wishy-washy, brother.
No, it's not wishy-washy.
And you just said 5 seconds ago as if it was on high, some sacred cow that atoms exist, bro, and you don't even have a fucking conception of what an atom even is.
I just told you what it is.
Well, you told me that was an approximation, so what is it? What's the ontology of an atom?
I mean, if you're asking what the smallest particles in the known universe are, I don't know that, right? That's a question that people are trying to answer, right? I don't know.
So
I don't know.
When we get the smallest particle, that will
be your arrogance. Why are you so arrogant?
That will be because you're a dipshit.
Oh, okay. So you're
a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown. You're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown.
Yeah.
Pretender.
Is that how you? Is that what makes you feel big?
No, it has nothing to do with the feelings. It's called expose.
On the internet. Yeah.
Expose, dude.
Since you're so smart, explain to us your best understanding of what science is.
Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
Boom.
Yeah, okay, great. What's an atom?
It's an indivisible fucking unit of matter.
Right, but how do we conceptualize atoms today in the modern day?
Well, it depends. There's a bunch of models.
Right,
that are used for different purposes. So you're going to answer the question you asked me. So you're going to answer the question you asked me and not let me answer the question you asked me again, dude.
You asked the question. I provided you with a workable answer, and then you called me.
No, I was answering the question. I was answering the question. I'm going to continue to answer the question because I'm going to mute you the way you're muting me by talking over me. Okay.
You're a clown.
So you asked me a question. What is an atom? Okay, I'm going to tell you.
You're an asshole and a clown.
Is an individual unit of matter. And then you said there's models. Yeah, great. There's a bunch of models, and they're used pragmatically for different purposes. In one application, we use one model. In another application, we use another model. In another application, we use another type of model. Okay?
That's not how that works. No, that's not.
That is how that works.
We want to talk about science.
Okay, in chemistry... In chemistry, we use a model of the atom that's different than physics, right?
Yeah, but there's no science
needed.
And then we also use a different that would be general physics, right? So like fundamental.
Those are not
physics.
Different models. Those are different.
Yes, they are. There's no crossover.
It's an abstraction.
There's no. It's an abstraction.
It's an abstraction.
So it exists. Do abstractions exist then?
Yes, conceptually.
You destroyed yourself, dude. This is why I say you're Dunning-Kruger pretender clown. You started this with atoms as if they are some fucking fundamental thing that everyone knows about, and now you're saying they're abstractions.
No. I'm saying our understanding of them, right? Our model. It's not our modeling. It's that our dude, you see, this is what it's like talking. You see, I
What,
try-
nuance?
This is
I try
this
to
is
generous because,
obfuscation from the ground
Specificity?
anyway.
people go through the actual effort of education.
This is why, you're doing meta because you have nothing.
Yeah, this is an obfuscation from the ground. Now, there's
you
no
were just
science needed. Hold on,
cross-examining
Dan.
me.
Now
Hold
you're
on,
gonna
Dan.
meta
Hold
the
on, Dan.
meta.
Sort of courtroom.
There is
Now
no
you're meta in the meta. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Y'all are
don't.
clowns, man. You try to come in here and shit on us, dude. Flat earthers this and flat earthers that. You're the dumbest person in this chat.
Yeah. That's why,
Yeah.
I like that it's like only like two of you, right? Like the rest of these people are just muted, right? They're probably, who knows where they are.
Well, do you want
They're probably
30 people to talk at once?
It's just
Would
funny
you-
that you're so rude, right? I didn't insult you until,
Why you gotta
made it
be
personal.
You came in
rude.
saying
made it
retard flat
personal.
earthers, so yeah, you kind of like came in being insulting. So don't even play that shit. And the whole thing about it is, you want to try and
He said
lean
that
over.
water is-
Hold on,
He said that water always lies flat.
Yeah, listen.
And I
you
showed
want
him
to
water
talk about
drops
science. You want to
break
talk about
his-
science. You want to talk about science. You want to talk about science.
That's
but
a red
you
herring. We're not
are
talking
not
about water drop.
understanding. You're not understanding that there's no science required for measuring to see if something is a shape.
Of course there is.
You
No,
know
there's not.
that-
You're doing
there
geometry.
is.
You're making a category error if you want to say that a globe Earth is proven by science.
Yeah, but how do
No,
you figure out the
no,
shape
no,
of something
measurement.
that's too far away for you to see with your naked eye?
You mean
Measure.
you can't measure? You can't measure the surface. You can't do tests to measure the surface.
I don't know. Can you? I mean, you're telling you're
Yeah,
the one who's
actually, you
denying
can.
that you're
You can.
you're the one who's
And we do.
denying the.
No, we
You're the
can,
one-
and
Back
we
to the
do.
meta.
Okay.
Back to the
I-
fucking
We
Can I
person.
can, and we do measure.
No, you
So
can't
so
respond.
you just want to talk. Yeah, I can't respond. You're right. 'Cause
You're damn right. You're not responding with that. Okay, you're not going to respond about you do this and you do that. You're going to address what she said.
He said, "I don't know. Can you measure it?" And I said, "Yes, we can, and we do all the time."
And then he started
And
talking about
it's
you.
not measuring to be curved. Oh, he's
Yeah, and then he
gone.
started talking about you. You guys say everything is fake.
Yeah, super meta. If it starts with you guys, like it's already a flop. It's already
Exactly,
lost.
or you flat earthers or anything like that.
Yeah, he came in saying something about you retard flat earthers, and then wanted to be like, "I never insulted you." Okay.
It was like the guy earlier saying I was rude to that girl that came in and freaking interrupted a conversation and fucking spazzed out. But I was rude.
You actually were pretty rude, but yeah.
She interrupted the conversation and spazzed out.
Yeah, but it's
That
because
is
you
a
kept
fact,
interrupting
dude.
her before that.
Sapphire.
It doesn't matter. What do you mean I was interrupting her? She interrupted our conversation. I can't interrupt her.
No, but the thing is, she was supplying to me, like she wasn't
She's not
interrupting
gonna
me.
fuck you, dude. No matter how much you white knight for her.
See, I was being nice. I've always been nice to you guys because I don't see any reason in like being completely rude for no reason. But yeah, all I want to say is like she literally said something in compliance to what I said, and
Can we
then
move on
your
from that? It
favorite
was
thing
like
to
a
say
fucking
is just
hour
from you.
ago.
Hi, Jenna.
Please. Hi, can we please move on from that? It was like an hour ago. We're
Yeah, but
trying
he just
to.
put it up again. That's why.
It's okay. It's fine. Forgive it. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, but I'm over
Let
it.
it
Just
go.
he brought it up, so I had to say
Okay,
something.
then be over it. Be over it.
All right,
Because that's
great,
the
great.
topic at hand.
Now, Sapphire, hold on, Jenna. Now, Sapphire, you can apologize for insinuating that we don't have lives on your way out, Mr. I've never been rude.
Oh no, I won't do that because you literally were so rude to my friends. I heard what you said about her. You said this slag and stuff like that. So that was really rude. So that's why I said
didn't
something
say
about
that.
the live thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Indio said something. I don't think you know I
No,
was here or
we
something, but you
don't.
started talking about her, said something about that slag of a girl. So that's why I said something rude back.
All right, can we move on from it? Are we over it yet? Have we gotten
Bit.
over our feelings? Okay. So, who measured Earth curve? I saw you said Eratosthenes in the chat, but actually he didn't measure anything. He took an elevation angle to the sun, and in order to get an angle, you need a flat baseline. Period. He assumed that the light from the sun was parallel hitting the Earth, and from that he then assumed that Earth is a globe. And then from his shadow lengths, right? That's where it all came apart. So it's all assumptions. That's all it comes down to. But in reality, light spreads out in all directions, which would mean that his elevation angles, his shadow lengths, would work just fine on a flat Earth. So yeah, the more you know. Also, I can't really trust it, right? Like, did this guy even exist? Was he made up? I don't know. There's like 3 different stories. There's
Yeah, that
something
is
about
true.
like there was a building here in Alexandria and a building here in Syene, and then it's sticks and shadows, and then it's shadows in a well. So when the story changes that many times, I have a tendency to reject it.
That's fair. Fair enough. Like the Earth curvature, alrighty. What's it called? The thing rolling my putting in the chat about the experiment. I think we should also talk about that because no, you weren't here earlier, but we were talking about the Morris experiment, and it was basically being like, oh, this is like a keystone in it, but no one has addressed what Rowling wrote about how it was basically debunked by the same guy a few years later because he got more clever. Yeah.
What was debunked by what?
Let me.
So, like, has anybody measured curvature then? So in any of this, anybody measured curvature?
Now I'm speaking about what's it called? The
anything but curvature. Yeah, that's what Boulder does. Actually, Boulder claims that air against airplane wings is his proof of gas pressure without a container. That's absolutely ridiculous. So nobody's measured a curve yet?
Can I ask something? Just like really quickly. Why is it that every time I go over to something a little bit different, you always go back to the curvature? What if I say that it's true?
I'll tell you why. It is the number. Oh, let me tell you why. Because a ball, a sphere, a globe has curvature. That is the number one and only qualifier needed to prove that Earth is a globe.
All right. Because I did put stuff in the chat, but I think we will never agree on that. So I'm just going on by other things that we might be able to like.
On that? What do you mean? Wait. So you don't agree?
I did put a lot of stuff. I feel like we keep
That's too bad.
Would
what do you say?
Require curvature.
Mm-hmm.
A sphere would require curvature. If you don't, if you're not measuring, you're not able to measure any curvature. You can't detect any curvature. You don't experience curvature.
What if you can observe curvature from outer space?
Then you don't have the one and only. You don't have the one and only qualifier necessary for proving that Earth is a globe.
Oh, that's just a story you believe. That's just a story, bro.
That's a story that you believe in.
Following. You're right, because what I learned before earlier was you guys like to see what you can observe yourself, and I said curvature. If we cannot agree on like a mathematical formula for it, I said NASA. If you go to outer space, you can observe curvature from outer space, and then you said I can't do that exactly, and that's why I'm saying that we will never agree on it because what I'm saying this is
not even NASA. Not even NASA. The people that are able to go up 60, 70, 80 miles above the Earth, they're not seeing curve with their own eyes either. The curve that you see is coming through a wide angle and a fisheye lens. That's it.
So you're saying it's the lens that makes the curvature? But that's what I'm saying. That's the thing. I agree on it because what I'm saying, this is clear-cut evidence. You guys are saying, no, it's not. And that's what I'm saying. Curvature, we cannot agree on. But the other stuff, because I remember I talked a lot with Indio about, for example, seasons. And then he said, oh, yeah, it's because, the Earth is flat and then the sun is like stays above it, but we don't know exactly where it is. And then seasons are created because of that. And I said, all right, fair enough. But what about, there's no motion.
You need to turn around and explain to us how in the hell seasons are possible on a globe.
But the thing
how
is,
come
it comes
Antarctica
back
never
to
thaws out?
I say Earth is round, Earth is there, and then we go back to square one again. But the thing is,
we go to square one if there's no measurable curvature. It's the only thing. Nothing else matters. Nothing freaking else matters in proving that Earth is a globe, except for measuring curve.
I'm saying it was measured. You like, by who? And then I put it in the chat again, and then it wasn't. Like, we will never agree on that.
You said it was. I saw what you posted. It was Aristophanes, and I already explained how you're wrong. I explained how Aristophanes is wrong. How there's like 3 different stories surrounding that guy, and how he assumed that the light from the sun is parallel when it spreads out in all directions. I already went over this.
True. But then you also said you weren't even sure the guy existed, and then I said, all right. See, again, then we come down to a whole other different topic, because how do you know a person existed? And then it comes through mass transmission, and then we go to another topic again. So I'm saying we can never agree on that sense. But
look,
what we can
irrelevant. Look, you want this is meta. Stop. You're talking meta shit. I don't want to hear the meta shit. I want
wait, what is meta? So I don't know. So I know what not to talk.
Stay on topic. Stay with the subject. Have you ever measured Earth curvature? No, I already explained how Aristophanes didn't either.
Sorry, Jenna.
Yeah, but I'm saying. Oh, sorry, my guy. If you said something, you said that guy. You debunked him. You said that guy. There was a lot of stories about him. You said something about the sun and how he didn't do it. But then something you also said that stuck out was, there was a lot of stories about this guy, and it did not really make sense. And then you said something about maybe he doesn't even exist.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he existed or not. Right? The methodology for the methodology for the methodology that was employed, right, to indicate that the Earth has a circumference value, right? You'd need other things to be true in the first instance, like what was already mentioned.
Yeah, but I'm saying
wait a sec. For instance, the sunlight being parallel and the Earth being a sphere in the first instance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So you got to prove the Earth's a sphere first.
To prove his thingy, but that's like a paradox then, because what comes first? That the Earth to prove
he wasn't trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, bro. He already thought it was, and what he was doing, he thought because the Earth is a globe, I can use this method and calculate its circumference. Got it?
Yeah, by already thinking Earth's a globe, he assumed that the sun, that the light from the sun parallel.
I actually came in again to talk about, basically to get into to talk about the Morris experiment one more time, because we've been over this a lot, and I'm not interested in going over it again. The Morris experiment, because it was Michelson's Morris experiment.
The Michelson-Morley?
Yeah, it's because he specifically told, so I wanted him to, take a standpoint out of what Boulder specifically was saying. That's the only reason why I came in here, because I've already had this talk about circumference a lot, like hours ago, and I don't want to have it again. The only thing I wanted him to look at what Boulder wrote about what Morris said and how it contradicts himself, and also the thing is, what's it called, the sets of quotes that you guys keep sending. Boulder has been really nice and done his homework, and the Morris experiment is irrelevant. Because my biggest
it's irrelevant if you can't even find the curvature of the Earth in the first place. You don't experience it. You can't measure it, right? And you need to have a ball so that you can have your spin, right? And you don't have a ball, so you don't have spin. So it doesn't.
It doesn't matter. It's just about motion. Yeah, it's just about motion. So the experiment could be about spin. But that one in particular wasn't necessarily about spin. It's about motion through free space. So the curvature of the Earth wouldn't be irrelevant.
Yeah.
Hey,
I wanted to talk about
Hey, we got you. Do me a favor. Try not to interrupt people, okay? Gets old.
But the thing is, you weren't even in the conversation to begin with. That's all I wanted to say. I was having a conversation with Jenna.
I agree. You know what the difference? You know what the problem is, kid? I'm the boss. Okay?
I didn't hear what you said there. All I said was, how can I interrupt the conversation?
Listen, Sapphire. Why don't you do us a favor and read the conversation that was written so everybody listening will know what context you're talking about? That way we can progress. So read Boulder's, find Boulder's thing and read it for us. Thanks.
It's fine. I'll go up and chat. Okay. Yeah. But the thing is, Indio is not even here, and he was the one that talked about it the most. Let me find it again. I have to go a little bit up.
Dude, how do you know he's not listening? Maybe
but then why isn't I speak? Okay, this one, I put it in the chat again. You can see it because we talked about motion, and I really like what Indio was saying about I liked it, but it was interesting to hear about how he saw like seasons and day and night and the motion of that. That's the only reason why I wanted to talk about this, because he mentioned this experiment and I didn't know about it, so I read about it, and now Boulder wrote more about it, so I wanted to talk about that too. You know, because for me, it's not just about Earth is round, it's also more about where Earth is centered. Earth's rotation. Does it actually rotate? What does the sun orbit the Earth, or does the Earth orbit the sun? You know, that's what I wanted to know. And
you need to have
I wanted Indio for that. That's the thing. So that's why Roland, my Boulder, put this in the chat, and then no one ever took a standpoint on this, and I wanted to hear a stand on that. That's like why I came in again.
Holy crap! All right, Sapphire. Thanks for wasting my time. What I asked you to do was read the comment.
Why should I read it when I put it in the chat so people can read it?
All right, dude. All right, kid. All right, get muted. I'm going to explain it to you. You asked. Okay, pay attention. Not everyone in the chat has access to the text chat right now. So all you did that entire time you were talking was just tell people who aren't looking at the text chat about what you're going to not talk about. So nobody learned anything from what you said. So for the love of God, why don't you just read the relevant comment and help everybody out? Yeah, go on mute. Go on, deafened. Good grief. Play these freaking games. Let's see if he's playing deafened.
Sorry, my bad.
Sapphire.
I want to speak to Jenna.
Sapphire. I don't care. You go on deafen when you're muted, you're going to get banned. That's the rules here. Do you understand?
Don't deafen yourself, Sapphire. You're going to get yourself banned.
No, you can do it. You can do it.
But this guy is just being condescending.
Okay, I'm going to explain the rules to you, bro. Yep. Okay, I'm going to unmute you and tell you you're banned.
He's deafened.
Hello, how y'all doing today?
I was trying to teach a petulant child how to be relevant instead of wasting everybody's time.
Explain the rules.
Yeah, Sapphire. Pay attention. If you deafen yourself when you're muted, you're going to get banned. Do you understand? Yes or no?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, no.
Pay attention now. Hold on, friend. Hold on. What I wanted to tell you, Sapphire, is that you spent a lot of words not talking about the topic, and not everyone can see the text chat. So I asked you to do everyone listening who's listening a favor and just read the relevant comment. Rather than read the comment, you did all this narrative about who you want to talk to and this and that. So you basically screwed all your friends who are listening. Okay? So that's what we wasted our time on, dude. That's why I just asked you, can you read the comment? Why was so hard about that? Do you not understand that? Do you not want to participate unless it's your way?
Okay. Can I speak now?
Go ahead.
I'll short circuit this and I'll read the thing for you since I'm the one that wrote it.
Oh, anyway. Finally! For love of God, finally. Thank you.
Am I the only one that can tell this guy sounds so condescending? But that's
no, I am condescending. I don't sound condescending. I'm intentionally being condescending.
You're gonna get used to it. You have to get used to it. They're all retards, respectfully.
So there was a list of quotes. One was from 1881 by Michelson that said, "This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation which presupposes that the Earth moves." And so I dug into that, and well, like I said, it was from 1881, and so then I wrote, it turns out that Michelson didn't stop with your cherry-picked quote. About 20 years later, he did another experiment trying to detect the rotation of the Earth, this time succeeding. In 1925, he writes, displacement of the fringes due to Earth's rotation was measured on many different days. So by 1925, he certainly knew terrestrial measurements could detect Earth's rotation regardless of what he thought in 1887.
What is the reason that you want the Earth to be flat? Why does that matter? What does anybody gain by the Earth being flat? Anybody.
Well, the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, so Sapphire and AI and Jenna were talking, and they got a little bit into meta.
Yeah, a little bit heated.
So, yeah, can you let them respond now that the quote has been read and see what they're talking about?
Yeah, I would love for, AI to justify his, stupid belief.
Oh wait, don't go there because then we have to do the curvature over again. I wanted this one. He read it out loud, and all that was to say was one was the quotes that was just a lot of them were just false, and he claimed that.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I also have a clip of Indio saying, what's it called? Equations, don't matter when proving, the Earth's curvature, even though most.
We had a discussion about math and why, math is so important to this.
Yeah,
also went for
Indio, right, an active supporter of the flat Earth theory, right, said that equations don't matter at all on clip. I have the clip. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, but why would you listen to that? That sounds like dumb bullshit.
Well, but he's one of the main people in here that advocate for the flat Earth movement. So let me show you the clip.
He's correct. No, he's not the leader, but in some regards, equations don't matter if your inputs are incorrect. So if your assumptions and your inputs are incorrect.
But he didn't say that. He said equations don't matter at all.
Hey, listen. Listen, if you got that and you want to prove that that's completely true and irrespective of greater context, then I guess you'd have to play it, wouldn't you?
Okay, but AI, look at the clip and hear him say equations do not matter in any context, right? So, meaning that 90% of your evidence for the flat Earth theory is gone, sir. According to him. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Did you post it? Did you
Yeah, look in the chat. Please.
Okay, so it's actually a clip, so that's good. Hey, listen, good job getting an actual clip. That way you can immediately go and see the greater context. I approve. All right, I'm going to go on mute now.
Yeah,
okay,
please.
So, Boulder, I want to say thank you for finding the obvious wrongs in what they were writing. Because one thing I realized also, this is just fact for everyone, is that especially like Indio, he likes to reference a lot of big experiments, a lot of big words that he knows people would not necessarily know unless they search it up themselves. So in the heat of the moment, like in the argument, you would not have an answer because I've never heard of the Morris experiment. But as soon as you actually search it up, you found so many debunks of it. And now that we have found debunks of this experiment and that he actually did say that it's motion, no one is going to say anything about not motion. And if there so is motion, then that would mean that a lot of the things you said about seasons and stuff like that wouldn't even make sense anymore because it was based on Earth is still and the sun is also moving above it. I don't even know what you guys believe anymore. But yeah, I just wanted to say that a lot of the stuff you have said has been debunked, and you always tend to circle back to the curvature, and we can never agree on the curvature because you guys don't believe in NASA. So what are we going to do? All equations, all math.
Even NASA knows it's flat.
See, so that's the thing. We can never agree on the curvature. But what we can find out is what you guys are saying, we can find holes in that. That's the best thing we can do because that's the only factual evidence we have. So if you say a quote from some guy in something like 1965, but the guy died in 80 something, that's what we can get. So we can ruin your credibility because we can never agree on actual factual things.
NASA doesn't believe in NASA.
At the end of the day, what's who benefits from the Earth being flat?
Actually, I want to have that answer the two, just like in general? Why? So, what's the benefits of this flat? Basically?
What's the argument? Yeah, why would they lie, and who's lying about it being around? Why?
Oh, so that's a different question.
Does anyone get anything out of that?
Yeah, evil people. There you go.
Wait, that's so general. If you can point to one guy,
I just want to say,
I don't need to know. I don't need to know specifics. I don't need to know specifics.
Happy you guys are here. Oh, guys, can I say to all the
it's like asking when you ask
roundups,
why
I'm
would
so
they
happy
lie?
you guys
That's
are
like,
here.
hold on, that's like asking, right, for motive. Even though I've got plenty of evidence that this guy committed the murder, you still want the motive, and you don't even care.
Earth being round versus flat, though, it's a giant thing that we can see from space, and like we have satellites, right? Like satellites feed our television, right?
Like, who the fuck cares why they would lie? The point is, they fucking lie, and they've been caught lying.
Yeah, that's
who's they?
Oh my god! Satellites
NASA
feed televisions, therefore something. I don't know what the heck that was about.
They're far enough away from the Earth that we have images
can
from
I say
them.
something really quick?
Yeah.
Binips, the thing is, I've been trying to say this all the time, but one of the core factors where we disagree is the fact that they don't believe NASA and the pictures they take. So how can we say you don't believe in something so factual, something we believe?
What about your Fox News? Yeah, what about your guys' Fox News? You believe that crap? I mean, it's coming from space, right? DirecTV shooting right down at your house. They launch satellites up there. We have the imagery.
You sound crazy.
I sound crazy.
Yeah.
Guys, can I just speak to Ari really quickly?
We go to space. When did you go there?
I mean,
when we say we mean the people, by the way.
Oh, so you're one of them. When did you go there?
Humanity.
You mean people as in people, humanity. Can I just say one thing to Ari? Earlier, it was me and Ari, guys, we got absolutely abused.
Imaginary location.
Guys, I just want to say to all my round earthers, we got absolutely abused last time. We got muted, we got thingies, we couldn't say a word in.
Oh yeah,
no, I totally
No, I'm just saying it right now because I'm so happy because we actually can talk.
Oh yeah. Anyways, are you guys flat earthers?
Yeah.
Okay, you realize it's already been debunked.
Oh, and what?
Okay.
Well, we have photos. Photos from space.
Okay, cool. So let me ask this question. I'll accept your photos from space when you name me the scientific journal that accepts photos as prima facie evidence of a proposition.
Can you simplify that?
No, I'm asking you to supply a scientific journal that will accept photographs as prima facie evidence.
I don't have a scientific journal that does that.
No, nobody does, dude. Nobody accepts photos as prima facie proof alone of a proposition, dude.
I don't know what to say here.
You need corroborating evidence.
Good. I like that. Wait, so then you think the moon landing was fake?
How'd you get that from this way, friend? I know, right?
Well, because
good cut, baby.
Wait, hold on. Why would the moon be round and the Earth flat?
Oh no.
I'll put it to you like this: Earth, not moon. Moon, not Earth. Different.
So every single planet is a circle except for Earth?
Every single thing that's not the Earth is not the Earth. I agree with you.
I think that statement speaks for itself, but I don't know.
I know, doesn't it? So what you're faced with is that your thought, while not unreasonable, isn't logically coherent, if that makes sense. So it's not unreasonable to think what you thought. Don't get me wrong, I'm not belittling you in any way, but it's just not logical.
It's not logical to assume that the Earth would be round since every other planet in the space is round?
It's not logical to assume it could be. Sorry, it could be logical to assume it could be. It's not logical to assume it has to be. However, coulds and shoulds and woulds are kind of those things that have to materialize before they become true. Do you agree? Holy crap.
Yeah, I don't know, like, how to even debate. I don't know how to even debate this.
Fair point. So let me ask this question, dude. Do you think that the proposition of whether the Earth is a globe or not is more relevant to be answered by the structure of the Earth itself or by things that aren't the Earth? Which one do you think is the better way to go?
I think when you put it like that, the Earth, but that doesn't debunk the argument I made at all. That's not even like.
But you never made an argument, though.
Well, I did. I made the argument. The argument I made was because every other planet in space is round. It's extremely reasonable to suspect that the Earth would be round.
Yes, right. And so I would agree with you. To suspect that the Earth is round, now we must validate that the Earth is round. So we have to take it from I think so to it is so. And that is where we run into a problem. And because that is that when you measure the surface of the Earth, it turns out that the waters of the Earth are level and arranged horizontally because they don't have curvature on the surface. And that means that the entire benchmark of the known territory is from a horizontal baseline, which means it's flat.
Okay.
Dude, are you building a house?
Who, me? What's going on?
No, he's searching for his keys in the closet or something. I don't know. There's a lot of background noise, what we're trying to say.
Oh, sorry, I'm like moving around a lot because I'm like, that's all right, bro. I'm walking right now. So, anyways, I don't know, dude. I don't even know. It's just from my perspective, right? I don't know if you kind of can understand this, but from my perspective, this seems just so radical. Like it's just something so like out of the world, kind of a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Let me ask this question, brother. Do you think we were born believing in the flat Earth and that we've been flat Earthers our entire lives, or do you rather think that we actually grew up being taught the globe, believing in the globe, imagining all the things about the globe our whole lives, and then we were faced with a challenge for whatever reason where we had to investigate whether we knew it or not, and then we came to a different conclusion? Which do you think is what happened to us?
The second one, for sure.
Correct. So that means that we were in your position before. We believed in the globe. We thought the idea that the Earth was flat was a radical idea for almost our whole lives, until the point where we challenged it, investigated it, and came to a different conclusion. And the reason why majority of us came to that conclusion is because there's no demonstrable surface curvature on the surface of the Earth. And it appears to us as flat. It appears to us as stationary, just like we've been observing it our entire lives. And not only that, but when you measure it, it corroborates the fact that your experience of the Earth is correct, that it actually is flat and stationary.
So why would, what does NASA and these other, space hacks and whatnot gain from lying?
Oh, they're possessed by demons, bro.
So the round earthers.
Now, I'm being silly, dude. But think about it for a second. Think about it, just for a second. Imagine, if you would, a world where the majority of the people in the world actually believe in a religious system. That's true, right? Billions of people adhere to Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, all these things. So they believe in greater truths than just the material world. In other words, metaphysical entities that could cause them to do the things they do. Now, check this out. It doesn't even matter whether it's true or not. They believe it, and they could be motivated by it. So the motivations of people range from pettiness all the way up to grand things about the nature of God himself telling you what to do or Satan himself telling you what to do. So I have no reason why people lie or why people want to do a deception, but I know for a fact that that's what people do. I know people murder, they rape, they kill, they do all kinds of evil things, dude. And it's inexplicable. We don't understand why they do it because we're not interested in doing those things ourselves. But rest assured, they do it.
What about like you seen like the plane flights? How if the Earth was flat, you should be able to like fly from California to Japan in a straight line, but it doesn't work like that. You know what I mean?
Well, what makes you think planes should fly in a straight line?
It would be faster if the Earth was flat.
Okay, but what makes you think speed is their primary concern?
It's not, but
right. So planes actually fly in pre-approved corridors, and it's coordinated worldwide. And they also fly in commercially viable corridors. In other words, certain types of stops, certain fuel to pickups ratio. Right. So they're going to fly from port to port to port to port, picking up people, dropping people off. It's not just about getting from here to there as fast as possible. So looking at a plane flight and saying, oh, this plane flight alone is going to determine the shape of the Earth for me, that's not really a sufficient thing. So, for example, I flew, when I was deployed to invade Iraq in 2003, I flew from Hunter Army Airfield up to Nova Scotia, over to Ireland, over to Germany, then to Kuwait. Now, if you look at that on a map, that's practically a straight line. But it's only a straight line on an azimuthal map, which is essentially a flattened out globe projection. So does that mean that the Earth is a flattened out globe projection? No.
Hey, can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just... Oh, man. Yeah, would you look at any other possibilities, like the Earth can be like a cube or something else, or you just...
Well, I think about it this way, bro, is that a cube is a three-dimensional shape that has 6 flat sides, right? So if the surface we inhabit is flat, then certainly that surface could be on a cube. But the thing is that you said, could it be something else like a cube? The problem is that flat itself is not a shape, right? Flat is a surface property. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so why does
so the overall... Go ahead.
Oh, why don't, like, boaters, like people riding boats and stuff, fall off the edge of the Earth?
Well, for one, boats really don't go to the extent of the most southerly regions that often. Secondly, you're assuming that the places boats could go would be able to reach a place where boats would fall off. Second, you're assuming that water would also be falling off because the boat would be in the water. And now, if you know anything about water, if it's contained in a perimeter like a shoreline, then nobody's going to be falling off of anything. They're just going to be crashing into a shoreline. So it's interesting that you would assume that a boat just going indefinitely would just fall off of water rather than crash into some shoreline. Because it's just as reasonable to think that if you have an environment, that it could have an edge or it could have a barrier. So why would you immediately jump to the assumption it's going to fall off? I think it's because you were programmed to do so with iconography in the media that told you, and by the way, there's plenty of images like that, if the Earth is flat, it's just like a disk floating in space, where when you get to the edges, you could just fall off into empty space. But if there's no empty space to fall off into, then the idea of falling off the Earth doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I mean, where do you think the edge of the Earth is at? Like Antarctica, or?
Personally, I think it's an indeterminate amount of distance directly outwards in the southerly direction. So that means I have no idea how far away. But whether it's an edge, whether it's a boundary, whether it's an infinite regenerating progression of creation, that's just continually happening, like an ever-expanding universe. You know, because think about it this way, friend. Like, people who believe in this giant universe, they believe that the universe is constantly expanding, getting bigger, 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 bigger every second. Bigger, 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 bigger. But for some reason, when it comes to the Earth, they think that's impossible. Well, it's weird, because if one thing can just get bigger indefinitely, why can't something else get bigger?
Hey guys, how are you doing? I just want to say something about the form of Earth.
What form is it?
It's easy to prove that Earth is a sphere or
All right, go ahead.
round.
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead and prove it.
Okay, I am a physics student. My English it's bad, but you have to.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
You won't be a physics student after you get done talking to me.
Thank you. I will begin. First of all, if Earth is flat, we will have all mornings together. Like all countries should has mornings together or evenings together.
Why?
It's not, because the Earth is not flat.
Why would that happen? You're making up your own flat Earth. What's going on with you?
No. Because the solar lights will reach every part. Like, you have to imagine with me a flat surface and the sun. It's is like at the top. The lights will reach every part of that surface in the same time. But if you have a ball, it's not, the solar lights won't reach every part. Like, did you imagine this?
Yeah, I'm listening to you, buddy. Yeah, the problem with your thought experiment is that you're not exhausting all other possible outcomes in that scenario, or other determining factors in that scenario. Would you like to hear what I think you haven't thought through?
Well, I would like to ask you is, what does physics have to do with this?
Wait. What are you thinking about the form of Earth, Professor?
Prove it.
What?
You heard me. Prove that you live on a ball inside a giant vacuum chamber that has air and water around it. Physics guy.
Yes, because of the gravity.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope, I debunked that.
Look, my English. My English is not. It's bad. I can't.
I'm
If
trying.
if we talk,
I'll keep.
if we
I'm keeping simple. I'm saying
look,
simple terms. Don't worry.
look, if we talk with my language, like I can't prove it
Oh, there you
because
go.
I know
That's
how
the
to
end.
go.
The
Okay.
end. It's just a belief. Just a belief for you, not a proof. So that's all you got. You're done. That was it. That was easy. See how easy that was? You're not even in physics anymore.
No. Wait.
I deny you a physics degree. I deny your physics degree. I'm not going to sign off on it.
I was just if I may quickly, dictator.
Of the oceans will fall down.
Hello. If I may just quickly, sir, it may be the case that you can't prove it yourself, but could you cite somebody who has already? Because allegedly, it has been. You follow?
No, citing somebody doesn't work. We want proof of curvature, proof that it's a spinning water ball, not just, well, NASA said it's a spinning water ball, so it's in the
No, Fly, you must have misunderstood me. When I say citing, I don't necessarily just mean, hey, this guy says so. I mean, cite somebody who has proven it, right? Perhaps somebody didn't experiment. Perhaps somebody did an experiment, and then we can go through the steps that they can replicate it, right?
For example, Eratosthenes.
Right. So maybe he would want. Right. So instead of interrupting me, sir, right? Perhaps this guy has something like that, a set of steps that somebody has taken in the past that can demonstrate his claim. And then maybe we can go through it, walk through it with him, maybe replicate it ourselves. Don't you think, Dictator? Would that be feasible?
Okay, wait, relax. Hey, shut up, Linda. Shut your pie hole, Linda. Calling me dictator. I was about to make a statement, and you just kept barreling over me. I thought you were finished.
Dude,
listen,
hang on.
Listen, 2 seconds.
No. It's not going to work like that. No, dude, it's not going to work like that. Okay, there could be a jackass. The guy's name is Dictator. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was all. It was just a misunderstanding. He wasn't calling you a dictator. The guy's name is Dictator, relax. Exactly.
Yeah, Flat. Come on, relax, bro. Okay, it's 9:30 in the morning. Haven't even had my coffee yet. Fuck.
Holy cow, you're telling me to relax and I'm not even able to make a statement.
Dude, you started yelling after you misinterpreted my statement. I was addressing Mr. Dictator.
Okay, I've been corrected. Can I please finish saying what I want to frickin' say? Thank you.
Yeah.
We've covered Eratosthenes 1,001 times here.
Yeah. Mr. Dictator, are you aware of Eratosthenes?
What?
Oops. Hang on. Sorry, I missed that.
Not a physicist.
No, it's just about language. It's not about my.
Do you know anything in physics? Do you know anything about triangles in physics?
Yes.
You know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Is it a strong shape?
Wait.
What?
What do you think about the form of the Earth? First of all, your professor. What do you think about it?
Yep, I'm asking you some questions. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Oh, very good. So, is that a strong shape or a weak shape?
What? I didn't hear you.
Is it a strong shape or a weak shape?
Strong shape.
What's that? Tell me what a triangle. Tell me what a triangle is.
It has three angles. Yes.
And angles have curved lines.
There's a lot of types of triangles. Like there's a triangle with three angles, 60 degree angles. And there is another one of one angle of 90 degree. Like all angles from 180
I'm
degrees.
sorry, dictator. Your microphone is breaking up. I can get like you're cutting in and out. Sorry.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a connection issue. But yeah, you were coming in pretty clearly.
I mentioned it before that it's about language. I can prove it. That it's about gravity.
I highly doubt you can. I highly doubt you can. Here's the problem, right? You're going into this with a bunch of presuppositions, right? So you're thinking about a lot of things that you believe to be true, but you don't really know if they're true or not. So that's like a hurdle that you're going to have to get through right off the bat, because
we can't hear him anymore or what?
He's not talking right now. I was stopping him from going into his meta about not being able to explain himself thoroughly because of the language barrier. So, but yeah, you're going to have to do some research before you enter this conversation trying to disprove people with things that haven't been proven. Right? You're trying to assert that gravity is the causation for a certain phenomenon when you have no firsthand knowledge of how that would work or any evidence to support it being factual. So this is where this conversation goes all the time, and we waste a lot of time. You can't possibly prove that the Earth is a ball by looking at the luminaries in the sky. You were saying, oh, yeah, well, the sun would light up the entire world if the Earth was flat, when you haven't exhausted all other possibilities, right? So making positive claims like that without evidence to back it up is not wise. It's just my opinion.
Flat earthers, come on, man. We went to the moon. Boats go over the curve. I mean, billions of years ago, a single-celled amoeba created a whole bunch of life, and then a rock hit the earth and wiped everything out. And we're back again. Come on, man. Think. Gravity makes it a spinning water ball, and everything sticks to it. Come on. Silly flat earthers. People in white lab coats would never lie to us. Come on.
I have a white lab coat. I don't lie.
Part of the problem is when those people that have been listening to so many lies listen to hear our side, they think we're lying. I'm sure a handful of them are convinced we're paid to talk about this topic when it's just our free time.
Yeah, they all wonder why we spend our free time here letting our neighbors know.
Just hey, listen. Just prove to me that Earth is flat.
No, sir. Actually,
you know what a
you're
triangle?
incorrect. Yeah. Sorry,
do you know
AV.
Do you know what a triangle is? Dictator.
What triangle is?
Okay. So tell me. Go ahead. Give me.
Hey, triangle. It's not our topic. Triangle.
Yes. Yeah. I'm going to turn it right into. I'm going to turn you into crying in a minute. So
just prove to me that Earth is flat. Okay.
I'm going. Well, yeah. Triangles prove it.
Just listen. English.
Triangles prove it.
English is good. Like, prove to me. You can talk. I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm going to. We're going to get through this triangles part because that's going to prove it's flat, not a ball.
I said before that triangle is a shape. He has 3 angles. And there is a lot of types of triangles. I mentioned this before. Okay. What do you want to know?
All right, so here you go. Give me a second. I got to post it. Oh, man. Let's see.
Let's see. You have to talk. You have to talk. Don't search or ask
Here you
AI.
go.
Or you have to talk. Me, I
Here you
don't
go.
have a
I
purple.
went ahead and posted something for you.
What?
Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Wait. C is triangle.
Please read the instructions.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? D is not triangle.
Which one?
I said D.
D like boy or D like dog?
The fourth one.
Fourth one, D?
In the right, yes.
That's not a triangle.
That's not a yes.
You think
That's
B is? You think B is a triangle? You're about to lose your physics degree. B is a triangle or is not a triangle? Holy crap.
I know it's like pulling teeth.
Dude.
I was just going to tell him he needs to prove his.
No. Just wait. Dictator, is B a triangle or not?
Look,
Boy,
D is not a triangle.
D is not a triangle.
D.
So now it's B and D are not triangles?
Man, I said D. He has just two angles.
Has one angle. B has one angle.
D has one. He has two. D, he has two angles.
So not three. B has one. D has two angles. That's it.
Yes.
Not three angles. Not triangles, right? Three angles.
Yes, D just two.
So is it just B or just D or both?
I would pick D.
Like dog?
Yes, like dog.
So you think B is a triangle?
It's not just one answer, by the way, Dictator. You could have two answers. You could have three answers. It's the way the question's written there.
Can I have just one or two?
There's
However many you
multiple
want.
answers.
I don't care. Tell me which ones are not triangles.
Let's change the question. How many are triangles? How many of those of those images are triangles? Are there how many triangles? 1, 2, 3, or 4? How many triangles?
A and C are triangles.
A and C are triangles?
Yes.
So B and D are not triangles.
Yes. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yes.
So I'm going to post something whenever it shows up. Might be there. You know what angle of elevation is? It's like angle to a star or the sun or something like that. Something in the sky. Top of a mountain. Angle of elevation. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
So, do you see what I posted? Angle
Yes,
of elevation, you have a flat line on the bottom, not a curved
Yes.
line, because that's not
Yes.
an angle of elevation.
Yes.
So now, what do you think of that? What do you think of when ships go sailing?
What?
So when they do navigation on the ocean,
Yes.
what do you think of that? That's a triangle, isn't it?
Triangle. What? There is no relation of C shape in. I didn't understand this.
You understand that it's all screwed up now. That's for sure.
No, I didn't understand your.
Oh yeah, you definitely are
proposition.
definitely not going to understand anything anymore. You're going to be like, no, I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying.
No, it's about. I said before, it's about language. You can tell your
See the pictures
proposition
I'm
about.
posting. You can see the pictures I'm posting.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, language isn't a barrier here. And I was going to say earlier, we don't have to have you or show you how to believe in, as you said, show me how to believe in flat Earth. No. You need to validate your globe and look at what you observe and go from there. We're not here to make you believe anything. We want you to know.
What if we told you that the surface of water at rest is always flat?
look, it's flat because you see it because you see it directly.
No, dictator. It's not. It's not about. It's not about seeing it. Listen to me.
No, it's about.
It's about no. And how do you? But how do you know? How do you know? How can you know that the Earth is curving?
Look.
All right. So think about this.
Look.
Listen, dictator. Really quick. Just let me get this out. So, if you go out to look for the curvature, that should be there. The drop over distance, meaning the amount the Earth should curve down and away from your position with this radius value that we've been given, that all of the government space agencies are in agreement upon. If you go and you test that value and you don't find curvature, period, like not even just you don't find curvature that matches the globe, you don't find any drop over distance, you're going to know the Earth is flat, and that's the issue right now. Is everyone here has looked into it, has gone out. Most of us have done our own long distance observations that debunk the radius value.
I have a question for you. If the globe or the Earth is flat, why the ocean water is not falling down?
Because it's got to be surrounded by some type of shoreline, right? Water needs to be contained. Listen, hold on. Water needs to be contained, brother. That's the way it always works, right? Water has to be in a container, or it goes and seeks level, right? It goes to find level. That's what it does. So it's going to pool in different low spots until it's surrounded by a shoreline of some type.
No, it's
yeah, that's how water behaves. That's how water behaves, brother.
Let me ask you this. Dictator. Let me ask you real quick, because you're mixing your cosmology with our cosmology. So if the Earth is flat and there's an edge, if the Earth is flat and there's an edge, why would you think the water would fall off the edge?
You have to ask yourself why the water.
No, you ask yourself. You have to ask yourself that.
Look.
What makes you think the water would fall off the edge?
You didn't respond. You didn't respond to me. Respond to me. Why the water is not falling down into space?
Why would it fall down? What would pull it down? What would pull it down into space?
Right, because it's flat. You can try it.
What's pulling it down?
You can try it. You can try it in your home.
What's pulling the water down in space?
You have to ask yourself.
Listen, water needs to be contained. There is no example you're going to find in reality of water just hanging out, not contained. Okay? That's just the way it goes. You put a large body of water somewhere, it's going to find the lowest elevation to sit within it until there's a shoreline surrounding it of higher elevation land of some type. So if the water is contained in an ocean, if the water is a contained body and it's a large body of water, like a vast sea, like the Red Sea, there's a shoreline around the Red Sea that's higher in elevation than the Red Sea. Any shoreline that you find is going to have land that's higher in elevation. That's why we call it sea level. It's because the land rises up out of the sea.
It's not.
So because you have no other example in reality of water not being contained to be able to have a large body of water, then you have nothing to go off of. You're speaking from a place of no. You have no frame of reference. Where have you ever seen water just hang out? Without a container? When has that ever been experienced by you?
Look. If the Earth is flat,
stop saying if the Earth is flat. We just told you it's been measured. It's not curving. Stop saying if. If you want to know, if you want us to direct you to all of the measurements and the data, if you want to get directed towards the data, I could direct you towards the data.
You can prove it. You can prove it.
Stop with your if. Stop with your if the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. We've already checked. That's the whole point of us being here. Listen, if it was curving, we would know because we actually went and checked. Have you went and checked to see if the Earth is curving?
No, it's not like that. No. If the Earth is flat, we will have the end of Earth.
Look, man,
you can't
have right. You can travel to the end. We don't know where the end is. It's much further away than what we think it is. It's much further. Listen, bro, you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you or not?
I'm listening. Okay.
Okay, listen. Okay. So we don't know where the end is. We don't know where the edge is. We don't know where the wall is, right? It's somewhere out there. And we know this because you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Gas pressure has to be contained, right? And so does water. Water also has to be contained. Our best guess is that we live inside a terrarium.
Yes, contained with an end. Okay.
Huh?
Okay, a cup of water has end.
Right.
And where is the end of Earth? If it's flat.
We don't know where the end is. We've never been there.
Okay, you didn't answer this.
Well, whatever it is, do you know what a terrarium is?
It's flat.
Do you know what a terrarium is?
What? I didn't hear you.
Terrarium. TERRARIUM.
Write it in the chat.
I typed it in the side chat for you.
No.
Look it up.
Terrarium, no.
Yeah, look it up. That's our best guess. We don't really know what's going on. That's our best guess. We don't really know what's going on with the container. But what we do know is that the surface.
Yeah, what we.
Hold on.
Real quick, sheepdog. Oh, go ahead.
The reason why we know the Earth is flat is because the surface of water at rest always measures flat. Oceans, there's a mean sea level everywhere. So if the surface of water always rests at flat, it's horizontal equilibrium, then 70% of the known Earth that we know of is covered in water. 70% of the Earth is flat. I don't think you can have a 30% ball. Like, that's just impossible.
Since before, the container has an end. And you don't know the end of the Earth. You can't see it. Okay.
So, yeah, I've never seen a container. I don't know where it is. Just somewhere out there.
Dictator, we also have to take into Dictator, hold on. So real quick, let's just go over this because this is a very important part of this that you're not realizing. Okay, so you have a bunch of people telling you the ball is this big. You go out and you check and you find out that it's not a ball at all, right? At that point, you realize the person who just told you that there's a ball, you're living on a ball that's a certain size, that's not telling you the truth because you went out and verified that they're not telling you the truth. You find out and realize these are the people who are supposed to be educating you on the Earth. And they have the budget that's been taken from the people to go and get this information and bring it back to the people. Hey, we went up as high as we could go, and this is what we discovered. Hey, we traveled as far as we can travel, and this is what we discovered. No, when you find out that the people who are entrusted to give you that information and have the budget and have the duty to do so, and then you find out they're lying, at that point, you realize, all right, not only have we been lied to, but we've been funding it, right? Now we have less answers. But one thing that we do know is that they're not telling the truth. So the fact that we know that they're not telling the truth about it being a ball in the first place leaves us in a really weird situation because now you already know you're dealing with a liar, but then you got to talk to your fellow countrymen and fellow brothers and sisters around the world, all across the map, and let them know, hey guys, it's not curving anywhere. They lied to us. So this is why we're here.
Look, I have a simple question. You can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you travel to like China to USA without like traveling over Europe?
You can travel anywhere you want in the world.
No.
By boat, by plane, or by car.
No, it's not. It's not. Answer this. Answer this. You can't or no. China to USA, like in the other side, or no?
Yeah, we don't live on a Mercator map.
Yeah, people do it all the time, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, we can. We can travel to China to USA without.
Right. We don't live on a Mercator map.
If it's flat, we can. Wait, if it's flat, we can't do this. We'll have to pass.
What does flat have to do with the layout of the land? Excuse me. What does flat have to do with the layout of the land? What does the Earth being flat have to do with the layout of the land itself? Flat is a description of the surface. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So, what does that have to do with the layout of the continents?
I didn't understand your question.
Of course, you don't understand. Hey, what flat Earth model are you using? Did you make your own flat Earth model?
Hey, you can choose your.
Hey, Mr.
Listen to me.
Yeah, I think it's about time you just get muted.
Okay.
Hey, listen.
You can change. You can.
Get a better mic, bro.
Hey, Dictator, look in the side chat. All right. This is not what we think flat Earth is. Okay. A map that I posted at 57 after the hour. That's not flat Earth, man. It's just a map. So the idea that you think that because we live on a flat Earth, we can't fly from China to the United States, that's absurd. You can go anywhere you want.
What's up, guys?
What's up, baby?
NASA discovered a new planet that rains cats and dogs.
Yeah, I'm sure. What's up, Amish? Dude, I responded to you back in Frontline, man. That video that you last posted, I think that's exactly what I've been saying ever since it started. I kind of, yeah. I've been saying that, man. That's been my thought ever since I first saw it. We got some new faces in here. If we don't want to talk to Dictator, there's Me Game 25, Jennifer ABC. Yep.
I wonder if Jennifer ABC spoke with Jenna Massey yet. Jenny, my Jenny.
Oh, somebody unmuted Dictator. Dictator. Did you fix your mic?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sounded pretty muffled, man, when you were speaking.
Hey, I have a mic.
That's better. Whatever you did, Leave it like that. I was listening to you like tell the panel that you think that flights cannot work if the Earth is flat. It sounded like you were alluding to the fact that flights cannot work if the Earth is flat. That's what it sounded like to me. Is that what you're saying?
It will works, but in the other side, like from China to USA, in the other side.
The other side.
Okay.
What do you?
Don't.
Can you? Okay, hold on, Dictator. I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by the other side. The other side of a ball? Earth? The other side of
the other side of like is not traveling like in the west, in the east. China to USA in the east, not west.
You're talking about pass, going the other way.
Don't pass over Europe.
Okay. What's the problem? Like I'm trying to figure. What are you saying is the issue? What's the issue?
Okay, if it's flat, we can't. You can't do this.
Do what? Travel?
Yes.
Okay, think about it like this, right? If you have a layout on a horizontal plane, I'm just going to give you an example in your head so you can think about what it's like. And you have a flat table, right? Think about a table. You can get like a little toy plane. You can lift off from any part of that table with that toy plane, and you can go up in the air, move that toy plane across the face of that table, and then bring that toy plane back down again. It's that simple, dude. It's not really difficult to understand that you're flying over a horizontal plane. That's all they're doing. They're taking off and they're landing, taking off and they're landing on a horizontal plane. Everything on a horizontal plane. So there's no issue. I think the issue we're having is you're thinking of something in your head, and you think that's why it doesn't work because you thought of something in your head. It's just simply a horizontal plane, Dictator. That's all it is. And the plane's taking off from one place.
I will send a picture in the chat because you said flat Earth. That's why I imagine. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's great. Like I told you, use your table, in your house, the table that you have, use that as a horizontal plane. So when you sit down when you eat dinner, your table, you know what a table is, right?
Yes.
Okay, you can get like a little toy plane or use your hand even. Just use your hand. Pick it up from any part of that table, pick it up, your hand, move it across the surface of that table and then put it back down again. That's all the plane is doing on a horizontal plane. It's taking off from one place, landing on another. And the surface is a flat surface, which is a horizontal plane. I mean, it's got land topography, of course, but I mean, you know what I mean. You're not going around a ball. It's not hard to think about, man. I don't know what you're thinking of, but that's all it is. Simply, just you're taking off from one airport, landing on another one. It's as basic as can be. Like, where are you getting confused? Like, this is the part I don't understand.
No, I'm not confused.
Sounds like it.
No.
So you understand on a horizontal plane, like your table, you can have something take off and land on another place of that table. Like the same.
It's not like that. I didn't mean like this. Wait. Do you know the west? The west and the east.
Yes.
Like west east. Okay. China from USA.
Okay.
Like you can travel in the east.
Yeah.
Not good. West. Not west.
Yeah,
you can do it in a flat surface.
Yes, you can.
But you will fall down.
You're not gonna fall down.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Go where?
Fall down. Where are you falling down from? What? Can you explain that?
I will send I will send a picture.
Okay. It's very odd, but
he thinks he can fall to space.
Yeah, you're falling down. I mean, obviously, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
I'm not sure, but I think what he's trying to say is Sheepdog at 10:01 posted that image of the Earth and the map. I think what he's trying to say is you can't fly over the Pacific Ocean to get to America. You got to fly over Europe and over the Atlantic Ocean to get to America. Saying you can't.
I want to see what he's saying because it sounds like exactly what you said, Flatman. But I don't want to put words in his mouth because if I'd let him. He's gonna post an image. I think image will kind of make sense of what he's trying to get to.
Maybe just to be warned, these guys have been taking the piss lately, so I don't know.
Oh yeah,
they're really just like what we have here is failure to communicate.
Yeah, it just seems like what he's doing is talking past what we're saying, so he's not really getting the point. So I just want him to put what he thinks he's talking about in some descriptive form.
I did the same thing this morning with somebody else. Like, where's the edge? All that stuff. He just kept going back to it. He couldn't.
Yeah,
he wasn't listening. He wasn't listening to the answer. Yeah, so eventually, I was like, "Okay, what I just say to you?" He's like, "I don't know."
Hey, wait. I can't post my the image.
You might not have perms to do it. Is there any way the guy can do it, or does he have to DM?
I don't know.
I don't know how to get perms. So
maybe you can just DM one of us, Dictator. We'll post what you're trying to post. Just DM it to one of us.
Okay.
Who you DMing it to?
You just have to tell the person who you're DMing it to. Me or, Indio, whoever. I'll post it for you, man. That's not a problem.
Dictator learned that you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball, so you can't actually do any navigation if the Earth is a ball. He learned that, and then it went right over his head right after he learned it.
I think he's resetting to a Gleason's, but I'm not going to say that that's what it is until I see it. More than likely.
I think he thinks east and west are straight lines.
Yeah. Let's see.
I will send it to you, AV.
That's fine. Just send it to me. Yeah.
Do you like?
Let me see.
Do you mean flat like this?
Hold on. I don't see anything.
I don't know why.
You didn't send it to me, dude.
I sent it.
Hold on. Let me see.
Huh?
Right. Click on his name and hit message him and see if it's in there. Because
yes, I sent this in the message. But it didn't appear.
Let's see here.
Es tarde, pero tú puedes ir.
Your message could not be delivered. All right. So. Yeah, I can't send you a message, bro. Like for some reason. You have your settings where you can't send messages. I can accept messages from anyone. But it seems like you have the setting where you don't allow.
You got to set where you can only. Yeah, you got to set where you can only send messages to friends, buddy.
No, I have a friend. I have friends. I send a lot of message.
Yeah, only to friends, people in your friends list. You can only send and receive. You have it set, the security setting, set to send and receive from your friends list only.
Yep.
Okay.
You have to change the setting, dude.
Okay.
I know it's scary out there. People might DM you.
I remember when I first got interviewed by 24/7. I was like, I don't want to open my mic. The government's tracking me.
Yeah, everything.
Oh God.
My little
tracking you, man. It's like, dude, they don't need to just track you by your phone. They could track you by your friend's phone. Like it's so scared.
my little brother in winter says, I'm being cyberbullied. He's, dude, turn your phone off.
Yeah, but
turn
that's
your computer off.
Yeah, look away. Just look away from the phone.
Just
how do I make it stop? Hit the power button.
Yeah, there's a lot of sensitive folk out there. Like, by the way, I know you guys are listening, Jennifer, ABC, and Mini Game 25. But if you guys want to chime in, go ahead. It says there's a long pause between Dictator posting something or trying to change the settings. All right. Still hasn't sent it to me.
Do you get it?
What?
I changed the.
All right. Let's see.
I changed the settings, but
hold on, let me
I still can't send it.
No, you didn't change the settings. I just tried waving to you right now. It says your message cannot be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient, or the recipient is only accepting direct messages from friends. You didn't change it. You do tech support, Setsu? Dang. You must be one frustrated dude when you're done for the day. Oh, used to. Welcome pizza.
Are we running an event right now?
I don't think so.
We should. If there isn't any around. Not sure how to do that exactly.
What are we going to call it?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see if I can do it first.
You think you got globe evidence? Well, you don't. Debate me. I have a conspiracy music guru on my Facebook friends. I was chatting him up yesterday. Alex?
He's a good dude, man. He's come into the chat a few times.
He's a pretty alright guy, man. I like that guy. I was just letting him know the Charlie Kirk stuff. He was like, he concurs. They've been deplatforming that dude. That dude's been deplatformed almost on every freaking. He's been deplatformed on Rumble, dude. I don't know how you do that. He's like, it's a graveyard for me over there.
Conspiracy music guru?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's messed up.
Yep.
Okay, what are we going to call this shit?
Globe Earth evidence, bring it. Or debate a flat earther or something. Debate a flat earther. That usually brings in the The snarky.
How about bring it or just wing it?
Bring it or wing it. That's kind of apropos because the guy's talking about flights over a flat Earth. So, that's pretty good. He's trying to figure out how flights can work on a flat Earth. Right now he's trying to send something to me in the DM, but he's having trouble trying to figure out how Discord will allow him to do DMs because he's not able to pass the message along to me. So he's trying to fix the setting.
How about where's the edge of the globe?
We got E Chrysalis that's joined us. Welcome. E Chrysalis.
How about does the globe have an edge? Let's do that.
That's a good one, yeah.
You know, it's wild. They'll come in saying, no, globes can't have edges. But then you look up the definition of edge and you find out that every surface of a globe would be its edge. So it's all edge.
Unlike Bev's explanation of what flat is, a visual surface condition.
The reason why it matters is because they do a lot of their proofs from claiming the globe has an edge and that it's in a specific location and it's doing specific things. Whereas an edge isn't contingent to the Earth being flat whatsoever. It is necessary for their globe claims.
Yeah, Amish is into that clickbait marketing. That's reeling them in. It's kind of like the promotions you get in the newspaper for vehicles like you want to purchase. They lure you in with like saying no money down, no nothing, and at the very fine print it says only if you qualify. Like,
hey, that would be a good header. No money down, no upfront payment, only if you call. Or was it no money down, no monthly payment, only if you qualify?
And that's usually nobody because everybody's in debt. So, yeah. Free nitro for globe proof. Ah, yeah, that'd be something easily. Free nitro for 1 month if you present globe evidence that can be substantiated. Why not?
Hey, AV.
What's up, Dictator?
I changed the settings, but it appears like you didn't accept in your settings message from others.
Hold on a second.
Because we are not friends.
Yeah. I think so, but hold on. I've been accepting chats from other people, so I don't know.
Me too, but I don't know why.
That's why you got to join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's a fully boosted server, and you can exchange large files.
You guys ready for the atomic gyro?
The atomic gyro?
Yes, you know how there's fiber optic gyros, ring laser gyros, mechanical gyros. Supposedly there's going to be an atomic gyro.
The cesium gyro?
Which will have a true inertial differentiation on all axes, so it'll actually be able to record all its relative motions from an initial point to an end point. And the software that they want to have for it will essentially make a three-dimensional map, much like a video game map, where it just course tracks you, and you can zoom in, zoom out, see how it moves, see if it takes an arc, see if it goes straight, see if it zigzags. It's gonna be hot when that comes out, because a lot of Globers and flat earthers will be trying to use it to prove their points.
Yeah, I have my settings turned on, so I don't know why. Direct messages, allow DMs from other server members, message requests, everything's on. Yep, I got everything on. Yeah, it's you, Dictator. You're the one that's not allowing messages.
Mensa, which would have been
I have a little, like, from Discord, a video that shows you how to do it if you want it. It's like a how-to from the article. It's just from Discord support.
I tried to send him a message too, and he's got his shit turned off.
Yeah, look.
Oh, I have everything. Everything's
no, you don't.
on.
Here, no, you don't. Here,
You don't.
I'll put it in the text chat. You'll see. This is from Discord support, so hopefully it allows me to. Okay, yeah. Look at that. Click on that link, and then go and see. Like, there's a little GIF that shows exactly what to do.
Okay.
You might need to scroll down to the GIF.
clock tower as well.
Vegan debate, is that one of the things that's on right now? One of the Hell no.
Our event will start in 5 minutes.
Welcome, everybody who's joining. Or welcome back, I should say.
I don't know. I have everything on.
Okay.
I read.
Restart your Discord. You can restart your Discord. Try that. Turn all the settings on and then restart Discord. Maybe the security settings. Maybe you have to reboot the app for it to change.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good advice.
Reboot your router.
Remember, we used to tell people that long ago. We used to troll people with that Indio. You remember those days? Hit Control.
Oh yeah.
Or Control. What was it? Alt 4. If you want, like, to get,
Control Alt F4. Yeah.
yeah. Control Alt F4 if you really want to know the secrets or whatever. You put some kind of trollish thing, and then they click Control Alt F4.
It's just yeah. It's actually just now I think about it, it's Alt F4. It'll shut your window.
Yeah. Yeah, just hit Alt F4 if you want to find out the secrets to Flat Earth.
And don't reroute your booter.
And then go outside.
And then go outside. Yeah, that's good. Let's see you, Sheepdog.
You can also do Control Delete and then close your task manager and then go outside.
There's some stuff I want to talk about, but it's only for Frontline. It'll get us like down the rabbit hole of some other stuff I've seen. Pretty intense.
I've seen some of your stuff, and I'm seeing more stuff out there today.
Yeah, did you see what we're posting?
I've seen some of it, yeah.
What Amish posted is what I've been saying, bro. I've been saying that.
You posted a general?
Yep. I usually leave stuff there. But the other shit that I posted prior to that, look at that stuff. You have to probably scroll up a little bit.
Yeah. I got some things to say too.
Because she was just nominated as CEO yesterday. But that's odd because... Oh, I won't say anymore.
Yeah. No, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. We can talk about it.
Today, there's.
I don't know if I'll be able to join like a show or something like that. Like I said, I'm still struggling with work. But at some point, I'll get in there and sit down and talk to all y'all and give you my take, and then maybe that might kind of like fan the flames for conversation if I can't make it into the actual episode.
I'd say like this, man. There's like 2 or 3 levels of distractions before you get down to the base root of what really could be.
It's actually like 6 or 7 at least.
Yeah, it's so layered, dude. This one is so layered.
Like ridiculous.
It'll have somebody who's has a conspiratorial mindset to be like battling with each other. No, it's not that, it's this. No, it's not that, it's this. Like, yeah. Shit that I want to talk to Jedi. Oh, he's here. Jedi. Dude. Holy smokes, bro.
What's up, man? What's up?
I'll talk about frontline topics.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just tell you, maybe a bit cryptic, but there was something that Donald T said about his visit over there and who he didn't see, who he didn't want to see.
Oh yeah, I literally watched it about 2 minutes ago. He made a request not to see the Mayor of London.
Right.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Oh, because the Mayor of London's an arsehole. Have you seen what he's done to our capital city?
Yeah, dude. Oh, did you see the videos that I put in? Like, dude, you got to catch up to general chat, bro.
All right, man. I will do in a bit.
It's a bit stacked right now.
Awesome stuff, man.
Pertaining to what we've been discussing.
Yeah, for sure. I'll check it out, dude.
You're gonna probably take a walk after you do. Let's put it that way.
Hey, I got another idea for a text chat over there. You call it layers, and then just whenever something is going on and there's like layers to a story, we could post only that stuff in there, stack it up.
Yeah, this does have a lot of layers.
Like the layers that are surrounding just that company, and then the layers that are like within
the incident,
and then the layers that are within the government, and then the layers that transcend overseas. It's just like layers on layers on layers.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess every year that goes by, we get a bit more advanced with technology and with like communication. So it's going to be harder for things to be hidden. Let's put it that way. There's so many different angles that everybody's like looking into, and then everybody's thought process come together with like social media. So it's kind of like, dude, I was thinking the same thing this other guy was, and yeah. I guess Dictator's not going to get this thing resolved on his end, it seems.
There's
hey guys, I have everything's on, but I still
send it to me,
enable.
Dictator.
Okay, I will try with you.
If he doesn't get
I have direct message.
If he doesn't get it to you, then we absolutely know he's got it on his end.
Because I have everything turned off, man.
Yeah.
I can't with you.
Damn.
Also,
yeah.
Man, look. I watch. What did you send me about content and social? I have everything's on. I have direct messages on.
Holy crap! Listen, join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
I bet the files
in there.
Yeah, that'd be better. That's
then ping in there.
It's the only resolution.
Hey, by the way, when I'm giving someone an instruction to go to a certain location, don't interrupt. Thanks. Completely counterproductive. So for that offense, help facilitate him join 24/7 Flat Earth. Thanks.
Was I cutting you off, bro? I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say discord.gg/Flat Earth, and then, my bad.
No, it wasn't you, but there is a trend of an impulse with people that when people are giving people directions to go somewhere, to join something, to do something, they feel like they need to be a second or third wheel to interject, and they just completely run over what you're saying. It's one of my pet peeves.
Yeah, I get that from my end too, so I understand.
Right, so give that dude the link, have him join, ping him there. We're fully boosted, so we have certain size limits. He's going to be on our server. It'll be great. Make it happen.
Yeah, I sent him a DM and it won't go through.
Yep. We were saying that earlier. So.
Holy crap! Dude, we already figured out you can't get the DMs, dude.
Well, then how else am I supposed to get him over there, dude? Since you're telling me I need to facilitate this, right? Because I'm the one interrupting all the time. So I don't have impulse.
Dude, holy crap. Dude, we have a link. You can literally say it to him with your mouth. You can post it in the chat. Too. You can read. I can too. Holy crap, dude. If I could, I would have done it myself.
Okay, so the event has started, man. Are we still waiting on dude?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It just seems to be, Yeah, Dr. Yoder put it in the text chat. So, if there's any.
Yeah, we have the link in our bots, which are at the top of the channel. They're bright red. They say YouTube on it. They say 24/7 Flat Earth. It's discord.gg/Flat Earth. Very easy to find.
I can't send nothing, even in the server chat. I don't know why.
Yeah, once you join our server, we can give you full perms to send stuff. Okay. Or we could keep talking about how you can't do it here or in DMs. Which one you want to do? You want to solve the problem, or you want to keep talking about the problem? Once we're in our main server, we could then give you links to file sharing protocols, etc., etc.
No, look, it's about discussing. It's about discussing. I am here to just practice my English, because I don't know what is problem.
Okay, so you're abandoning sending the information you wanted to send. So I just wasted all my time. If you don't want to send the information, fine. Just say you don't want to send it. But if you want to send it, let's solve it. Let's get it done.
No, I want.
Okay, so look at the link that was just posted in the chat, or click on either the YouTube bots, and you'll get a link to our main server. Go there. We'll give you full perms, and we'll help you there, since we won't be restricted by any perm issues.
There is no flat Earth.
So now you're just going to start coping. Really? You can't find information, but you're going to say there's no flat Earth because you can't find information. That's crazy.
I can make logical conclusions, bro. I don't.
Okay, so give us the logical syllogism for your logical conclusion.
If you just go further and further and further, you'll be at the same point after some time, bro.
Okay, dude, check this out. Is east and west a circle?
East and west a circle?
Yeah, are they circles? If you stay east and continue east, will you go in a circle?
You will be back at east after some time.
Yeah,
so
circle, right?
You can clarify as a circle.
Yeah, circle, right? Circle,
maybe.
Right?
What
do you mean maybe?
I just don't understand why are you asking it as a circle? It's a sphere.
Okay, because it's called no, we're not on a planet, and it's definitely not a sphere, but it's called circumnavigation, right? That means going in a circle. Navigating in a circle.
And you can't do this in a flat Earth. So you can't have a circle on a flat Earth. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
So Euclidean geometry doesn't exist. So Euclidean geometry doesn't exist. You don't have a circle on a flat Earth. Are you retarded?
What? I didn't hear you.
Can you have a circle? Okay, dude. Stop trying to deflect. Can you? Because your little evidence just got shot down. This should have been done freaking 30 minutes ago. So, can you have a circle on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
No.
No circles on a flat Earth.
Look.
Really?
You can't look. You can't go.
Yeah. So no circles on a flat Earth.
No,
You're
no,
never
you
going to get
can't.
past that, dude. We're not moving past that, dude. We're not moving past. So I can't draw a circle on a flat sheet of paper.
Listen. You have to learn how to listen. Listen, man.
Yeah.
You can't
You
do
just
circles.
said there's no circles on a flat Earth. I don't need to listen to shit.
Listen.
Okay. Let's say you can draw it.
Wait. You have to understand me. You can look. You can do a circle on the surface, like draw.
Yeah, that's right.
But you can do a circle like to go the bottom of the surface and to go.
How do you know you're going on the bottom though?
To go like in the top.
How do you know you're flipping? Yeah, I understand you. You said, how are you flipping upside down in your circle? How do you know you're flipping upside down?
You have to ask.
How do you know the circle is that way? How do you know it's not? Listen, I'm asking you really simply. How do you know you're going upside down in a circle or a left or right circle? How do you know which one you're doing?
Man, I don't know because the earth is not flat. You can't do this. You can't just.
Okay, so this.
You can't do. Look. You can't just like do circles on the surface. Okay, but
yeah, that's right.
I mentioned. Look, that's right. There, I mentioned this before with AV. Do you can travel to China, to America, and east, other side, like east, and go back to China.
That's right.
You can
in a circle.
You can,
because east and west are a circle. All you did was circle the north. Listen, shut up. You circled the North Pole. You circled the North. Dude, stop talking. You circled the North Pole.
No, you didn't respond. You didn't respond to me. No,
I did. You said it was not possible. You said listen. You said if you go east from China, you come back to the same place. That's a circle.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a circle.
Because the circle. If you have,
it's a circle around the North Pole.
Look. If we have flat Earth, we can't do this.
You can't circle around the North Pole on a flat Earth.
We can't.
Is that what you're saying?
We can't do this. If you want to do this, you have to travel in the bottom of the flat.
No, you don't, dude. No, you don't.
No.
Okay, look in the side chat, brother. Old dude posted an image. Look in the side chat. You're getting muted until you look in the side chat. Okay.
Look.
Okay, you're just getting muted, bro.
Yes,
I'm trying to be nice to you. Yeah, is that a circle?
I see it.
Yeah, is that a circle? Is he circumnavigating a flat Earth?
Man, this is with the end, with the edge.
With an edge. Yeah, because we have to represent it in a piece of paper. We can't represent it with the entire Earth. Sorry, dude. Sorry, you can't freaking fit the Earth in a GIF.
Look,
you're dishonest and disingenuous, brother.
Man,
no, you are. So, other guy, does circumnavigation work on a flat Earth? Look in the side chat. Someone else want to talk to Douchinator? Because he's not listening. He's hard of hearing. Mic check 1, 2. It's pretty bad, Dictator, when nobody wants to talk to you. I'm going to unmute you. We're going to try this again. Okay? We're going to try again. Only listen this time. Because I'm going to start asking you to repeat what I said to you to make sure you're listening. Because you guys have a problem. We understand your arguments. We've heard them thousands of times before. You're not clever. You're not telling us something new. Okay, Dictator, you want to try again? Yeah, tell me something. It better not be about flat earthers. If it's some social commentary, I'm going to mute you right away.
Are you the admin?
I'm a mod in this chat.
Look, you can't mute me. Are you the admin? Just tell me.
I am a moderator in this chat. No, I am not the admin. The admin would be the top guy. I am not the top guy.
Okay. You can't mute me. If I was in your place, I will not mute you.
I don't care.
If we have like if we don't have the same points of view.
This isn't a point of view. You denied that you can have a circle on a flat surface.
Look,
okay?
Just listen.
Will you concede that that was a dumb thing to say?
Man, just listen.
Yeah, I'm not listening until you fucking concede and humble yourself, bro. Okay? You said something very dumb. There can't be circles on flat surfaces. That was dumb.
Look, you have to accept this.
Accept that you don't know second grade geometry. You have to accept that.
No, you have to accept it. Not like you have to accept the point of view.
This isn't, listen, this isn't a point of view. You can have circles on a flat surface. That was proven probably 4,000 years ago or longer. And you're going to debate it.
Look, you don't understand anything, man.
Repeat to me what I just said to you.
Man, you don't look.
Repeat to me what I just said to you, because if you're not listening, you're going on mute, bro. Repeat to me back what I just said to you. That's what I thought.
Did he end up posting his evidence?
No. He didn't do anything.
Well,
he denied that you can be a circle on a flat plane. I don't know. Go from there. first caveman that took animal sinew and tied it around a stick in another stick and like drew a circle on the ground. You know, how many tens of thousands of years ago was that?
Dude, that's pretty bad.
Dude, the ego clouds the judgment so bad. I've never actually seen such a thing, really, where the idea of being wrong to a flat earther is so repulsive that you just have to, like, just deny even circles exist. Like, what the hell? That's worse than the triangle problem. Maybe I should change my name to Dr. Circle.
Hey, that's a good event. We'll call it The Doctor Is In, and we'll all change our names to a Dr. something, so you'll be Dr. Circle. Obviously, we got Dr. Triangle.
I want to be Dr. Horizon.
All right. You know, Horizon means bounding circle, limiting circle.
Oh, yeah. I guess I could cover that thing. Yeah, I can be Dr. Circle then.
There's an Arab word for horizon that actually, when verbatim translated, means a man's mental limitation. Something like that.
I mean, I made this event title because, like, it seems to have been a theme the last 3 days about harping about a flat Earth edge. So I'm flipping the script. I'm gonna start asking them about the globe edge. And have them flop around telling me how there's a geometric globe edge, but can't detect it.
Oh, just for a fact, Totem, we maintain a fully boosted perms available server to handle all kinds of transactions, information stores, walking people through things they may need help on. So don't forget, guys, just because we're in another server doesn't mean we don't have the home base. What else is new? But yeah, I'm looking forward to that atomic gyro. It's going to be interesting. It's going to cause a lot of butt hurt on Glovers and Flat Earthers side because there's going to be a whole new field of claims that they're going to have to navigate. Just like when Dr. Yoder investigated the other dude's claims about the data from the satellites, just found that all the data was essentially a model projection being played out as a simulator. Right? So just because you have a piece of technology that you claim is doing such and so doesn't mean it's actually doing that. Just because you have an end user interface that tells you it's doing this or that doesn't mean that that's what it's doing in the core. You got to actually investigate.
Jeez. What's that?
Hi, how are you doing, guys? Hello, how are you doing, guys?
Doing good, man. How are you doing?
Yes, perfect, right.
Who am I speaking with here?
Someone is
Yamale.
speaking. What?
Can you hear me, Yamale? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, so what brings
Are
you
you
into
from
the flat earth room this fine day?
Are you from Africa, right? North Africa. Yeah.
I'm from America.
You're from where?
North America. North America, that's correct.
North
United
America.
States.
You're not from the United States, I think. My dream country. His dream country is to move to the United States of America.
Yes, I'm in the United States. So, what brings you into the flat earth room today, man? You have any questions for the panel, or just wanted to come in to say hi and practice your English?
Do you think the planet is flat?
Yes, we know that the surface of the Earth is not curving. Yes, there's no curvature of the surface of the Earth.
But the scientists have told us that it's around, not flat.
Yeah, we went and we checked the numbers that they gave us and found out that they were 100% incorrect. Not only does the surface of the Earth not curve at the rate that they claim it is curving, but it's not curving at all. So, yeah.
So if the Earth, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, where is the ending of it? Its end.
It's a good question. You have to go to the end to find out where it ends, right? I was just having this conversation with another person earlier today, and the people who we entrusted to give us that information turned out not to be trustworthy. So we have no idea. The people who had gotten all the budget and had all the technology and equipment to get to the edge never reported if there was an edge or not. So we can't know this. But what we can know is that the surface of the Earth is not curving, right? You want to know how we know that? You want to learn
I think
about how we know that it's not curving?
Yeah.
You broke up a little bit there. I didn't hear what you said. You still there, bud? Yeah, Molly? No, I can't hear you, so I guess you left. Well, good day to everybody that's listening. Good day to everybody on the panel.
The road is a ball.
Yeah, that's a positive claim. How do you know that the Earth is a ball? Boo. What's up, man? People don't want to talk. How we doing today, DJ? Ultimate, what's going on, brother? How's your day going so far? Guess you're busy working. Well, I hope you're having a good day, Ultimate. Well, it's better to say I trust you're having a good day. That goes for everybody.
So saying that gravity pulls objects towards the center is outdated.
No, I'm saying your side says that that's not true anymore. They don't think that's true. It's not what they understand, what they think they understand about it. Their guess is that large objects of mass distort the space-time, the fabric of space-time surrounding it, causing objects that are in motion to follow a specific path according to that warped space-time. No force, no energy, no imaginary thing emanating out of mass and latching onto smaller masses and pulling on them. That's not what they think anymore.
Spooky action from a distance. Forgot about that one. Spooky, they say.
Yeah, we've got quote after quote from theoretical physicists, astrophysicists, etc., cosmologists saying gravity is not a force. You can think of it as a force, though, but it literally is not a force. That's like one quote from contributor to Scientific American.
This might just be like a really simple one, but like, why do ships disappear hull first over like, high altitude photos and like measurements over long distances to show the curvature? Why do you
no measurements over long distance to show the curvature, so you don't have to necessarily slide that in there. We know that. We've been looking for years. But as far as your ship's disappearing bum up, that's actually due to your eye line and its position from where you're looking at it. So when you're standing at the beach and you're looking at one of those large ocean liners or cargo ships or whatever you want to call them, there's this thing called foreshortening. So as you know, there's a thing called perspective. Things get smaller as they get further away. And that's what you're watching. You're watching something get smaller as it gets further away. The weird part is, because you're standing at water level and the ship is quite clearly above it, I'm going to assume you're 6 foot tall, so between the water and your eye line, they're 6 foot. Above the ship, there might be 100 foot, I don't know how big this thing is. So as it gets further and further away, it's going to appear to get smaller. So gets a little bit further away, 1 foot from the bottom, 1 foot from the top, 1 foot from the side, 1 foot from the other side. Gets further away, 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot. As you can see, there's only 6 foot below your eye line. So as it all slowly gets further away, which area do you think is going to disappear first? It's actually quite easy to work out once you understand that your eye line is not the horizon. So that's all that's happening there. You've got a bit of perspective going on, things get smaller, and because of the position of your eye line, that's all that's happening. Now when you become more elevated, so say you're up high on a cliff or something like that, looking at the ships, that's just your angular view changing. Why is it see a little bit more? That's all.
If that was the case, wouldn't telescopes or binoculars bring the hull back into view?
They do. The problem is, this is what you guys seem to do. You'll grab a high-powered telescope or high-powered binoculars or a kick-ass camera and you'll put it on its full zoom and then you'll watch a ship sail away and then you'll complain that you can't zoom it back in, which pisses me off to no end. Go to the beach, watch a ship disappear, then pick up your binoculars and have a look and see if the ship is still there. Now,
So
what
you're
is
saying
really
anyone-
cool? What is
nobody's ever
really
done
cool? Yeah, well, why is it flat earthers seem to be able to do it, but yet ballers don't whenever they're claiming it doesn't happen?
Not to be that guy, but like.
But anyways,
is there any source of that happening?
With the optic thing, you will still get the exact same effects, only zoomed in. That's all. So due to perspective, they will get smaller and smaller and smaller. Now the other problem you've got is your angular resolution. So as things get smaller, your ability to resolve them gets harder and harder and harder. So once they get down to a certain size, you can't resolve what that image is. So it'll basically blend in with the background. So that's all that's happening. There's nothing really too exciting about it, but...
That's what I was saying. Do you have, like... I don't, like you do buy, you know, just on hand, but, like, is there any source of someone doing it correctly, watching it disappear from their just the naked eye perspective, and then using a telescope or binoculars or whatever?
Now, you tell me how I'm going to film. Tell me how I'm going to film what your eyes see.
No, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying, is there anyone doing that? Is that you're telling me there's not been a single experiment where this has happened?
Side chat. Okay. I'll post up a video for you. It's 78 meg. It goes for 11 minutes. But watch at the start of the video. You will not see any ships on the horizon, and they zoom into them. So fully zoomed out, you see nothing. Then when it zooms in, they magically start appearing. It's about halfway at the moment. So it's a little mini documentary called The Empty Horizon. Almost done. 3, 2, 1, and it should be there.
What's the best flat Earth documentary?
Depends on what you're trying to look into.
You're in it right now. There's a gift that was posted as well in the side chat. The boat zoom out. Another thing you can do is go to the ocean at dusk. You can watch a boat disappear, like if there's fishing boats or whatever in where you're at. You can watch a boat disappear, and then as it gets dark, it turns its light on, and you can see it again. And not only can you see that boat, you can see boats beyond that boat with their different lights on. Nothing's going over curve.
in a flat Earth model? Can I ask, how does the sun rise and set in a flat Earth model?
It doesn't rise and set, just follows its circuit. As it gets closer and closer, it appears to do that. What is really interesting is, depending on atmospheric conditions, or atmo conditions, depending on who's wording it, humidity, temperature, that kind of thing, you will get different effects for the sunrise and sunset. Sometimes you'll see the sun set bigger than what it is at 12 noon. Other times you'll see it set smaller than what it is at 12 noon. Sometimes it appears to drop straight down, like appearing as if it's dead vertical. Other times it appears to travel off into the distance, all based on weather conditions.
Here's what's funny, though. Hold on. Here's what's funny. Apparently, the video that you were generous enough to post for him that he's just not going to respond to, apparently that answered his question about boats going over curve. So now he wants to say sun go over curve. Tad bit disingenuous, but
I was simply asking. Is it? Do you think?
No,
sorry, not do you think? I can't say that. It's too evil.
Oh my lord, dude! The cope is strong with you.
I was just asking.
Too evil.
Does the sun go over, like, below the ocean due to perspective? Is that, like, your answer for it?
The perspective is the same thing with the sun. And if you look inside chat, Helioskeptic, 20 minutes past the hour, posted up a sunset. And watch what it does. So due to the foreshortening, because you're lower than it, the bottom will appear to what? Disappear first. Isn't that amazing how it does that? It's pretty cool.
So when the sun goes, like when the sun appears to go below us, that's just our perspective of it?
That is correct. That's all. It's actually travelling away off into the distance, following its circuit.
Okay. Why is it that Antarctica will sometimes have continuous darkness for some months of the year?
Why is it the Arctic has continuous darkness for some months of the year? Maybe that's just because the sun's not there. It's following its circuit somewhere else.
Yeah, but for months at a time.
Yeah.
What is the pattern
in your
of the sun circuit?
heliocentric model, you're told that it's because the Earth tilts that causes that.
Yeah, an axial tilt.
So the problem I've got with that is the claim is it's a ball which tilts on its axis. That's fair enough. When we measure curvature, there's no curvature. So if there's no curvature, there's no ball. So quite a lot of their little stories get thrown out the window, don't they? Just because of that lack of curvature. How something so simple can fuck up a whole story.
Sorry, hold up.
Is this dude reading 30 questions to ask flat earthers from Google or something?
I don't know.
I just don't really know anything about flat earthers, so.
Well, I like windy walks on the beach, building sand castles.
Yeah, how hilarious.
I love it
You
in
know what I'm talking
kebabs.
about.
Oh, so you didn't want to know about us? Sorry,
I wanted
my
to know
bad.
about your beliefs.
Well, they're not beliefs. Like I showed you, it's actually measured that way. So it's not a belief system. It's not like a religion.
With you again. We're just not going to come.
Well, you're not understanding it. You seem to just repeat. It's like
I do
someone
understand
hits a
it.
little red button. Repeat. Your belief. Repeat. Your belief. I'm not getting upset. So the passive aggressive bullshit from you doesn't work on me. So just so you know, with your dribble bullshit
that you're simply wrong about a definition. You refuse to admit that. You're being ignorant.
Well, please post up the correct definition in side chat so we can all be right together.
I actually read it out to you several times.
Is that something you believe?
Yeah, I do. I told you they can go hand in hand. You're stuck on this thing that they're two separate things. You can't know something to be true and then believe it to be true. You still have the belief that it is true. Okay, I don't see how that's relevant.
Wow, really? This is tiresome. I believe I can fly.
Okay, I believe I can touch the sky.
Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. You believe that has nothing to do with whether it's right or wrong.
When does a chick in a nest go from believing it can fly to knowing it can fly?
What?
When does a chick in its nest go
I'm
from
not a chick,
believing
so I don't know how to answer that.
believing it can fly to knowing it can fly? Oh, you're definitely a little chick, that's for sure. You definitely are.
You still believe in Santa Claus?
It's a really hard question for me to answer. Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. Next. He has no idea on the Santa Claus question. I didn't expect that. Yeah. Okay. That's a new one.
I'd expect something like, I'd expect you to still believe in Santa Claus. I would not be super surprised by that.
Where do you think I get all my coal?
You're right, my bad.
Got to keep warm in winter somehow.
I'm gonna go on a limb and offer an all.
Hey, Matrix, you kind of just.
I'm gonna tell you, dude. I think I know that you don't write letters to Santa. I think you graduated from that belief system.
The feeling of being certain that something exists or is true. There's a difference between feeling something and knowing something, my young friend. You sunk yourself gloriously. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So now you're laughing as you coping because it's just clicked in your feeble little mind that you were wrong.
I'm still not wrong. So do you not have the feeling of being certain?
It's not a feeling, it's measured. It is known. When you measure something, I'll give you an example again. I've measured my computer desk at 5'11" wide. Why the fuck are you talking? Why are you talking?
If you can give me the equation for it.
You should not be talking. Shut it.
You seem pretty upset.
Do I now know that I've measured my table at 5'11", or do I feel like it?
So can I ask you for the equation?
Answer the fucking question.
Wow. So what's the equation for the Earth being flat?
Exactly. You're wasting time now. This is why people get entertained from clowns like you coming in here.
Is someone in your DMs?
No, I don't think there's something in his DMs. He's not smart enough for that. Or if it is, it's some low-life new one that we haven't met yet. Probably like Brenda. If it was Professor Phil, we would have had the usual markers. I was going to say, if anyone else wants to talk to him, I'm happy to unlock him. But, yeah, he's just not answering questions. He's hooked on it's a belief. It's measured. It's not a belief. I don't just imagine it's flat, therefore it is. We go out and we measure the fucking thing. There's no curvature. Shit, what is it if there's no curvature? So tell me, Fizz, if there's no curvature, what do you believe you live on?
I am. I'm still asking for the equation.
Equation. What equation would you like?
The equation for measuring the Earth. You explained it, and there's usually, an equation.
So there's an equation to work out the difference between point A and point B.
Y equals mx plus b.
There you go, done.
Rate of change of slope. If you measure the surface of liquid, it'll just show that there isn't any of that. So you'll just have a flat line, 0 all the way.
Thank you. So x would be, the distance along the surface?
Well, like you can have point A and point B over an agreed upon distance, and that agreed upon distance, if it was.
You flat earthers believe on bullshit, okay?
Oh, thanks for interrupting, bro. Just shut up. Just
Get
shut
in
up.
line with your cope.
Here, Collapse, can you just wait a sec?
He always does this. So yeah, like agreed upon distance, that would, by necessity, if the Earth was a sphere with the claimed radius of 3,959 miles, like necessitate a certain change of rate of slopes or aka curvature, right? So, and it would have to curve at a specific rate. So therefore, you can, one sec. Right, yeah, so if you've got like a laser and a large body of water that's a distance from one side to the other, you can set up the laser point and a target point, and then shoot that laser across the water at whatever height above the water. And if the surface of that water is curving at the specific rate, as it wouldn't be necessarily have to be, right? If it was a globe, then the laser shouldn't hit its target. But we've got multiple examples of it doing exactly that, hitting its target, indicating that there's no change of rate of slope. Rate of change of slope.
Yeah, and if the guy's itching for some mathematical terminology, the derivative is 0. Period.
Because like Matrix was like trying to explain earlier, like you've got, so your laser would basically be a tangent plane, right, or a tangent line. So that line would have to the surface would have to progressively get further and further away from it with distance across it.
Like the picture inside, chat.
I feel like if you do 2 points, no matter what, it'll, appear linear. But when you have 3 or more points, would that not show the curvature?
If the laser is set horizontal, acting as a tangent, so the laser's not chasing you, it's staying still. As you get further away from that tangent point, the gap should increase. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. 66, 266, 600.
Yeah,
the other way you can do it. Here's the other way you can do it. You can grab your laser, say you're at 1 foot, you then tilt the laser down towards the ground, so then it touches the surface. So in this case, it's going across a large body of water. You tilt it down so it hits the water, then you lift it up so it clears the water. So what you're doing now, the tangent point would be just where you've touched the water. So if it happens to be 1 mile away, so be it. That's your tangent point. So as you go beyond that, technically the space between the ground and the laser, or the water and the laser, should get bigger. If you're on a ball, this is not negotiable. You can't run from it. It would happen. But that's not what happens in reality.
Right, so the model is already laid out for us, right? We already have an expected rate of change of slope throughout a certain distance. So simply taking 2 points is sufficient in this case to invalidate the model. If 1 point beyond the starting point doesn't adhere to it, I mean, what do you say about that? Right? I mean, yeah, sure, you could argue, what's the margin of error, yada, yada, yada. But the interesting thing is over these distances in question, right, the margin of error is not within the standard kind of tolerant, right, plus or minus a couple percent or something like that. It's like the real world observations are off by like 90 to 95%. So it's a clear indication that the model doesn't actually represent reality at all. 2 points is sufficient.
So when it has 3 or more points, it would just be considered irrelevant?
You still get the same results. 0 curvature.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to get nitty gritty, you can do that. And just to be really sure, but in these tests that have been done, I emphasize plural tests there's your multiple points, right? Various distances and various geographical locations. None of them adhere to it. So there you have it.
Alright, I'm going to unlock Collapse so we can have a meltdown. Alright, Collapse, the question is, what video? Yes, you can talk now.
Okay.
Yeah, what video are you talking about? In the side chat, there is a YouTube video that proved flat earthers demonstrating the world is a sphere using lasers. What video would that be?
It's a YouTube video that I saw, but before that, you gotta stop muting me.
How about you post that video up? You've made the claim. I want to see your evidence.
Well, you gotta say please.
No.
So
enough
if
of
you
your
want to
demands, Collapse.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, like, if you want to stop being muted, then stop interrupting. Stop just as soon as you join and there's a conversation taking place, just blurt out something ridiculous like, "You flat earthers don't know what you're talking about. You flat earthers believe in bullshit."
I'm sorry, but I just kind of like just have to.
Anyways, you were posting up your evidence. We don't want you to sidetrack there because you get lost quite easily.
No, that was the assertion. I was just saying.
Yes, you're going to post up your evidence, please.
Thank you for saying please. Okay, now I'll find the video. Alright, so this is one video.
God, Ben Farr. Who the fuck?
His name is Bob, and he was on a Netflix documentary. And yada yada yada. I just watched the video.
So this is a video about a video.
I mean, do you want to watch the whole documentary, or?
I'd rather see the original documentary, the one that you're making claims about, not just a documentary about a documentary.
It's gonna be like 2 hours long.
Don't care.
I don't know. But I do. I don't want to sit here for 2 hours waiting for you to watch the video. What the heck? I
just want you to post up the original thing. I might have already seen it, and I'm just being an annoying bastard.
Why would you be an annoying bastard, dude? It's not
because
really
I'm good at it.
Yeah, you could be good at like
because stealing. I like trolling trolls. It's great fun. So post up your video, please.
Yeah, but doing two things. Hold on. Doing a bad thing to a bad person doesn't make it good, right? It's so bad. So like, can you apologize for trolling me?
No, put you on mute so I don't have to listen to your shit. Yeah. So at least post up your thing. So Collapse, have you posted up your video yet?
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for? Now, have you posted your video up yet?
Oh, it's a documentary. It's not just
documentary, like video.
Motion
it's
on Netflix, I think.
Well, what's it called? Beyond the Curve?
Let me see. Oh, by the way, stop muting me. I'm gonna get really mad.
Oh dear. My fingers
you're capable of getting mad. Goofball.
If this clown was ever going to get mad, I would suggest that whatever medications he's on, he'd have to stop them for 6 months straight to normalise. But anyways, that's just me being a... Anyways, where's your video there, Collapse? Or are you just going to collapse? In deepest humiliation.
And look at Fizz, monkey see, monkey do. He joined Collapse with his own little globe video.
I was doing that before he started talking, but
so you're online looking up anti-FE stuff. Interesting.
Well, do you not have anything to say about the video?
Well, let me get this straight. We have another idiot in here claiming a video, which we're ever so patiently waiting for him to post up, and then you randomly post up another video.
Now, all the while forgetting that there's no Earth's surface curvature. He likes to keep sweeping that under the rug and just respawning. But here's a guy with a brown globe.
Well,
this gentleman has a beard.
How to respond to that.
He has a telescope over his shoulder, and he's pointing at this globe. Come on, dude. I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
I've got a couple of moon rocks. You want a moon rock? Still quite a bit of real estate available on the moon if you want. And now Collapse has already been distracted. Post your video up, Collapse. Did our little friend run away? Indeed.
All right, dare I unmute him? All right, Collapse. Collapse could have 45 minutes of unfettered speaking time, and he would say at the end of it, and I'd like to conclude with, please don't mute me. It's like it's just on a loop.
What's your name? Old. Okay, I'm just call you Old, right? Just tone of respect, okay? So whenever you mute me, I get really frustrated, and you are like...
Well, less meta.
You don't want to see me get mad,
Collapse.
okay?
Less meta. Oh, what do you like, the Hulk or something? The digital Hulk. I'm going to get mad, and I'm going to mute myself, so you can't do it. Well, fuck off, guy. Come on. You're on the internet.
Dude.
It's not like you're down at the pub, you wait till I've had 3 schooners, you look out.
Wait, you sound Australian. You know Australia doesn't even exist in the flat earth model, right? So, like, you don't even exist in your model. How is that even possible?
What the fuck? I have to explain your straw man? No, I don't.
Dude, I know what your position is. I watched a bunch of TikTok videos on this. I know what you guys believe.
Was I in any of their TikTok videos? Making claims to models and shit?
No, but you cannot exist.
Collapse. Was I in any of the TikTok videos that you watched making claims? Yes or no? If I was in there making claims, say yes. If I was not there making claims, say no.
I assume not.
Excellent. So why now would I need to explain your straw man?
Oh, because it's not a straw man.
It is a straw man. You're telling me that I'm put forward a model. I have not.
Well, you think you haven't.
Unlike the video that you're supposed to be putting forward, which you have not done yet.
No, it's the video. It's the documentary on Netflix. I think it's called Beyond something. I forgot.
Beyond the Curve?
I think so. It might be.
Excellent. What we would like you to do is go and watch Beyond the Curve again. And as you'll note at the start of the video, they start off telling you about the laser that they're using. And at the end of the video, they end up using a flashlight. Now, anyone with keen eyes...
They used a laser.
No, they used a flashlight. Now, anyone with keen eyes and half a brain... Why are you talking? I have to put you on mute. Anyone with keen eyes and half a brain in their head would go, hang on a minute, why are they using a flashlight? I wonder what happened. Well, unlike people like yourself who just go, no, it's definitely a globe because they said so, you'll probably find... Young Collapse, that at the end of it, all he said was, that's interesting. It wasn't, oh wow, it's definitely a globe, we've measured it. See the difference? They don't even sound the same. So, yeah, you might want to check into why they changed from a laser to a flashlight. Please.
Dude, you haven't watched the video. You don't know what you're talking about because it's very clear.
Well, how about this? So I can't get accused of a straw man. Why don't you post the fucking video up so I don't get the wrong one? You might be talking about the wrong one.
Dude. We're talking about the same thing.
How do you know? You haven't posted it yet.
Because you said the title.
We might be talking past each other. If you post up the video, I can then be sure that I'm talking about the right thing.
Dude, watch the video.
Do us a favour.
Watch the video.
Post the fucking thing so I know which one it is.
Oh my god.
Yeah, oh my god. At the moment, you're saying watch the video. Excellent. Post it up so I know which one to go out of my way to watch.
Yeah, it's behind the curve on Netflix. I don't have Netflix on my laptop, dude.
You ever tried just YouTube? Type that same name into YouTube. See if it comes up.
It's a Netflix documentary. It's not a YouTube documentary.
Oh, I didn't say it was a YouTube documentary. It was originally broadcast on Netflix. They then put it over onto YouTube for numpties like yourself.
How do you know that? You don't even know that. You never seen it. What?
Well, if I've never seen it then, how the fuck would I know about the laser getting switched out for a flashlight?
Because you're wrong. Because on the show...
Oh, because you're wrong! Because you're wrong! Because I want you to be wrong! And if he's right, oh my god, that will wreck my whole argument, and I don't know what to do from there. Come on,
You're just mad because I have evidence?
You've got no evidence. You haven't posted your video yet.
I'm going to sign on Netflix and I'll stream it. Because obviously you're so scared of watching the video.
I'm scared of watching a video. Hold on. I'm not going to put up with your little Nancy foo-foo bullshit. I'm scared of watching a video. So let's just take one step back. The same video that I've been requesting you post up for the last how many minutes? 20 minutes? Please. Post up your video so I can watch it. Don't make claims we're scared of a video when you're scared of posting it. You clown. Change your name to Clown Shoes. Seriously, that'd be better. It'd be more appropriate.
I posted the video. And you haven't seen this because you claimed it was a flashlight, but no, it's actually a laser. The guy said it. I think I might have to pay for this, but I seen it on Netflix, like I think back then. And it's very clear that you're wrong because multiple times it's been stated they used a laser. Professor Dave said it.
Oh well, fuck me then. Professor Dave said it. That's it, guys. Pack it up. We're fucked. It's a globe. That's it.
I told you.
So, Professor Dave.
Rough D. It's over. Well, I guess.
Notice how they're running now when they realize there's professionals that are. There's professors that actually talk.
Professor Dave is not a professor. Professor Dave, as a professional, is a professional fucking idiot. That's as much professional as he is. My left shoe that I use to play squash is more intellectual than Professor Fuckwit Dave.
Wait, if he's not a professor, why would they call him professor then? You liar.
For numpties like yourself. It's what do they call it?
Dude, he knows a lot.
He's not a professor. He's not a professor. He has got people, listen carefully, he even states it himself in one of his videos. He has got people that write scripts for him. He is just a mouthpiece. He reads off scripts. He's like watching the Channel 7 News. He's just another reporter. Here's the data, you read it out. That's it. So he doesn't know if what he's reading out is true, false, or just complete fuckwittery. And I'm guessing you're just a believer in Professor Dave.
I'm a believer in science.
Dude, go and prove me wrong. Prove me that Professor Fuckknuckles got a degree. Something. Yeah, show me that he's a professor.
No, I'll prove it right now.
Prove it now that he's a professor. Outside of the fact, it's clickbait. That's all his name is clickbait for morons like yourself. You need to unplug Neo.
Then explain why
he knows a lot. He knows what he is told to read, nothing more.
Dude, you're just hating. Like you're
Dude, I'm not mad. I'm trying to snap you out of this bullshit reality that you think is. You're a trip hazard to yourself, mate.
I know more than you.
I know. Well, obviously, you know a lot because you're Professor Fuckwit Dave. Oh, praise to Professor Dave. I'm on me knees. I'm fucking wearing them out. Me favourite jeans have got holes in the knees. Come on, kid. Wake up!
You just admitted you're scared of Professor Dave.
I'm not scared of Professor Dave. If Professor Dave is so awesome, Professor Dave would saunter on in here one day and have his go at some of the best fucking flat earthers around.
Collapse.
Professor Dave is a coward. Professor Dave does not debate people.
The fake. He's a charlatan.
Collapse, can I ask you something, dude? So you heard this from Professor Dave, not Professor Dave, right? Did you go and verify his statement before you adopted it?
Dude, I don't go around verifying everything I hear. It's just gonna be obvious he's a professor.
But here's the thing, right? So I didn't ask you.
No, whatever.
Hang on a second, kid. Hang on a second. I didn't ask you if you verify everything. I'm asking you if you verified this particular thing.
Saying no, I did not.
Okay, you did not. So how come you're in here using that as your argument when you didn't actually double check?
Because his name is Professor. Go on his YouTube right now, Professor Dave, buddy. Okay. This is very simple.
So
it's clickbait.
Right. So if I go in my check this out, right? So if I go in my Discord profile and I put my name as Dr. 20 Cups, am I automatically a doctor because I put that in my name?
If you have doctor in your name, I would assume you to be a doctor because you have a doctor in your name.
Oh, so you've assumed he's a professor.
Correct, right? So you assume, right? But before you started listening to me about stuff that, let's say, medical stuff or whatever, which I would not give out, right? Thinking I'm a doctor, you would want to make sure that I'm actually a doctor first, right? Yeah. Same thing here. This guy's a professor. You would want to actually ensure that the guy's actually a professor if you're going to take him at that, alleged caliber.
Dude, he debates a lot of flat earthers, and every time he destroys...
No, he doesn't.
I can show you a video. I'll pull a video.
So you acknowledge, right, that you're in here. So you acknowledge that you're in here spouting horse shit. You didn't double check anything. You went on assumptions because the guy's got a cool name that gets you hard or something. Okay, and we're calling you out for it. So good job. You shot yourself in the foot.
I don't know how you concluded that, but sure, if that makes you happy.
I mean, everyone here and anyone who is listening on YouTube heard you say, no, I did not check it. He's got a cool name. Or maybe you didn't use those terms exactly, but you saw the name, his name, and it said professor in it, so you assumed that he was actually a professor. And here you are parroting what he says without actually having checked any of it.
Hey guys, some guy told me his name is Dr. Mike. Can you believe that I assumed he's a doctor? Oh my god, crazy, right? Wow.
Listen to it, cope. Nice cope, boy. Nice cope.
No. Yeah. I'm sorry, actually, your logic is very flawed here.
You didn't actually check. Right? So here's the reality, right? So here's the reality.
You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
No. So here's the reality, right? So you don't know what you're talking about. You're going about assumptions, going off screen names and taking it at face value without actually double checking anything.
What are you talking about? Obviously, his videos are out there. Nobody's assuming.
You just said it yourself. You just said it yourself, right? So he's got videos out there. He's got videos out there with certain titles and stuff, and him talking shit or whatever, and you take it at face value because that's the thing that you think you do. And you didn't actually check anything. So all I'm saying, bro, is that you openly acknowledged, right, for everyone to hear.
You said this about 2 times now. It's about to be the 3rd.
Yeah, exactly, because that's the critical point, right? And you're trying to stray away from this because you can't acknowledge that openly.
No, I told you, if you believe that, then sure. I cannot control what you believe in. I can't control what you, but if that's what you want to believe, then sure. If it makes you happy, sure.
Believe in. I mean, you said it yourself.
Project much.
I know that you think. Look, I know that you believe that I said it.
Did you, relax. Or did you not? Did you or did you not say it yourself that you assumed what he said is true? Go ahead. Yes or no?
Dude, there's some misunderstanding.
Yes or no?
It's not that simple. It's complicated. So I never said that I only believe.
You didn't say that you assume.
That's not
I
very
heard
nice
the word
of you.
assume. Did anyone else hear the word
That's
assume
not,
in here?
you're cutting me off. Okay, you're not being nice.
Did anyone call me out? Like, did I miss the context, or did the guy use the word assume when I asked him about verifying or checking the material?
Yes, he did.
Anyone?
He said assume.
Thank you very much. So, Collapse,
when you mentioned about putting the Doc DR in front of your name, he said, I would assume you're a doctor. So based on that same logical line, therefore he is assuming Dave is a professor.
Thank you very much. So, Collapse, if you have contention with that, right, then I would encourage you to go back in the live stream in the last 5 minutes and find your statement, right, your response to my question, where I may have said something and you misheard it, or you're think I'm taking it out of context, or something like that. We can try and reconcile that. But as of late, it does, is quite, demonstrated that, you're full of shit. So take the time if you want to try and recover. Try and recover from it. I think it would do everybody, a service to clean the slate here. But maybe put a little bit of effort into it, coming in here, stroking yourself off and, laughing like a little girl, and taking some scumbag on the internet at face value without actually verifying anything. Please, do us all the favor.
It's very clear you're mad that Dave knows more than you. And
let's take this at face value, right?
What does he know?
Let's take it as in.
Hang on, Kumstain. Hang on. What does he know? What are you talking about?
What he knows that you don't actually is the fact that the world is a sphere, right? You claim without any sort of evidence.
It's measured without curvature. Collapse.
I don't need you.
If you've got no curvature, what shape do you have?
You bastard.
Hang on. So you're going to try and criticize me
I'm being cut
for not having evidence.
Don't cut me off and finish my
you
points.
Openly stated. When you
cut me off, I get very frustrated.
You didn't verify what this guy's saying. Right? You're saying I don't have evidence. Well, I didn't actually make a claim nor provide anything.
You keep repeating that. I never yet said that.
But you came in here openly stating, right, after being pressed on it, and you finally, cracked and told the truth, that you took the guy's word at face value without actually having checked into his stuff.
So, you keep saying that, and I told you multiple times, if you want to believe that, then sure. That's not a problem with me, okay?
Well,
I don't really care what
where I'm wrong, then. If I'm mishearing something, I want to know. So please help me out. Maybe go back in the stream.
Okay,
find that statement.
Yeah? Let me explain why you're wrong, okay? So the reason why you're wrong is because I have yet to say anything along the lines of I only believe him because he said so, right? The reason I believe what Professor Dave's claims or whatever bullshit that he asserts is because the stuff that he asserts are going to be corresponding with what is actually shown by the...
He shows cartoons.
You actually didn't say that, and if we'll go back, what you actually said
is
that
misunderstanding.
His name is Professor. Your evidence is that his title is Professor. And if you think that somebody can't lie just because they have the title of Professor, whether he is or not, that's bullshit. So until you've gone out and measured it yourself, you can't sit here and say that you know something for sure with 100% certainty, because you don't. You're believing what somebody has told you without being given evidence.
Yeah, and he openly stated he didn't verify it.
So I only said I assumed his name to be the case. I never said anything about claims that he makes when it comes to the world. I don't know why you guys try to keep strawmanning my arguments.
I'm not strawmanning anything. I asked you,
I did verify his claims.
What did you verify, Collapse?
Okay. The fact that the world is a sphere, I verified that, yes.
How did you verify it, Collapse?
Well, I have a very easy source, which is NASA.
Oh, okay.
So you have an unreliable and untrustworthy source. Okay, got it.
I mean, sure, right? But the thing is, Collapse, if that was what your main shtick, right? Why don't you just go with NASA instead of bring us through this loop-de-loop with Professor Dave?
Professor Dave. You guys are all scared of Professor. Every time I mention his name.
Why do you get a hard-on over Professor Dave? Professor Dave is a doormat. He's an absolute coward. He will not debate any decent flat earthers. Why is that? Why will Professor Dave not debate flat earthers in an open forum? Why? Like McToon, like the fucking other Scottish clown, there's an English one too that's a complete fuckwit. Why is it none of these guys will debate in an open forum? It all has to be on their terms, under their control measures. Why is that?
There's multiple debates of him debating professional flat earthers. There's like videos right now. I'm citing one right now. Look, see, Professor Dave. Like, I'm sorry, but he knows what he's talking about. He obviously earned his
Dave Weiss, the truther.
He knows the fact.
Dave Weiss is not related to a flat earther.
Dude, he is.
Dude! Oh no, so now you're telling us what this other guy, who is just a muppet...
He's not a muppet. The title says
yes, he is.
As he humiliates a flat earther named David Weiss. And the fact is just going to be
David Weiss or David Weiss is not a flat earther. Do you comprehend that?
The title literally says he is. Why are you rejecting the title?
Because the title of the video says Collapse fucks chickens, therefore we can all assume you're a chicken fucker.
Have you ever heard of clickbait?
Evidence, I would assume so.
It's called, listen, Collapse. It's called clickbait. You clicked on it because it got your attention. All you saw was David Weiss getting chopped up by your Professor Dave. So you went, oh!
How do you know
That's
that?
what he's got to be doing. Collapse has to be freaking trolling. He's clickbaiting. I mean, this is just stupid.
He said 5 things so far that he's later on gone and said that he never said. And you're telling me he's not just sitting here rage baiting. He's rage baiting.
Do you just take everything for face value, or are you trolling? Tell the truth.
This is so funny coming from flat earthers. I don't know if I'm being trolled right now.
Answer the question.
Listen, I verify things that I believe in.
Answer the question. Don't sidestep it. No, you're not. You're sidestepping and you're full of shit. And people are starting to get quite short with it. So if you're not going to answer the questions properly, I might just accidentally not let you off the leash.
I want to clarify something. You said you verified through NASA. You can't say that you verified through NASA because, again, it's the same thing. You're taking something that you have not proved yet to yourself, and you're believing it without the evidence. It's belief, not knowing.
Dude, I know they're correct. Oh my god.
The definition of verifying is going on a website and seeing if the text matches up what he heard, rather than actually going through the rigmarole of checking the material and looking at the data and shit like that, right? Like the way of verifying, like when they teach us verification in like high school, right? You get a citation, you go there, oh, it says what it says, therefore it must be true. Check, right? It's not exactly what we're talking about here, dude. Or maybe, hang on, maybe you're actually still in high school for all we know. In that case, I might give you a pass. You sound like
I mean, like you're trying to
beyond
troll,
that, you're not very rigorous, man.
I am rigorous. Everything I believe in is
exactly. It's just beliefs. Go and make it knowledge. Change it from a belief to knowing.
Dude, I know more than you when it comes to the world.
Obviously. Oh, this will be great. How old are you, Sunshine?
Old enough to know the world is a sphere, okay?
Old enough to... So, how does your age prove sphericity?
Well, they actually force that down your throat when you're in 3rd grade in the public education
they show you evidence.
In the USA, so.
They show you pictures, dude.
How does your age verify sphericity? You're old enough to know it's a sphere. How does your age verify this?
Well, once you get to a certain age, it's like your mental faculties are more than capable enough to understand a certain level of information.
And there's a reason why pre a certain age, they indoctrinate you.
Do you know they've admitted they have no pictures of planet Earth?
They show you pictures, dude.
Yeah, they've admitted
they show you exactly. That's the problem. Here's a picture of a planet. You live on a planet, boys and girls. Where do we live, boys and girls? We live on a planet, miss. That's about as much as your education went. You were indoctrinated, and you're too stupid to realise it.
I was not indoctrinated. I know what I.
Yes, you was indoctrinated. So you know you live on a ball because you're not indoctrinated. You're old enough, and Professor Dave said so. My God.
And NASA. And what?
And NASA said so.
Yeah.
So what you have there is a belief. You have not verified anything for yourself.
Oh, dude, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I know it hurts. You've verified nothing.
I was like, according to you guys, if I don't
go and grab another video so you can verify the first one. Off you go.
No. You're getting it wrong. You don't need to go to outer space to verify.
Unless I go to outer space, I cannot verify it.
And don't talk over the other guy. What was that, Kerm?
I said he's sitting here saying that you need to go. We're telling him to go to space. You don't need to go to space to measure the Earth's curve. You can measure that on Earth's surface.
Damn, that's gotta suck.
Have you ever asked yourself, why do all these flat earthers think that NASA would lie? Now go and Google how much money we gave NASA last year in taxpayer money. $25 billion. That's more. That is way more than double than there are people on Earth.
Where's the fizz guy? I destroyed these idiots. Oh, look, I should ban you just for putting that there, you tool.
Wait for 10 minutes to go to the toilet, and then I come back and someone mentioned Professor Dave? Really?
Yeah, it was collapse.
He's trolling. He's trolling, bro. He's got to be.
Holy shit. And he actually believed he was a professor?
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Why else would he call himself one? Why else would he have that name, bro? That's just obvious, right?
Look at this. Okay, yeah. Ask them how does gravity work without the sphere. These people reject facts. No curvature means no sphere collapse. Surely your massive intellect could comprehend something as simple as that. If there's no measured curvature, I don't know how you have a sphere, mate. I'm pretty sure. And you can quote me don't quote me if I'm wrong, because fuck, I wouldn't want people to run around and mess this shit up. But if there's no curvature, you can't really have a sphere, because the last time I checked, spheres are just like curvature everywhere. Yeah, he's been talking too much. Let's fix that little problem there. Come here.
Yola?
Oh, Fizz is back.
What's up, dude?
You wanted to talk about Coriolis or something.
Yeah. How does it apply to, like, flat Earth models?
It doesn't. Why would it apply to flat Earth models?
Do you just completely disagree with the Coriolis effect existing?
No, the Coriolis effect, it's an, what is it? The apparent, there's a apparent something.
Yep, deflection of an object as which is within the inertial reference frame as observed from the turning non-inertial reference
there
frame.
It is. Thank
you. Where its path, the object's path in the inertial reference frame may be actually straight. It'll appear to the observer from the non-inertial reference frame to be curving, but it's not actually. It's just an apparent deflection.
So it just looks like it's curving, it's not actually?
Well, that's the definition of the Coriolis effect. You can look that up if you like.
So why is it that we're able to see it, but it doesn't apply to flat Earth models?
Wow. Where do you see it?
Where? Yeah. Where do you see? What do you mean? Where's the Earth-based Coriolis effect that you observe? Where something's in the sky moving, right? And it'd have to be in the inertial reference frame. Let's mind you, right? And you on the ground, being on this spinning, turning Earth, right? Observe it to its path to curve when it's not really curved. When do you ever observe
see the Coriolis effect in weather systems and ocean currents, even in long-range projectiles?
Nope. In your weather systems for cyclones and tornadoes and such, there's also things called anti-cyclones.
So what? You see, you think the storm is actually going straight, but it looks like it's curving?
Well, no. I was going to say, like, hurricanes and cyclones spin differently depending on the hemisphere. The northern hemisphere, they'll spin counterclockwise, and then the southern hemisphere, they'll spin clockwise.
Excellent. And anti-cyclones are cyclones and hurricanes that go the opposite direction in their alleged appropriate hemisphere. So that means they go the other way. So Coriolis, the only problem you've got with that is, number one, you've got to prove you're on a ball, which you've not done a very good job of so far, just quietly. And number two, you've got to prove it's spinning. So you've got two claims that you've got to substantiate before you can even have your Coriolis.
And to boot, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, the way that that argument is put forward, this whole cyclone, anti-cyclone stuff, that would, that would imply that basically in the northern quote unquote hemisphere, only cyclones exist, and in the southern hemisphere, only anti-cyclones exist. Is that the case?
That's what they claim, but the problem is there's these anti-cyclones that mess all that shit up.
But that's what I mean, right? If they're all localized, right? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't think who is that? Fizzoff, or is that someone else?
Me?
I don't think they realized that was a question.
Yeah,
well, someone started talking right after, so.
No, there was a pause. There was. Anyways,
it's a pretty short pause. So, are you saying that anti-cyclones just completely disregard the Coriolis effect?
I'm asking.
Well, they're going the wrong way.
I'm asking you, if embedded in your claim, right? The implication that in the north there are only cyclones, and in the south there are only anti-cyclones, or vice versa, right? Like they're perfectly delineated by the equator, and they don't mix up between each other in the same hemispheres. Is that basically what you're saying?
No.
No. Or did you say no, or I don't know?
Anti-cyclones can form anywhere on Earth. It's just their rotation depends on the hemisphere.
Okay, so the claim on the table is that the Earth's rotation is causing the cyclones to spin a particular way. Yes or no?
So you're asking if the hemisphere determines whether they spin a certain way? Is that what you just said? Sorry, I didn't.
Your claim is Coriolis is the cause. Coriolis is not a cause, it's an apparent deflection. It's just an optical effect.
The hemisphere is the cause.
So the hemisphere is the cause. Okay, then. So that means you would have to prove, number one, that you're on a ball if you're claiming for a hemisphere, half a ball.
If the Coriolis effect is something that we can prove already happens.
No, well, it doesn't already happen. That's the problem.
Then we would have to be on a ball for the Coriolis to work.
No,
we've measured the ground.
Coriolis effect. You haven't proven Earth-based Coriolis effect.
I know I asked this earlier. What was the equation for the Earth again?
Y equals mx plus b.
Okay. And
it's just
what does each thing represent? Because my friend here
establishing change.
And I mentioned earlier how that only works if you have like 1 point, but if you have 3 or more points, then it doesn't apply.
If you have 1 point or 3 or more points, and it doesn't apply as you measure a straight line.
No, I already explained.
We
this
already
to you.
addressed
I don't know
that.
if you're.
You addressed that.
Yeah,
earlier,
I don't know
but
if you're
see how it really addressed it.
Okay, I'll
It's
explain
called
it again.
drop
right? So if
over
you have
distance.
Yeah, if you have multiple tests of the same thing, and in each of those tests you only take 2 points, right? The starting point and the end point. In aggregate, right? Because they're all measured against the standard model, right? So when taken in aggregate and none of them correlate with the model, right? That is effectively the same thing as in a single test taking multiple samples of the deviation. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
There you
go. Just to clarify, I don't think I'm going to be talking to Matrix anymore. Just, he's overly aggressive for no reason.
He's funny.
Also,
love Matrix. Just learn to love it.
Okay, that tells me that some fuckwit is in his DMs.
So, Fizz, I don't understand. You were just here defending the flat Earth. What? I just left for a bit. What's going on now?
Fizz is having a meltdown because all of his so-called claims he's realised he's got to prove curvature for. Curvature for his hemisphere, curvature for his spin, curvature for his Coriolis, curvature for his ball. Everything relies on this bastard curvature measurement, which he doesn't have.
So why was he arguing against the Glober that whole time when his claims are that the Earth is globe?
Yeah.
Was he? I didn't hear it.
He was earlier. He was going back and forth with that collapse guy.
Am I
to be honest, both.
Okay. First of all, when was I ever arguing against the Glober?
You were going back and forth with collapse for like 20 minutes straight.
You're mistaking me for someone else.
Oh, okay, perhaps. I mean, fuck. For all I know, they all sound the same.
Yeah, I was not on the call when you guys were debating.
I'm not staring at my phone all the time. I'm just listening, and you guys all sound like you're 12 years old. So, forgive me.
Okay. So no, I was never going back and forth with him. He was actually. I was there at first, and then I stopped and left for a little bit because I had to go do something. Loki sick and diarrhea a lot. Not the point though. I came back and then he left, he left and then I came back. Either way. That was just kind of to address that.
What school do you go to, Fizz?
What do you mean?
Like, what school do you go to?
Not currently going to a school.
Not in uni or college?
Nope. But even if I was going to one, I'm pretty sure they would teach us that the Earth is, spherical.
You're going to school right now. You're getting schooled right here.
Uh-huh.
Well, they do in one sense, and then in another sense, they teach you that it's flat, just to treat it as if it's flat. For example, like in the field, like in physics, particularly when studying hydrostatics, they teach you that the surface of liquid at rest is perpendicular to gravity, right? So that's a 90-degree angle between vertical and the surface of liquid at rest. They teach you that it's horizontal. Horizontal. The surface of liquid at rest is horizontal. That's not curving, bro. That's zero change. It's a zero rate of change of slope. Now they talk out two sides of their mouth. In one instance, they'll tell you, "Yeah, well, surface of liquid's flat," and then in another instance, they'll say, "Yeah, but when it's really big, it's curving." Like, that's bullshit, bro. You can't. It's either curving or it isn't. It's either flat or it isn't. So, like, academia, make up your damn mind.
I was going to ask about something before that. I was going to ask, Collapse was saying in the chat, how does gravity work without a sphere? And I wasn't there for that to see your guys' response, so I'm just curious. What was
Which
it?
gravity?
What do you mean, which gravity?
You don't know that there's different types of gravity that's proposed to be true?
You can list a couple.
Newtonian and Einsteinian. They're not the same thing. They're not complementary of each other. They're contradictory to each other. One claims that there's an instantaneous action at a distance and an interaction between two masses, an invisible interaction across distance, vast space, right? And the other defies that, denies that, right? And says that, no, one larger mass is distorting space-time surrounding it more so than the other one, so that the other one, when it moves through that warped space-time, its path changes towards and moves it.
Are you assuming that they can't go hand in hand? Because I'm pretty sure all of the different forms of gravity are true in their different contexts.
They don't. One actually violates special relativity, so which is Newtonian. Newtonian would require instantaneous action at a distance, violating the speed of light. So you can't have that, right? So you have to have something which is the result of something else, right? So that's why Einstein said mass is somehow distorting this conceptual fabric of space and time surrounding the mass, causing other objects passing through that distorted space-time to change its path, right? No interaction between the two masses. There's an interaction between mass and space-time only. Then there's no interaction unless the two masses meet physically. Then there's an interaction. Besides that, there's no interaction.
They can still go hand in hand in different contexts.
No, they don't. One's an attractive force emanating out of matter having some inherent property of being able to attract other matter, and one doesn't. And one's a 3D geometry, and the other's a 4-dimensional geometry, right? Pseudo-Riemannian force space. They don't go hand in hand. They violate one another. One violates the theory of special relativity. They are in conflict with each other. In fact, the theoretical physicists say that they've thrown out Newtonian mechanics, and that Einsteinian mechanics has superseded Newtonian. It's like it replaced it.
Newtonian and what contradict?
Newtonian mechanics violates special relativity. There's no instantaneous. They don't think that there's instantaneous action at a distance, which is what Newtonian mechanics would require to happen. So that if there is a change in one mass, instantaneously there would be a change in the other mass at a distance. And special relativity says that's impossible.
Okay. So Newtonian gravity is force between masses, and relativistic gravity is curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. And they just contradict because they have different frameworks.
Right, they're two different geometry and different frameworks. Exactly, and one was not built on top of the other, etc. Like they don't go hand in hand.
Is Newtonian gravity not just an approximation of general relativity, or specific?
Right, so you can think about things happening using Newtonian mechanics, but they'll tell you it's not real. It's not true, right? And I can give you quotes from theoretical physicists such as George Musa from contributor to Scientific American, who says you can think of gravity as a force, but that doesn't mean it's a force, right? It's literally not a force, he says.
They still don't necessarily contradict. Newtonian's gravity just fails in extreme conditions.
Well, either way, right? Either way, whichever one you choose to go with, bro, we're just going to debunk it anyway. And you'll have lack of scientific evidence to support either of those ideas. There's no experimentation for either hypothesis.
So
actually, one didn't even propose a hypothesis. Sorry, say again.
So which form of gravity works without a spherical Earth?
Well, there's no gravity. There's nothing scientifically evident. There's no scientific evidence to suggest that there's a particular reason for the motion of things, right? So that we just observe things occurring the way that they do. That's it.
Okay, so you just said that you don't think there is gravity.
Look, bro. Look,
that's not what he said.
Of course, things drop, right? So there's under certain conditions, it's not
planets and moons orbit.
It's not universal, right? Because we don't observe it always happening. But in certain instances, like with liquids and solids, when they exist within a medium that can't support them, they go down. So if they're more dense than the surrounding medium, they have a propensity downwards, right? And if they're less dense than the surrounding medium, they have a propensity upwards. But you have other instances like gases which just expand in all directions to fill available space. They ignore any idea of any sort of directional bias. That's in kinetic theory. There is in the kinetic theory, right? Gas molecules have no particular directional bias.
Density? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, say again.
Are you saying objects fall like because they're denser than air? Because
I'm not saying because, they just do. Right? Okay, when an object is more dense than the surrounding medium, it has a propensity to go down. That's just what we observe. I'm not claiming cause, but scientifically, you can manipulate the density of a surrounding medium, causing an object to move up and down. Scientifically establishing that the reason it moved either up or down was because of the change in the surrounding density of the medium. Or you could change the density of the object too, to change its direction. That's scientifically provable.
So planets, stars, moons, satellites, those are all held in orbit by gravity, not density.
That's the story. How are you going to validate that?
No.
Right, that comes with a whole kit and caboodle of assumptions that you need to be true in the first instance, like Earth is a sphere, Earth has a specific radius, Earth is embedded in a larger space, that space is an ever-expanding vacuum, and that the Earth is tilted on its axis and spinning and orbiting the Sun, and the Sun's part of a galaxy. Yeah, and the galaxy's moving as well. Like all this, right? It all needs to be like these assumptions just they're not proven. Start with the ground fundamental foundational premise, which is that Earth is a sphere. Let's prove that part first. Let's get that down, Pat. Can you do that? Because if you don't, then you've got no foundation for any of the rest of it. It's all based on the radius value, the whole cosmic distance ladder, everything. Your gravity, everything's going to rely on that radius value being true.
So if satellites are, just moving around the Earth simply due to them being less dense. And a step to the right. Well, they move in roughly circular or elliptical orbits around Earth because
you'd need the Earth to be a sphere for that to be true.
Okay, well, we're assuming here.
Oh.
Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry.
The centripetal force needed for circular motions comes directly from gravity. Otherwise,
but I'd have to accept that Earth is a sphere.
Who?
I'd have to accept that Earth is a sphere.
On a straight line.
I'm not going to accept that Earth is a sphere, bro.
So when
why would I be entertaining how satellites operate around a sphere Earth if I don't think that the Earth is a sphere?
If you let me finish, I could explain why. So if gravity didn't act, and they wouldn't go in a circle, they would just go off in a straight line off.
Do you have scientific evidence for gravity?
So where would they, if they didn't go in a straight line, where would they go? In a circle?
This is hypothetical, bro. I don't care. Like,
Okay,
prove
so
the
where
Earth
would
is
they
a
go?
sphere, prove
Would they go in a
gravity
straight line?
scientifically. Like, I'm
Would they
not
go in a
interested in
straight
your
line?
hypotheticals about
No,
how
because you don't have an
tin
answer.
cans
Just
would
so you know.
operate in the sky
Hypothetical,
around a
okay.
sphere Earth, bro. I'm not interested, bro.
Well, it's not a hypothetical because they do operate. You can even go see it with a telescope if you have one.
You don't
ISS,
see
it
things
orbits the Earth
orbiting. You don't see.
continuously.
No, you don't use
So
a
you
telescope
can't
to see.
You can't see the ISS.
You don't see it orbiting.
What is it doing then?
Going across the sky.
Going across. So it's going in a straight line back and forth.
It just moves across my field of view. I can't
What causes
determine
it to go back and
what
forth?
it is, how far away it is, how fast it's going, what medium
I don't think
it
it's
exists
logically
within.
possible for it to go side to side. It would
just
be
goes. It
moving
just
in a
appears in
circle.
one part of the sky and then travels across
around.
until I can't see it anymore.
That might be kind of hard to understand, but it's orbiting. It's moving around.
Yeah, that's your
That could not
claim.
happen.
Prove it.
Well,
Prove it.
It would not happen if we did not have gravity.
Yeah, that's your claim.
See that happening
That's
as well.
your claim.
You
Now
made a
prove
claim
it.
as well, and you have no evidence to back your claim that it moves side to
What
side.
claim? What claim did I make?
You said it would just be moving side to side.
No, I said that's what you just observe. You just see it go across the sky.
Well, we don't see it go side to side. We can.
I never said side to side, bro. I said you see it move across the sky, across your field of view.
Okay,
it appears in one part of the sky, moves across to another part of the sky, and then you don't see it anymore. You don't see it after that. Right? You imagine it's doing something.
Hey Fizz, pro tip, don't talk through him and you'll probably hear what he's saying.
Well, I was actually trying to finish what I was saying, but he was just simply wrong.
No, you just tried to steamroll through him because you think you're important. You're just another guy on here, mate.
Actually.
It works quite well, except I've got a mute button and I can make you go quiet.
So you're abusing mod?
Oh, fuck yeah.
It's the old fundy mute.
So if you just have an invalid argument, you could just say so.
Yours is invalid because you have to verify your claims. Do you understand that?
Getting pretty upset.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get you to understand when you make a claim, you have to back it. At the moment, you're saying satellites fly around. Why the fuck are you talking? At the moment, you're telling us satellites fly, and he's still fucking talking. All right, we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. At the moment, you're claiming it's a sphere because satellites fly around spheres. Excellent. Now prove it. We're on the ground, measured zero curvature. No curvature, no sphere. So you're saying has to be sphere because satellites are flying around. Well, validate this.
He bounced.
Of course he would. He needed an excuse to get out.
Is it just me, or is it like whiny bitch night? Or something?
I got no problem with that. I've got the stick ready.
Well, speaking of that, Antichrist is here.
With the big booty bitch peach thing.
This should be great. Yeah, I'm sure his reasoning for leaving now will be that you muted him rather than just because he couldn't support any evidence.
Just so you know, Antichrist, there's only one tag in here and it's the moderator tag. So, yeah, good luck. If you're in here just to collect more rolls, I can't see that one happening somehow. You're more than welcome to have a chat, though. Side chat spiral. He's in. Interesting how that fizzed out. He started off not knowing anything, and you could tell that, and all of a sudden now he's an expert.
I have a quick question for Koom. Dude, like, weren't you here the other day, kind of just trying to getting roasted or something, or am I mistaking you for something else? Like, did you turn or something? Like, I thought I remembered you being a little bit more antagonistic than it sounds like you are tonight.
I was never antagonistic. I came in here and I've been silent, and when I chime in, it's to defend the flat Earth.
Oh shit! Okay, so
I've had people like yourself call me out for having a name such as Coomstains and it being immature, but beyond that, I've done absolutely nothing to anybody. I've been called out and I've been harassed several times, but I've never said anything to anyone.
Okay, then I must be thinking of somebody else. I remember your name, and it might have been somebody else, but yeah, okay, that's cool, man. We're good.
I love that. Prove it wrong. 1, 2, 3. You literally cannot. Cope. So what have we got to prove wrong? A formula. Well, is this guy really that stupid?
Fizz, do you even know how to use that equation?
He's not even in chat. He's in side chat only.
Oh. I'd like to see him actually use that equation, although he's just going to put it into ChatGPT.
Yeah, the funny part is, he's getting it from ChatGPT, dude. If you look at the format of the text, you see, the H, approx, backslash, frac, all this stuff. This is latex, format or whatever. Yeah, you put these things in editors so they arrange the equation in like a prettier or more readable font. You know what I mean? Like all those fancy fonts you see in papers and all that.
Don't they do that so Excel can read it?
Either Excel can read it, Text Shop is one I use, all these different editors. Right? The website, if you go on the website, the 24/7 site that I have, on the calculator page, where I show the equations of I have an embedded latex processor in there. That's latex. Like this guy's not writing that shit, by hand to try and convey the message. That's he either copy pasted that from somewhere, or ChatGPT would have pasted it in the same format for it to be arranged on the page nicely so you can read it. Yeah, this guy's getting it from fucking online sources, man. He's not coming up with this shit. Fucking guy.
So it's prove it wrong for his formula, and then when I put the laser test up there, simply just explain the fault.
Yeah, isn't that?
And look at this. Did the video take into the account of atmospheric refraction? Someone's in his DMs. Or the fact that the Earth curves. You're a sped. Does anyone want to talk to him? Because I'm happy to get rid of it. No takers?
Fuck him. Hush him up, or it's probably too young to be on Discord anyway. Forget it.
We'll just silence him. Yes, you.
Silence it.
Well, yeah, after the picture that was posted, that leaves a it's probably why I nearly threw up a minute ago.
I'd just like him to come back into the chat. Come back into the VC.
Actually, since there's a few of you having a dig at him, might just leave it alone. Maybe this fellow's got proof of curvature. Mohammed, welcome back. Or not.
That was easy.
Man, I just came out of TikTok. It's bloody crazy. Not only the globers that they are defending their globe, which they don't have anything, but even flat earthers, they don't have a clue. They are people like, it's okay, flat earth is now the trend, let's go with it. They don't have a clue anything about flat earth. And I get bullied off because I'm talking about measurements and that there is no curvature and things like that. I get bullied from the flat earther. I have to shut you down, sir, because you're talking nonsense. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. I had like 1 hour of a crazy experience.
Yeah, you don't belong there, Mega Wigger. Because they're up for a belief versus belief fight, right? Well, my lands beyond the ice walls is better than your satellites in orbit. You know.
The thing was, there was. I started on this Globe channel where the guy was saying, that the globe is real and blah blah blah. I said, okay, if the globe is real, can you show me the curvature? And somebody said, it's beyond the horizon. I said, what is the horizon? He said, do you know what is level? And I go, yes, I know what is level. There is no curvature on that. And then one of the panel member came in and he said, yeah, the horizon is geometrical and not geometrical. It depends where you are. So I said, okay, if I am 1 foot high of the surface, what is the distance I have to see? No answer. And the other guy comes and says, if you are on a mountain, do you know how to take a level? I mean, stupid things that doesn't make any sense. So I left that channel. So I was again searching around, and there was this flat earth place, which they didn't want to talk anything about measurements. They want to talk about the Bible, how it proves, and not measurements and nothing. Oh man, it's crazy. I try. It's shame though, because they're coming with a flat earth title and they don't know anything about flat earth. I talked to a guy that apparently his father used to work for NASA for 25 years and blah blah blah. So I said, okay, forget your father, forget everything. And did you ever experience any curvature or any rotation? And he goes, no, but they told me. But I said, forget about told you. Did you ever experience? Did you ever seen any curvature anywhere that I can go and see it as well and experience it as well? He said, no, but it must be there because my father, he worked for NASA. So that was another thing that I get from them. And of course, he goes to Eratosthenes. He measured the circumference and blah blah blah. And I said, how did he measure? You know, where is his book? Where is his map? He doesn't have any book, anything. There is a map. Apparently, he drew it, which shows like a piece of land which is flat and nothing to do with anything with the earth that we, or the geography that we know now. Nothing to do with it. Apparently this is the guy that he discovered all this shit. Another stupid thing. sorry, maybe I'm just like letting go of the tension that I got it from there, and crazy though. It's crazy. And I'm sorry because of the flat earthers that they call themselves flat earthers and they don't even know the argument. And that is bad. That is sad.
Is my mic still making a funny noise before I speak?
It didn't do it that time.
Say again, sorry, mate.
It didn't do it that time.
Okay. What is it doing it now?
Yes.
Okay. I know what it is. Okay, cool. I just have to keep everything really still.
Like the earth, non-rotating, non-moving.
The earth is definitely spinning very fast.
Oh, cool. Not only is it spinning, it's spinning fast. That's a cool story.
How fast is it spinning?
Get him,
Super
Migo.
fast.
Please tell us, man, how fast is it spinning?
A 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
And how did you measure that?
I googled it.
Good show. So you said definitely. Like, are you sure?
Unsure.
Are you really sure, or you just googled it but you never checked?
I googled it and I never checked.
That doesn't sound so definite to me.
Yeah, you see, it's like all you did is google it but you never checked. It's like my friend, he's very into science, but he never checks. Whatever they say, the scientist, he believes. He thinks when the scientists, they tell him, you are living on a globe, he thinks that the scientist is telling him, and he believes it, but he never checks. You did the same thing.
I'm curious. Do you guys think it's 6 million or 200,000?
What is 6 million or 200,000?
Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about.
No.
Everybody knows it was 6 million, right?
What is it? Enlighten me.
What are these numbers referencing to?
Okay, not related to flat Earth. Come on, 6 million. You don't know what I'm talking about?
$6 million, man.
Did 6 million Jews die during the Holocaust? We were all
Man, talking about flat Earth. What are you talking about now? Nothing to do with the subject.
Last time I checked, that was a bannable offence.
Why you
leaving you on red flag? One of the other moderators wants to bounce you, they're more than welcome to do so.
Why they have to do things stupid like that? What that has to do with flat Earth? Use 1,000 miles an hour in the equator. We were talking about that. Why you have to change the subject to something that doesn't have any relation to it? Do you want to get banned or what?
So, Lunar, how do you know the Earth's casting that shadow?
Because things cast shadows. Everything.
And how do you know the Earth is?
Because everything does.
Okay.
Confused by your question. I mean, everything does.
You're just imagining the Earth's doing this thing, casting the shadow, but you don't know how or if it is.
Why would it?
Because there's no evidence. How do you know it's the Earth doing it? That you can laugh. Prove to me.
I mean, why would I? Okay, like realistically, dude, if everything casts shadows, why wouldn't the Earth, a giant spherical ball, why wouldn't
That's
it?
great.
No, that's
You
the
think
thing
it's
you're
a
trying
giant-
to prove, dude.
You
So
think
that's
it's a
the thing
giant
you're trying to
spherical ball.
prove. You just tried to pull a fast one. You're assuming the thing you try to prove is true.
Yeah. How do you know it is true? That's what we're asking. How do you know it's the Earth doing that?
Because shadows exist and everything casts
That's
shadows.
great.
I've
No,
already said that.
thank you, Captain Obvious. We know shadows exist. How do you know
Okay.
it's the Earth casting the shadow on the moon? How do you know that?
What else would it be?
I don't know. Why are you asking me? I'm asking you.
Your incredulity is not actually evidence, dude.
He's like, what else
Your
would it
lack
be?
of imagination is not evidence. I don't know what else it would be.
Ask me,
It's gotta
bro.
be whatever I first thought it was.
I'm asking you how you know it is the Earth.
Well, because the moon's next to the Earth.
I mean, dude,
like relatively.
How do you know it is the Earth casting that shadow?
Pretty sure.
Maybe it is
Like
a
I would
shadow.
assume. I would assume scientists have proven
bro,
that. I'm
come
sure
on,
I can
bro.
look it up here.
Yeah, we know you would
look it up.
assume.
Look it up. I mean, I invite you to look it up, but I'm challenging you, Ouroboros. Look it up.
Okay, I will.
Okay. The man said challenge accepted. Okay. I'm good with that. I had to stir up a little trouble before we go to bed.
I was about to go to bed. Then I heard you freaking dealing these monkeys, and I'm like, can't
You
do
gotta
it.
throw
Man.
in at least one more round, man. Or we call it a
Kick him in the balls and run.
Maybe play pigeon chess.
Little Rochambeau.
They're running all around the place with all these concepts and abstractions.
Dude, hey, did you see what Donnie Darko posted? It's funny that your evidence for sun rays not being parallel also proved that the Earth is round, dude.
Dude, it's too easy sometimes with these guys.
Bro, you're killing me over here, man.
Yeah.
That could only prove the Earth is round if the rays are parallel, dude. You don't even
God
know your
forbid you
own
should.
evidence for shit. They don't even know what your own evidence is even trying to prove or how it would prove it.
God forbid that you show the error in the video.
Video shows non-parallel sun rays. That means the mathematics that he used are incorrect. Because the angles are
in the
incorrect.
video.
Because the angles assume a globe with parallel sun rays. So if he calculates angles, assuming a globe with parallel sun rays, the calculation's wrong because he measured non-parallel sun rays.
Can mute your mic when you're searching for stuff for Ouroboros. We're getting some feedback from you.
I'm just wondering why he has to find the evidence that for what he already believes. Shouldn't that be like right on hand? Shouldn't that be right in the utility belt?
Well, am I a scientist, dude? Like, do you think
you're someone that's
like.
I'm a layman, dude. Obviously, I don't have all the information on hand.
Ignorance. No, this isn't about whether you're ignorant or not. I don't care about that.
Okay.
What I find interesting is that many of you guys, you believe first, find evidence later.
Yeah.
No, the shit was proven to me in high school. I just can't tell you off the top of my head what it was.
Proven?
That's kind of.
I went to high school like 10 years ago, dude. You really think I'm going to remember all that shit? If I'm just a layman, you know, not studying this shit, you think I just have it on the top of my brain all the time?
Yeah, I just want to get this straight. It was proven to you in high school. You've forgotten how it was proven. But you do remember the proven part, and you're like, well, I do remember my memories of it being proven, but I don't remember how it was proven. But I'll just believe that my memory, the proof of my memories, I'll believe those, and I'll continue to believe it's proven.
Do you just think everything that was taught to you in school was a lie?
No, but you do remember. No? Who said lie?
Or Boris, did you take a test and pass the
It doesn't
test?
have to be a lie. You ever hear of
Yes, I passed.
Ever heard of it being wrong?
But why would I assume it's false?
You're not assuming. Oh, you're not assuming it's false. You observe it to be false.
Dude, I think he's searching for the.
Everybody, listen, brother, and I'm gonna say this. I said this yesterday. I'm gonna say this shit every day. I'm gonna say this at least once a day from here on out. Everybody in this chat and everybody you know has made a flat Earth observation, and an observation that falsifies the globe. You just don't know it because what you thought the globe was isn't actually the case. So 10 miles, supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I guarantee you've seen that there is not 66 feet of drop. But you thought Earth too biggie. It's normal not to see the 66 feet of drop because Earth too biggie. And you just like brushed it off. Oh, I didn't. It's like that conforms to the globe. Like people seen the Chicago skyline for freaking decades. Hundreds of years. Chicago, seen across the Gulf of Lyon in France from Marseille to Canigou. I've seen that for decades, hundreds of years.
I've seen Catalina Island from Los Angeles at least 50 times.
Lots of people have seen it. And they don't realize that that observation, seeing Catalina from Los Angeles, breaks the globe. But they think Earth too biggy. It's too big.
I think the whole flat.
So now the meta. Here we go. Don't listen to what I say. Just go with the meta.
Dude, I don't have. I'm not equipped to discuss the curvature. Can we? I haven't brought that up. You brought that up.
Yeah, can you at least respect what he just said? I mean, because he did take time to tell you that.
I did. Yes, I was polite. I didn't say a word. Like what? Okay, I listened to what you said. I really want to talk about the ice wall. What's the flat Earth model to you guys?
Okay, let me ask
what's
you
the flat Earth model?
Model of
That's a better question to ask. Of the flat Earth.
What does that mean? That's doesn't make sense.
You're talking about the overall worldview of what we think. You're talking about the overall worldview of what we think the Earth is. Oh, you're lagging, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So essentially, nobody has that overall. You're freaking lagging. I feel like it's gonna fall on deaf ears if I continue. You just lagged out.
The shadow of the Earth guy between him and the cell tower.
I don't know, man. We keep getting more. I guess I'm gonna have to stay up a little bit more. I don't know. What else we got? Oh my god! Get your concave stuff out of here, bro. Your Elvis Presley sounding son of a gun.
Who's that? Who's the
Inside Secret?
Oh,
he's always in here.
Oh, I think I talked to him once. He was.
You guys are just trying to mute the truth. You don't let the truth out. You guys are muting the truth.
No, we're muting rudeness. If the truth comes with rudeness, we'll mute that too.
So, Mickey, you remember like two years ago or so, I talked to you about that dual pole flat Earth model and you wanted nothing to do with it. You didn't want to hear it. None of it. Well, the latest and greatest flat earthers actually are realizing the superiority of that layout as opposed to the Gleason one, which you currently.
Who voted on that?
So, welcome to Flat Earth, Miggy.
Nice straw man there inside.
Who voted on the latest and greatest flat earthers? Like a survey's like a Nielsen rating, latest and greatest flat earthers. We got a 7 handle on the latest and greatest flat earthers. They had 50,000 people watch it.
There was a poll that was up, and all the latest and greatest flat earthers voted on that, and we all, we chose the right model.
Yeah, and since we're just a bunch of grifters too, man, we charged money to vote.
Did they get 3/4 of the community to approve it? Was it like ratified and stuff?
No, we just need like at least 51%. That's about a good. That's a good standard
majority rule.
Yeah.
Was it filibustered?
According to Inside Secret. I mean, these guys.
What's with the drama queen fucking argument style? I really don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
But Jeranism said, what Wittes said, but Eric Dubay said.
Yeah, they always say
that, man. We're here, not them.
Here's what you really want to say.
Shut up, bitch!
You got it. You got it. And who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah.
That's the only downfall to this app is like on X, you can like drop smiley faces to show everybody you're laughing.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
I didn't have that one on the top of my favorites. I just did that then. No, though.
So Inside Secret. That's what we want to know about the latest and greatest. Who the fuck is that guy? Who are those guys? How do we determine they're the latest and greatest? Was it randomly chosen? Did we have a raffle? Do we consult the astrological charts? How do we do it, man? You guys just say anything. We just literally will say anything. Disappointing. Quite honestly.
Well, unless you've got something better, we're just going to run with it.
The tweak is heavy.
Indio right now is like, you dumbass.
Where'd that wow come from?
Wow.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it.
Stop it. Stop it. Get some help.
So I assume Donnie Darko and Franz was trying to prove the distance of the sun. Is that their deal?
No, actually, no.
They were trying to prove the rays of light.
Oh, Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Well, actually, the argument was on parallel light rays or non-parallel light rays.
Yeah, but
then
why?
I threw a wrench in the works when I said, "What is a ray of light?" And then
you threw a hard wrench, bro.
I jammed that son of a bitch in those sprockets. Fucking gears and smoke started coming out that bitch.
We got
then Donnie Darko was putting his foot in his mouth and speaking for the other guy. The other guy's like, I'm not saying that. I got them to fight against each other. It was funny. I like it.
We got the ray particle wave trichotomy, right? You gonna throw a ray in there with the particles and waves?
Yeah, dude. You just gotta because they're using abstractions, bro. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, it's real. It's reality." Well, it's not what it says it is.
Dude, and then you read it to them.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like laughing because that's what he posted, bro. He posted that. Like, yeah, rays of lights are.
I'm gonna post my debunk in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, it's just like foot and mouth syndrome. Or wait, no, it was face to foot style. Yeah, that's the one. Face to foot style. How'd you like it?
So you getting up and you working tomorrow? Are we doing anything tomorrow?
Yeah, dude. It's game time tomorrow. Put your game face on.
Dude, my game
face is
always on. I'm always ready to rock and roll, man.
Your game face avatar. Your South Park dude, man. That thing's gonna be the talk of the town later.
You guys told me to leave it that way too. I can make that so much better, but I'll leave.
No, hell no, bro. Because it's so original. It's like when it moves like a South Park character. Like when they're, when they're walking down the street.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
The whole body.
It is funny, man.
You got to give him a hand and make him smack some shit every once in a while, dude.
It's dude, if he animates it anymore, it's gonna get way too distracted. Everyone's gonna be focused on the character. Like, dude, I just want to stare at this.
That's a good point.
Animation.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I don't want that either. That's no.
You start seeing clapping seals in the background, and like, oh man, there's way too much shit going on in that character. He put samurai swords in
going, do this animation, do that animation, do this, do that, and they'll be trying to, and they won't even be hearing what's said. Dude, the message is important, not the freaking puppet.
Then I'm going to be doing like the old Boston, hey, I'm working over here.
or okay, so maybe not too much animation, but maybe like make him stroke his beard every once in a while.
Oh my God. Dude, you're really...
I'm teasing, man. It looks great, dude. I really like it.
I would because it's split screen. I wish I could make animations where, if you're above me, I can flip you up, and then swipe you off to the side, to the left or right.
I'm gonna get up tomorrow
in the next window.
I'm probably gonna get up tomorrow and just be working in our server, and then we'll put together what topics we're gonna go over and have us some good shows, man. See how many.
How long from now? Don't even give me a time. Just tell me how long from now.
Well, it's 11:34 right now, but it'll be when CB wakes up. Because he's on Cali time, bro.
Date?
So today? No, I think he said Thursday.
Was it today? You said Wednesday, right?
Thursday.
Okay.
Today's Tuesday. Well, your days are.
Dude,
I gotta head out, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Great.
Later, Sheepdog.
Peace out, Sheepdog.
Yeah, thanks for the invite to that group.
Yeah, no problem, man. I hope it works out for you, and we'll just have to keep pushing it.
Yeah, check out our content on Rumble too, bro.
I am. I'm gonna play it in the morning on my way to work, and
all right, brother.
Whenever I can throughout the day.
Yeah, thanks for your help and such.
Absolutely, man. Oh, Bendy Light. Bendy Light just popped in.
I'm gonna play that clip.
Who the fuck is that guy?
What's up, Bendy Light in the chat?
Oh, Heretic's here.
Apocrypha, I ain't never seen that one before. That's actually pretty funny.
That's me sneaking in the room saying what up.
Oh, we're emerging.
APOC, dude. Didn't say what's up to the homies, bro. Fuck's
I know, I just did in side chat. I'll sneakily.
Oh, I seen that shit. What's up, people?
Who is Bendy Light? He's proud of his Bendy Light? I like the avatar.
What is it?
I got it.
Blow it up. Oh, yeah. It's a guy in a gas mask. It's Bendy Light from Jamaica, man.
Bendy Light's an old arch nemesis.
Is he really?
Yeah, he goes way back, sort of way back. Still lost, but oh well.
He's like a tumbleweed that just breathes into this town. Just looking at him, he just rolls by.
Just goes from town to town.
He just keeps going, just rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Does he talk, or is he just one of those rappers?
No, he's one of those guys where he's just like talking to a brick wall.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, what a great intro. Great intro. Brick walls. We love those.
He's let me see if I have that meme. It's for people like him. Or that photo. Let me see, where is it at? The one where the cats are changing the tire. Let me find it. You have better luck teaching cats how to change tires than talk to that guy.
Herding cats? Yeah.
Yeah, that Says Who guy said looking through the atmosphere at sea level is like looking through a brick wall.
Or herding cats with the fire extinguisher. Another good one.
The fire extinguisher. It's funny. Don't do that, by the way. We're not advocating for that.
I can't find the photo.
No cats were harmed in the herding of this server.
Yeah, not yet anyway.
I know.
Except the cool cats. Like you said.
And while you're at it, stop in your nearest market in the freezer section, pick you up a couple of bottles of Bendy Light. It should be next to the Bendy water.
Right.
The video that you posted, it's amazing. The guy, he goes to the flattest part on the earth to measure the curvature of the earth.
He's taking a bicycle. Oh my god!
And it's like 100 miles next to the lake, which is flat all the way, and then he comes to the conclusion, oh, it's a globe. What a coincidence. All the measurements he does, it's like flat, and he has even a level tool using to make everything. It's amazing, that video. One of the funniest one.
The globe is a noble thing? What? You mean the classroom globe? How can a classroom globe be noble? What? Has personality traits? That's hilarious.
McToon, in one of his streams a month ago around, he brought out his globe and he said, this is a map. And he said, we can take it's scaled down to size, and we could take a measurement and it will equal over here on this side. And I was just like, this guy, dude, did he not read the bottom sticker where it says this isn't to be used for educational purposes?
They're gone. They're totally gone, man. Like, really. No one ever told them, don't go full Globetardia.
So there's no more contestants on the Globe is wrong?
Hey, look at Phil Bellum just messaged me right now. Look what I'm going to post it in the text chat. Just right now. He's listening to us, by the way.
That little snake in the grass.
Contestants on the globe is wrong. That's good.
Check this out. He says, I have proved that the sun rays are very far away and practically parallel. Too close to parallel to easily measure the difference from parallel. What the hell? Dude.
So is it parallel or almost parallel?
No. He can't make up his mind.
Parallel-ish. Ish, man.
Ish. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
I guess if you're cross-eyed, that's okay.
Yeah. Professor Phil's listening in, so.
Ain't it past your bedtime, Dandelion?
Gotta make your.
Well, it's a special occasion.
Huh? What?
It's your birthday?
No, it's getting close though. Next month.
What's going on? Is there a party? Are we missing out?
The party's in here, isn't it, AV?
Uh-oh. All right, where's the dance music?
I don't know. I'll hum Saturday Night Fever for you.
I got a song.
I'm gonna put Lawrence Welk on the record player.
Tweak is heavy.
Tweak is heavy.
Tweak is heavy. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
This is one of me and CB's favorites right here.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know you were a racist.
This one too, look.
Ooh, yeah. Ew, he obviously doesn't care about dogs or the environment. So many microplastics.
Oh wow.
What?
How many microplastics?
Actually, ew, my God, that's disgusting.
Flip forward. Trillion got fired for being an ineffective globe-tard.
Where's Trillion?
Yeah, he's a YouTube chat skank.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Never seen him in here before.
I haven't seen Rob Noxious for a while. Where's that guy been?
Would the end of that guy's name be Excuses?
Rob Noxious, he got slammed with the freaking 60-foot wave down in Antarctica in his kayak.
Dude, we ran that guy into the ground. We ran him into the ground with that argument. So much so that he said, I'm only doing it to just troll you guys. Like, he admitted, I was like, dude, I wrenched it out of him. Like, it was one morning that I think Helio had his stream on our, like, when we're having the conversation with him, but it got so bad that Helio was like, dude, I gotta go, man. Like, so he took the bot away from the room, and so we kept having the conversation with him, and like, it lasted like another like hour or so. It was like three of us, and I think Sonny, were you there?
Yeah, I think I was here during one of those with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting a bunch of pictures of ships that were sailing around that part of the world and the waves and stuff. Like the waves are like just over towering like any boat. Like,
yeah, I was there as well.
Oh, yeah. Jin was there. No, Jin was there. Jin CBR1, bro. Yeah. We ran him into the ground until he. Yeah. It's one of those things, right? Like where you cry uncle, you know? That's what it was. Like he just couldn't.
Do you remember I said to him, how'd you go to the toilet?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I said.
Because he said a kayak, and then he changed it in the middle of like him saying it was just a kayak, and he went into like, no, I'm in a bigger boat.
Yeah.
He changed
a kayak boat. It turned out to be.
Yeah.
It morphed into a kayak boat.
It was a kayak boat, and then we're like, well, show us an instance where this has actually happened. And then he pulled out like, some instance where somebody was followed by a boat or some other thing.
Yeah, that's right. Accompanied. That's not solo, is it?
Yeah, which is what he said you can do. It was like,
he said anyone can do it. Yeah, solo. Across from South America to Antarctica. Impossible. Those seas are dangerous. You couldn't do it. Frigid water. You're not making it, man. I like canoeing. I know you're not. And I've canoed in winter where the canal get frozen solid. Possible. Man's a madman. Didn't even think that.
Yeah, going through Drake's Passage? I don't think so.
Yeah, he didn't realise what he was saying, especially the toilet thing. You've got to go for a shit and a piss, and you've got to eat. You've got to take food in, so you've got to keep, because you're exerting a lot of muscular force, burning the calories, and it's winter. You want your body to be nice and warm. How are you going to maintain all that and keep the food going in as well? He's an idiot. Yeah, he got it wrong, man. He got it wrong.
That's the thing. You take these arguments to their conclusion, and you find out that it's impossible. Can't do what you're.
Yeah. He said the guy wore a diaper. Do you remember? He said the guy wore a diaper and you piss and shit in your diaper. Really?
Yeah, that was ridiculous, man. Like,
yeah. Come on.
I asked ChatGPT if the rays of the sun have ever been measured parallel. And it says, great question. The rays of the sun are assumed to be parallel.
What does that mean? We can ask Elderbear. He knows all things.
Truly parallel. They converge slightly from a wide source. And then cites Eratosthenes in a big circle.
Elderbear's here with his mostly level server.
How do you know the sun's rays are parallel? Eratosthenes. How do you know Eratosthenes is right? Because the sun's rays are parallel.
Yeah, no, I don't know everything at all. Wouldn't claim that. That would be.
Wait, I mean,
egotistical to claim I know everything. Sure.
You know that a flat screen is flat, though. That's what you said. You admitted that. Flat screen is flat. You said so.
I'm coming to. I'm wondering. I don't know what you. Is it possible that all this time that pi actually does equal 2, and that's been the con?
You're chopping up, man.
You can measure 69 miles.
I can hear him, but you're better off not hearing. You're better off, baby, not hearing him.
No, I mean, I know what he was saying, but it's just like some of the things he said. You got a bad. I don't know where your internet is, dude, but it's just.
Yeah, I know we're in the third world. I don't know about you, but where I live, we're in the third world, and the internet is pretty shit.
But yeah, you agreed on that. You agreed on that flat screens are flat, and you're like, but my garden has hills.
You don't need to play that game, AB. You're bigger than that.
Yeah, but this isn't a game, though. This is your words, right? We're just examining.
It's stupid.
We're examining your words, Elderbear. Why? Yeah, but why do we not want to talk about what you said? Like, that's important, right?
I'm looking because the truth is more important than the bullshit, man.
So it's bullshit what you said? Like, why would you say what you said is bullshit? I don't get it.
I don't get it. If you can measure 69 miles to 1 degree in reality, then that would mean that given the circumference of 24,901, then
is he breaking up, or is it just
I would have to be 2.
Non sequitur. It's another non sequitur nonsense coming out of his mouth.
No, don't listen to Jin. Is it possible that's what they've been hiding from us all this time? And that's what they set up in order to create.
Who cares, Elderbear? They're measuring it flat. They are measuring elevation angle flat.
That's what I'm saying. If you've measured it flat, yeah.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
What is the circumference? What they are doing?
If it's measured flat, because we've got these numbers in reality, Sasha, and you have to make sense of them. It's no good you waffling down there. And you're supposed to take a knee because you're lost.
The circumference, I'm measuring flat. That's all is important for me. The rest I don't care.
Hold on, I think Elder's going senile, dude.
Sasha.
Elder, you're not talking to Sasha, bro. It's Migo Wigo.
Sasha. Is it Migo Wigo? Sounds very much like Sasha.
No, he's not Sasha. He's not Sasha.
Yeah, well, listen, as I told you before, Migo Wigo. Listen, hang on. As I told you before, it's Wigo, not Migo Wigo, right?
Oh, God.
We don't, we have to all go, not one goes together, do you know what I mean? One's no good, we've all got to go.
Yeah,
not
when
we go. We go. Yeah, when we go, we all go. All right?
Oh,
so if
my
all
God.
these measurements can be made in reality, then something has to add up, doesn't it? And if you measure 69 miles per 1 degree, then something's good, and you've got these numbers.
I'm going to let Jen TBR loose on you, man. You're not going to be able to recover.
I know, it's a repeat episode, AV. Can I complain? This is a repeat episode.
All right.
We want to change the channel.
Okay.
I want to change the channel.
Okay. Okay. You don't want any help? Good luck.
Yeah, no,
man.
I'm going to help.
You're not a senile old man, bro. I mean,
Gene is not any help at all.
I'm going to help.
You're not helping at all,
Gene
mate.
talks
You're not
nonsense, I'm telling
helping.
you.
Hold on, let me help you.
Yeah,
Let me help him. Let me
He's
help him.
panicking already, look. Already panicking. Wild based claims.
He's trying to sell you. He's trying to sell you nonsense. He doesn't know what he's talking about, Gene.
I'm going to help
Particularly with the
Elderbear.
pitch data.
I'm going to
He
help
doesn't know the pitch
Elderbear
data stuff either.
if he stops fucking talking. I'll
Who's
help.
this?
So I'm helping Elderbear. Elderbear, nautical mile, linear. That's a linear measurement.
Yeah,
And we know, since we know the water, since we know the surface of water is horizontal. So whenever you're measuring
No, we don't.
nautical mile,
You're talking
on water,
nonsense, Sonny.
Oh, really?
It's not horizontal, Sonny.
No.
You know that.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
it's not
I do know it
horizontal.
is horizontal. Yeah, it is.
All right.
Yeah,
All right,
measurably
you go on.
so.
You carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, measurably.
No, it's not measurably so. That's the trouble. You're
Yeah.
talking nonsense. And that's where you get
No.
lost. If you don't follow the numbers that we have and make
I'm not.
sense of them, you'll get nowhere. And you
Yeah.
guys are talking.
What number?
Okay, tell us when a mile is. Tell us how a mile is curvilinear then.
Let's make the water horizontal, mate.
Why isn't it called curvilinear?
Doesn't make the water horizontal. As Miggy knows, he's changed the narrative. He's realised
God.
that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum. Doesn't make the sea horizontal.
A vertical datum? That's
Doesn't make the mountain flat. It doesn't make the mountain flat.
No, we
All right?
didn't say the mountains are
You're
flat.
still doing the fallacy
Miggy's kind of had
composition.
to
Are you
come round
serious?
Yeah, all this time, Indio. Yeah.
Still?
No,
Fallacy of
Miggy
composition.
realizes,
dude,
the sea isn't horizontal, Indio.
Why? Because it has waves?
No, it's just.
Well, obviously, the mountain isn't flat either.
Okay, can you define horizontal for us?
Does mean sea level? Does mean sea level make the mountain flat?
Albert, can you define horizontal for us? What is horizontal?
It's 2 points of equal elevation.
2 points of equal elevation.
Mean
if I'm on
sea
top
level will not make the mountain flat, will it?
Yeah, but that's a fallacy of composition.
No, it's not. It's what you
Yeah, it
guys
is.
talk about, because you say mean sea level,
What is
therefore
the fallacy
everything
of
flat.
composition, Elderbear?
I don't know what that rhetoric
I've
means.
told you. That's
Fallacy
weird,
of
because I've told you.
No, you haven't. You've never told me. Don't
It's a
pretend
fallacy to think what's true of the parts is also true of the whole.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the whole because
you are.
We've only got the parts.
The Earth as a whole is
only got the
horizontal,
parts,
but
okay?
there's sections which are not.
No. But you have no
Yeah,
idea.
and I just told you why fallacy doesn't defy logic, bro.
That's why you've got people talking nonsense. Because they listen
you're just
to you.
saying it's nonsense.
And
You're like
Oakley, who gives them sound bites with no.
Who cares about Nathan Oakley, dude? Why are you on his dick?
You do. You do. Okay.
When is the last time you heard me mention Nathan Oakley's name?
It doesn't matter. You do the same thing.
Doesn't matter, but I
It's
do.
an illusion to the people.
I don't
You
talk to
tell
Nathan
people
Oakley.
this-
I don't
this
talk about
information.
Nathan
You
Oakley
don't
other
give any
than
substance. And that's
the
why
refraction
Sasha has to
height,
take a knee.
booming or hyena.
Soldiers.
Maybe you can tell us what is the mean sea
Soldiers
level.
on the street.
Maybe you can tell us what is the mean sea
Soldiers on
level.
the street. don't know what you're talking about.
Who cares?
So tell us what is the mean sea level then? What
Dude, you're talking and you don't even know what you're talking about. Your own words. You already
really?
said your own words aren't even truth. You said, let's not talk about my words. We want to talk about the truth. That implies that what you were saying isn't the truth.
You have a radio.
Yeah, okay, yeah, ignore that. I would too.
Yes. Right. If it's all horizontal, measured flat, 69 miles per 1 degree. Between the
Why is
North
the word
Pole and
horizontal in
the equator,
horizon?
90
Or horizon and
hang on,
horizontal?
there's 90 times 69, isn't there, Indio? 90 times 69.
I don't agree that there's a
Earth
1
miles. No,
degree.
you told
Listen, I
everybody
don't
it was flat
agree
Earth
with you.
miles, Indio.
But I don't agree with you because there's no evidence for it. That's why I don't agree with you.
But I've been telling them.
So the
It can be
69
done in
miles per
reality,
degree,
can't it?
you're more than welcome to post the evidence that's true in the chat. Post it.
It's in the server. It's in the Flat Earth
measurements.
Flat Earth Discord home server.
Measurements, right, Elder Bear? Okay, hold on, AB.
It can be done
Okay,
in
I'm gonna ask
reality.
you. So, hey, I'm going to ask you, what device were those measurements taken with?
I don't know who did it, but you can do it in reality.
I said device.
When
I
they
didn't
made
say
the
who
map.
did it. I said what device were they taken with?
Listen.
What a Barclays banker. Barclays banker, this guy.
Okay, you're saying 69 miles per degree. What did we measure that with, brother?
Well, when the land was mapped originally, all right, then it was
What
done
device
to
did they
scale.
do that with?
They did it by triangulation.
That's not an
Not a
instrument.
device.
Back in London, originally they first constructed some really straight, long glass tubes, and they put them on trestles, as horizontal, as straight as they could possibly engineer and be. And that's how they started there, and they triangulated off of that. And then they used
You said
chains.
horizontal was equal elevation. How can a tube be horizontal?
Well, because they made it horizontal all the way along, from one end to the other.
The
That's
tube
horizontal,
or the
isn't it?
ground?
Straight line between the 2 points is horizontal, isn't it?
No, you said that horizontal was equal elevation.
It's not. 2 points at equal elevation.
Yeah. And I'm like, but now you're
Yeah,
ascribing the 2
and the
points
line
of equal
between them
elevation,
is
which
straight and
ostensibly would be.
horizontal. Yeah, but let's tell everybody that Elder Bear's talking shit. The straight line between
You're
those 2
proving it
points is
yourself. I'm
horizontal.
letting you talk. That's the
Well, that's
problem.
what the
And you don't
glass
understand it.
tubes
You're just like
represent.
digging a hole.
Hang on. That's what the glass tubes represented, or the rods. And then they use chains, long chains.
I'm well aware of the techniques.
That's okay. So why are you asking me then? That's how they measured the land.
Okay, that's fantastic. Now,
Yes,
how
and
did
then
they
they put the
measure?
elevation changes in after that, which proved it isn't flat. So we got
Okay.
to that.
No, they didn't.
And then it was discovered that by measuring an angle to a light in the sky, Polaris, for instance, well, specifically Polaris, that if you moved away 1 degree, you travel 69 miles along the ground.
Okay, that's a cool
You
story.
move another degree.
Who measured
travel
the
another
distance
69
and
miles.
with what
Now,
inch?
If you take a map, Indio,
Okay,
Indio,
you
if you take a map,
because I'm
scale
asking a
map,
question. No, because this
scale-
is the crux. You're muted because you're going to answer my question. Who measured the 69 miles per degree? Who did the degree? Who did the angle measurement and then corresponded that to moving 69 miles? What device?
Well, you need an angle measuring device to measure the angle to the light in the sky.
Cool. Okay, who measured the distance?
I don't know his name.
Okay,
No,
how did they measure the
there, it's on
distance
the map.
between 2 points, brother?
Well,
How did
because
they
it
measure the
correlates-
elevation?
We want the distance measurement
Shut up,
between the
Sasha.
2 angle measurements.
Yeah, along the ground. That's what it's just what it's like Earth.
That's what I've been
Yeah,
asking.
how did they measure that?
Who, the flat earthers?
Oh my
anybody-
god.
No, I think they presumed it. Nobody's measured it. Have you measured
There you
it,
go.
Indio?
Nobody's measured it.
Okay, nobody's
Has
measured it?
anybody measured it? No,
not to my knowledge, because I've been asking you guys for 8 years, and no one can come up with any fucking device or technique or who did it.
Yeah, but
you guys just claim it.
Can be done in reality.
Okay, how do you know that?
It can be done in reality.
Have you? Okay, what was the result when they did it?
Well, if you listen, you get a map, you put a point on it, you measure.
No, we don't want the map. We want the real world. We want the real world.
You get your scale. Try it. Well, that's what
we want. The real world. We don't want to measure maps. Look, I can't measure. Look, bro.
Legend.
What you're saying is a non sequitur, Elder Bear.
Bullshit, and they repeat.
Okay, what you're saying is a non sequitur. Okay, I can measure the distance on the map, but I can't measure the angle on the map, can I? So I can only measure the angle and the distance in real life on the surface of the Earth. So who measured the surface distance?
You could do it.
Okay. If I did, what would my result be?
Well, you'll find out, won't you? You can verify whether that's true or not, and then you can stop shouting.
Why do I have to find out?
I'm not
it's your idea.
I don't run the world.
No shit, dude.
Guy's been really hanging about as
you barely run your fucking microphone.
Odd years, telling everybody what they should say, and they have no substance to back it up because you don't either.
That's
no
not going on.
Data.
That's not going on here, man. You're just
same
coming
as you, AV, standing at the top there, waffling like some fucking street preacher.
And
all these people. That's what they said to Oakley.
You got in your fifis,
That's what they said to Oakley. That's why Oakley can't be here because he doesn't have observable data. He can't have him around.
You're obsessed with that, dude.
Yeah.
Are you like a guilty lover?
You're the same, Indio. You're exactly the same, Indio.
Oh,
You're a shadowcaster, Indio. Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're telling everybody else to repeat.
And you do it, train wreck.
I am never, ever. First of all, no one's capable of repeating what comes out of my mouth. Okay? First of all, they aren't even capable of it. So I would never tell anybody to actually do that. You're talking out your ass.
Yeah, you said the other day you cannot get latitude or longitude except from the sky.
Yep, that's 100% correct.
You get those measurements from of latitude. Yeah, so where do you get your measurements for latitude then? How do you get them?
The sky.
So on the ground, so you can navigate. How do you?
No.
How do you transpose those onto the ground to use it for navigation?
Okay.
The distance.
You're under.
How do you do that?
Are you going to let me answer the question, or are you going to answer it for me? Are you going to answer it for me?
You haven't answered.
Are you? Because you keep answering it for me. I'm asking you to shut up so I can answer it, or are you going to keep answering it for me? Okay, so you're going to shut up and answer, and I'm going to be allowed to answer it. So, the elevation angle is you determine where the celestial equator is, not Polaris, celestial equator. Now, there's particular constellations which compose the celestial equator, and you measure the elevation angle from the horizon to that. Okay? That determines your latitude. That measurement, wherever it is, that's what you call your latitude. 45 degrees in the sky, you're at 45 latitude.
Yep.
Okay.
About 46.
What's confused about? But if the sky, there is no sky, how do I find my latitude?
Well, that's exactly exactly. That's what you said.
Okay, so let's use only terrestrial. Only use terrestrial objects. How do I find my latitude and longitude using nothing about the sky?
That's not the point.
I said latitude and longitude are in the sky. That's true because without the sky, you can't find those things.
I agreed. Yeah, I agreed.
Now you're agreeing. Okay, Xanax.
Now you have.
You make my argument now.
Now you have 45.
He's going to use your argument against you.
Now you have 45 degrees latitude. Okay. Now when you use that for navigation, there are distances between these latitudes.
Are there? Yeah, there's a distance.
But how are you going to travel if you don't know the distance?
Because you're going to navigate. Because you're not traveling. Because the distance, like say on the ocean, is irrelevant. Because you're not traveling a land distance.
Well, you're shut up. On the ground.
Shut up. Shut up, dude. Let me finish.
Why should I shut up?
Because you're going to let me finish. Because you asked me a question. Because you asked me a question. They don't know the distance. They only know the angle. They're traveling in a fluid. The direction they're pointing, that's not the direction they're going. That's their heading.
Yeah, where's the angle calculator on my car?
Shut up. They have a course.
Where's the angle calculator on my car?
Shut up. Shut up. They have a heading.
Somebody's measured the distance. Somebody's measured the distance on the ground, haven't they?
Who?
For us to be able to know how far we've gone.
Who?
I don't know who it was. You don't either, but somebody has.
How do you know that?
There is a distance that our car will measure, that we can measure.
There is no measured distance, Elder Bear. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is a calculation based upon a presumed radius from the angle change of the celestial sphere. Period. That's the truth.
Exactly. So, pi could be 2 then.
What?
We know distances, bro. I order shit from China all the time.
Oh, am I drinking right now?
It gets to me.
Yeah, how do the ships navigate without a distance?
Because they navigate by angle. They don't need to know the distance. They're trying to get. Look, they're trying to get to. Yes, and you asked the question. This is like the 9th time you've done it and asked the question, and you answered it for me. Stop doing that. Okay? They don't need the distance.
You haven't answered.
They don't need the distance to get between the 2 points. All they need is the angle.
What's that? What's a mile? No, what's a mile?
Oh. It's 5,280 feet. It's a unit of measure.
Yeah, I know. Well, where did that unit of measure come from if it doesn't exist?
Who fucking cares?
When we have to measure it along the ground. We measure it along the ground. We don't measure angles on the ground when we're traveling around. All the ships. All the planes.
So I want to go to New York to California. I want to go New York to California. Can I get there without knowing the distance?
13 degrees it is.
Okay, can I get there without knowing the distance?
Please.
New York to California, can I get there without knowing the distance?
Okay, so how did you relate the stars to a distance?
I didn't. You did.
How did you relate your angle to the distance?
I didn't. You did.
Well, where
can I answer his miles question?
I don't need to get the miles.
Oh, really?
Why would I need that?
Oh, so it's 14 miles between the two cities.
Look, dude. Okay,
just say it's 14.
If I know that there's a star over a certain place at a certain time, and that place is Los Angeles, I can leave New York, and as long as I time it right, as long as I'm under that star at that time, I know I'll be in Los Angeles. I don't need to know the distance.
Amigo, we go. When you travel around, do you measure an angle to get from?
Okay, you're done, dude.
You said before you
He's not his own shit, dude. He's in his own fucking narrative nonsense.
You don't have to mute him for a breath break. Unmute him, take a breath. Let's keep this going.
Oh, shut up, dude.
He measured elevation. From where he measured the elevation? From where?
He just sidestepped what you said, Indio, just so you can...
Everything I said. You see how fast he got off the freaking course heading of a fucking boat and measuring the distance in a fluid, which is just a fucking ridiculous idea. How would you measure a distance in a fluid?
Can't. And they know that. That's why you can't do the measurement in practical reality. So when you're outside, there's
you could literally be anchored in a fucking current, right? And look at your fucking distance measurement and you traveled 100 miles.
But
you didn't go anywhere. AB, repeat after me, or you're banned.
Oh shit!
Elder Bear's a chump.
He always has been. I think he's a little senile. You ask me, man. In his old age.
I don't think he's that old, dude.
Oh, it sounds like it. I would put him like at least above late 50s. If he's younger than that, I'd be surprised.
Elder Bear, what you need to be asking yourself is this. How come I've been asking for substantiation of the claim of 69 miles per degree for 8 years, and I've asked probably at least 500 people, and not a single person has ever produced? Not a single person, including you.
He'll just easily sidestep what you're asking him because it hasn't been done, and he knows it. So every time we unmute him and ask him, he sidesteps to going back to the claim again. Like he doesn't stop. He just barrels through and asks his claim again over and over, his question over and over again.
Yeah, give me my sacred cow that I can't prove, and then answer my question, or the Earth is not flat.
Yep.
That shit ain't never gonna work, Elderberry. You're gonna need to do better than that. You're not clever enough to trick us. So you're gonna need something substantial, meaning of substance, not a bunch of verbal diarrhea.
They got
when I say
t-shirts all
substance,
over
I mean
their server.
the required measurement, the apparatus that it was done with, the quantified result, and hopefully some replications.
Yeah, they got t-shirts over there in their server saying that they're logical. Seriously.
I know, man.
Their logical, server.
Bro.
Maybe every time he comes through, he doesn't. Yeah. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
Elderberry, I'm considering muting you. Should I? Should we just?
So
he has another problem. He keeps saying measuring elevation, mountains and valleys or whatever, but they are measuring from flat horizontal level, right? And he keeps saying the Earth is not flat. So how they are measuring then? From horizontal level.
It's flat, bro.
Is the horizon horizontal? Should we ask him if the horizon's horizontal?
Sure. Ask.
Okay.
He'll answer you. I mean, at least once.
I mean, that's almost good playing into his game, though. That's kind of getting off the freaking point.
And Dandelion's been wanting to change his channel for quite some time.
Well, it got a little better. At least it was a new episode. Yeah.
Oh.
You haven't seen this one yet, huh?
Yeah, this is a good one. I can tell this one's live.
You guys find any curved water yet?
Yeah, it's in Elderbear's garden.
That's the only place it exists, though?
Yeah. I mean...
What the hell?
Right, Elderbear? Because your garden has hills, therefore the Earth is not flat. Which is like what I was telling him. I was like, give me an instance of something that's flat that you can, for sure. It's like, flat TV screen. That's flat. I was like, oh, that's it. That's funny. Because when you zoom in on that flat TV screen, you see bumps and little ridges, and it doesn't look flat. Just like your garden, when you're all the way down to where your garden is. But if you were to get up high in altitude, you could see the Earth looking like a horizontal plane. Just like the flat screen TV. But when you go all the way down to the ground, just like zooming in on the flat TV screen, you see that it doesn't look flat when you're all the way up close. Funny how that works. So I got Professor Phil DMing me again. Like, what the hell?
I'm not gonna lie, like, I stopped trying. I mean, it's been what?
So in all these years, India, you've done nothing to verify anything? You haven't gone out yourself to try and measure it and verify whether these facts are given are true? None of you have done that? None of you have done that?
You're the one that comes with your
server.
What's your great argument?
You put it on your server.
This is your great argument, isn't it?
These measurements.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
9 degrees to 1.
You ain't seen nothing yet. That's what you were singing the other day. Elderbear, you were singing that the other day.
On your server.
You were singing that the other day, bro. You ain't seen nothing yet. Remember that?
On the home
that was great. Is he going to sing it again? We still haven't seen it, Elderbear.
He did.
I've been waiting.
You still ain't seen nothing yet. And then still, dude, you have not provided any evidence.
Keep your money in your pocket. Don't give your money to these misogynists.
Advertising.
You guys gotta go down the Lake Pontchartrain, bro.
Nah, see, this guy has an argument. He has an argument, and he doesn't know how to provide evidence for his argument.
He will tell you 69 miles per 1 degree.
They're the most logical server that you can be a part of.
Goddamn fucking
I got it from the Flat Earth server, Biggie.
You got T-shirts? Are you wearing them proudly that you're the most local server? Right, Elderbear?
From the resources, 69 miles per 1 degree. That's what it says.
You haven't. No one's measured that, dude, and you know it.
Server.
Who pays this guy?
So why have you got it then? This is my argument. My argument. Hang on. Shut up.
What's your budget, bro?
My argument is for those people who say it. Listen.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
It's fine. But my argument is pointed towards those who do say it.
Yeah. So then, what does that mean?
69 miles to 1 degree.
So then, what does that mean? Then you don't have evidence of anybody ever doing it?
Well, it means,
is that right?
It means there's a choice. There's a choice. If you have 69 miles per 1 degree and it's flat, and you have 90 of those 1 degrees between the North Pole and the equator, you have a radius of 6,210 miles.
Dude,
and then if it's given 24,901 miles,
okay,
then the math doesn't
claiming
work.
That?
Okay, the people who say it.
And who are they? Is it the boogeyman, the tooth fairy? Like, who are they?
Jedi. Ask Jedi.
Oh, yeah, he's
Jedi
claiming that
the link to Nathan Oakley, a link to 10th Man,
everybody's saying the Earth has a radius and
24/7 Gold Plus member.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley.
You can disavow yourself of your own server and the information that's there. It's up to you.
Yeah, find us some curved water, bro.
All right.
Find us some curved water. Curved water, bro.
Who say the Earth is measured flat with an angle to Polaris that derives 69 flat Earth elevation angle miles. The argument is for them.
Okay, so then nobody here. So then nobody
got the
here.
Radius of 6,210.
So why are you talking about the arguments for them and no one's here that's saying that?
24,901.
You don't make no sense, bro.
If it's correct that it's 69 miles per 1 degree, then 6,000 miles. Then the value for pi on flat Earth must be 2.
What are you smoking, bro?
He's gotta have some curved water. Bro. You got curved water, bro? You got curved water? Yo, you got it?
You see, you're another one. You're another one of the lost people. You know, you just repeat what these big guys are saying and you'll be fine. But you've got numbers. People are giving out numbers. Flat Earthers are giving out numbers. Now you're claiming nobody said it. But it's on your server. People have said it here. Oakley says it. QE says it. Adam Meekins.
They're not here. You're the only one shouting out numbers.
Yeah.
Well, they are. Hang on. 10th Man. These people. Why are these people promoted on your server?
Are they here?
God damn.
9 miles to 1 degree on the server, the Flat Earth server.
Yeah, I know.
I know you say it's not you. I know you guys say it's not you, and you're running from it. I know you're running from it, but this argument is at the people who say that.
Well, then go talk to them.
About it. The argument's the argument.
Get them on the horn and complain to them like you're doing now. Yeah?
Yeah, we need curved water right now, dude.
Listen, there's nobody in this room who is on the maybe Jin. Maybe Jin's the only one on the Flurf wiki page, which is very interesting.
Oh, God, dude.
But you're also seeing insignificant. You're not even on the Flurf wiki page.
Who's got a mute button, bro?
I would say that was just.
Nigga, you got a mute? Can you mute this motherfucker?
Yeah, he's got me. That's my goal in life. Maybe one day.
I don't even care him like fucking in 2 years. Like, goddamn, fucking mute that motherfucker right now, please. I want to say hi to Miggy. I want to say hi to
what's up?
Everybody.
What's up, Julie?
I'm listening. I'm always in here. I'm always listening. Mary, Mom. Yeah, can't forget. But like, you guys did mute him, right?
You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. And he was so happy when he was singing that song.
He was. That was really him at his best. That was really him at his best. Really, he should just come in and sing the song and not be unmuted unless he's going to sing it. Yeah.
Hey guys, I bet you don't. I don't even know. Jin?
Jin TBR, yep.
Oh, I'm here, yeah, I'm listening.
Jin, you never back it down.
Maybe you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
You guys find that curved water? Anybody find me curved water? Anybody?
There's no cover water.
Yeah, we got bendy light, but no bendy water tonight.
You know, it's like like April 16th, 2016, yeah. So like next April. But it took me a minute, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It was like I was rejecting. I was never a big space guy, but goddamn, shit fucking threw me. You know. Now here we are, 2025. Am I still here? Are you guys gone? Did I leave?
No, we're here. We hear you. We're celebrating.
Okay.
You were a space guy. You were a space guy, and you've thrown that out the window where it belongs.
Yeah, space cowboy.
Congratulations.
Call you the gangster of love.
I got some legal issues.
Some people call you Maurice.
That's good. That's that guy. I know the album.
You blew your own gaskets in the cupola.
Listen, man. What happens when you have a leak? Oh, I don't know. You know.
It's called real engineering.
Hey,
whatever. I mean,
dust.
These gaskets don't go bad, bro.
Well, then you have a.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
hold
can
on.
we stop this dumb fuckery? So, Daza and Bendy Light, if geodetic surveyors measure a sphere, what is the reference ellipsoid for?
What is it for?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Why would they need it if they measured? Hold on. Why would they need it if they? Hold on. Why would they need it if they just measured the sphere? Why wouldn't they just use their measurements?
So the purpose of geodesy is to determine the dimensions of the Earth, but also to determine local variation. So you have the reference spheroid as like a baseline, right? That everything.
Well, I thought the measurements. But what about the measurements? But they're measuring the sphere. Remember?
Yeah, that's they're measuring the dimensions of parts of the surface of the sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, but what do they need the reference ellipsoid for? They're just measuring the sphere. That's all they need. They don't need a reference ellipsoid.
Well, you've got to
like adding an extra step for no reason, right?
Some way, right?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that adding an extra step for no reason?
Well, say, what are you going to refer your heights to? If you want to talk about elevation, how would you talk about elevation without some reference, right?
Well, that's not the reference ellipsoid. That's the geoid. So
yeah, but it's part
we want the WGS84 reference ellipsoid. Why are they using that?
Well, they use that in GPS. Was that reference ellipsoid?
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. Why are they using that?
You need some kind of reference.
For why? They're measuring it. What's the reference?
Okay, so how would you describe the curvature of the Earth if you just measured a few points?
No, they're measuring lots of points. They did a survey across North America. Twice.
Yeah. So one of the outcomes of that survey is the reference ellipsoid. You get to develop an ellipsoid that will describe the curvature of the overall.
So did they measure that? Did they measure that reference? Did they measure that then? So they did measure the curve, and then they created the reference ellipsoid from the curve they measured?
Yeah, so in the case of that kind of leveling, they do geodetic leveling, right? And which gives you the geoid, effectively. And
no.
Yeah, leveling.
You don't know the difference between the reference ellipsoid and the geoid, do you?
The geoid's a gravitational potential thing.
Oh, okay, so that's not the level. No.
So if you follow a leveling process, you'll end up with a geoid rather than the...
No, you end up with a potato.
Or it's fucking retarded.
You end up with a potato, according to NASA. It's a potato.
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on geodesic surveying, but the spheroid is necessary to refer to as a baseline, so you can compare relative heights.
Okay. Every geodetic surveying practice uses something called a reference ellipsoid, and the purpose of it is because they don't measure a sphere. They assume a sphere and map measurements onto said sphere.
Yeah, so
this is done, and this is done at the first part. They take a measurement and they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to the reference to what the azimuth would be if they were on a reference ellipsoid and project that new direction onto the sphere, right?
Yeah,
so
makes sense.
This is admitted in the documents themselves. This isn't shit I made up. It's what they say. You two clowns need to stop saying they measure curvature because they don't. They create curvature by calculation. They're not measuring it.
Oh, it's by calculation, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not measured. Cool.
Yeah, because if you don't allow for that curvature...
tell D-Light to shut the fuck up because he don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, and like I said, Indy, I'm not an expert on geodesy. If you want to quiz me about GPS, I'll do
It's
that.
literally, when I got into this topic, it's the very first thing I looked at. Okay? The very first thing. I didn't look at flat earth videos. I looked at globe earth videos.
Yeah, but like I said, geodesy is not my thing. Something I can't go out and practice.
I don't have to take my complaint to geodetic surveyors because they don't, Bendy Light, they don't claim what you're claiming. Only anti-flat earthers on the internet claim they measure a sphere. Dude, within the field, they say they don't even measure the surface of the earth, that they're only measuring the direction of gravity.
Yeah, so Daza posted earlier.
So you say that one more time that I'm claiming they're doing it wrong. Your straw manning. Stop, Daza. I'm not talking to you, Daza. I'm talking to Bendy Light.
Is he on call? Sorry.
Bendy Light's out of here because you're straw manning the geodetic surveyor's position. Their position is not your position.
Hey,
they're doing it right for what they want to do. They want to create a sphere out of a bunch of mappings. So they take in a reference ellipsoid and they map their measurements to it. If they wanted the Earth to be a turtle, they would create a freaking wireframe turtle and map their measurements to it.
Okay.
They're not doing it wrong. They're doing it right for the purpose. But they don't claim that they're measuring a sphere. Period.
What would happen if they
shut up, Bendy Light, dude? You're just a fucking troll.
If they had the turtle as a datum, right, then all their elevations would be different, right?
Wouldn't be a datum.
Each of those reductions onto the turtle would be quite different to the reduction onto
They're not using... Bro, stop, okay?
It was just exaggerating the point, man.
Yeah. If you brought up the turtle, I can use the turtle, right?
No,
yeah, dude. But stop. But listen, you don't understand how it works, which you already admitted. But you're saying that the turtle would be the datum. The turtle is not the datum. Why couldn't you have a
turtle, a reference turtle, instead of an ellipsoid?
Okay, so what you would do is that you would create curvature of the plumb line, right? Which is what they do.
And create curvature of the plumb line. The plumb line hangs naturally.
No, they create curvature of the plumb line in geodetic surveying. The plumb lines are curved.
They don't create curvature. Nature
plumb lines are curved in geodetic surveying. Plumb lines are curved in geodetic surveying.
Oh, you mean the actual, if you follow the plumb down, there would be some deviation potentially?
He just argued against.
Plumb lines are curved in geodetic surveying. They publish papers in articles that say curvature of the plumb line.
Yeah, because the gravitational field is not perpendicular to horizontal.
No, they curve the plumb line because the plumb line has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at a 90-degree angle.
The geoid at a 90-degree angle.
No, the reference ellipsoid has to be met at a 90-degree angle.
No, the geoid's a gravitational potential. That's always at right angles.
Okay, I'm going to post a graphic. You're wrong. You should have just left it at, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm pretty sure the geoid, which is the gravitational potential one, always has to be at right angles to plumb.
No. The geoid can be any fucking direction. The geoid can be a lumpy potato. But where that line is, that's perpendicular to the geoid, it has to curve to intersect the reference ellipsoid at a 90-degree angle. Otherwise, you couldn't preserve distance.
Are you going to post that diagram?
Yeah, right now. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I have a whole smattering of them.
That one's always good for this conversation.
You guys always deny, because you have to, because of the ridiculousness of it, that they're doing this.
Their own paradigm paints them in a corner when it comes to this argument. That's what I find curious. Yeah, look at that.
There it is, right there.
Whoop. There it is, Daza.
See that 90 degree, the little square that denotes 90 degrees? That's at the ellipsoid.
It's also at 90 degrees to the geoid, though.
Yeah, watch. I'm going to post more, man. Doesn't need to be. They just happen to do it there.
Yeah.
There's lots of graphics of the curvature of the plumb line.
Oh, yeah, the plumb lines aren't necessarily straight, right? They're straight. If you treat them as straight, you're going to have small errors in your measurement, depending on the topography and the geodesic, the geoid properties.
You weren't saying that earlier.
Wasn't saying what earlier?
You weren't saying that earlier. Now that he's showing you the diagram, you change your argument. You're doing it on the fly.
I've always said that plumb line. Well, when I was first talking plumb, I was thinking a plumb bob. They were always straight, but the plumb line, yes, does deviate with the geoid.
Well, what do you think the plumb bob is pointing towards, bro? You're confused. You're confused.
Yeah, so in that the plumb line is always perpendicular to the geoid, right? In that second image you've just posted. But it's also perpendicular to the reference ellipsoid, so that's interesting. I didn't think that was necessarily a requirement.
Is this new information? We've been doing this for years, dude.
Are they parallel? Is the geoid parallel to the reference ellipsoid?
No.
Okay, then.
Okay. Thank you for your concession.
So they're square, intersecting at 90 degrees at the geoid and the ellipsoid, but they're not parallel. Then the plumb line has to curve. But it always has to meet the ellipsoid at 90 degrees. Because if I took a bunch of measurements on the surface of the Earth, on the surface of this, like this little hill right, say I take a measurement over here, the plumb line has a different tilt. So that different tilt, if you draw this straight line through, it would intersect the ellipsoid at an angle, and it would point to not the center of the Earth, right? So we're trying to get the plumb line to point to the center of the Earth by curving the plumb line. Well, not the center of the Earth, the center of the reference ellipsoid.
Is a curved plumb line something that is plumb?
It's only very slightly curved, a few arc seconds or something like that. It's only when you're trying to measure the shape of the Earth that you would notice it.
Really?
No, it's not a few arc seconds measured on the Earth that's different, right? What is the difference is noted in the astrogeodetic versus the geodetic survey. It's that difference that they've jumped to. The plumb line's curved because they're trying to meet.
You can't tell it's curved when unless you compare it to something on the outside as a reference.
You think there's actually a curved plumb line? You think if you drop something, it would follow this path, this curved path?
Would actually. That's my understanding.
It would actually. So things don't fall straight down anymore now.
No, things follow the gravitational potential field.
They fall in curved lines?
It's almost straight, right? It's for all practical purposes, it's a straight line. But this is a highly exaggerated curve.
Now here's a weasel. Yeah, you got your lawyer hat on.
So AV, when things fall, they follow the acceleration due to gravity, right? And that acceleration due to gravity is the plumb line. That is the path.
The acceleration due to gravity? The acceleration is gravity, dude.
If you want to talk at it as I'm talking in a Newtonian sense here, right?
I don't know what sense you're talking about it. When you drop something.
When has this ever been proven to you, Daza?
No shit. Think of all the things you've said, Daza, since in the last 10 minutes. Just think of all the things you've said in the last 10 minutes for which you have no empirical evidence for.
Yeah.
You guys
prove this?
You guys didn't realize you're getting bamboozled.
If you want to talk GPS, I'll do that, but geodesy is not my thing.
No, he's opting out of the conversation because he ran into a brick wall, which he's like, I don't know how to argue this. You know this is not anything demonstrated in reality. Nobody's ever done this. Seen that.
What?
Yeah, drop it a rock and watch it go in a curved path to the ground.
Oh no, yeah. Although those gravitometer things that they use in navigation or in geodetic analysis, they're sensitive enough to notice things don't fall straight down.
Oh my god.
Well, rest in peace, reciprocal zenith angles.
That's funny. You guys are all twisted up, man. I think your paradigm is done.
We watch you guys just try to make the globe unfalsifiable. It's hilarious, quite honestly. Because this dude, Bendy Light, he would say, geodetic surveys measure curvature. And make the same arguments with you about curvature of the plumb line, which entails that plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. But then also say reciprocal zenith angles, because the angle is tilted relative to the surface of the Earth and not perpendicular, that proves the globe too. So all measurements that you can do, they all prove a globe, even if they contradict each other.
I don't think they contradict each other.
Oh, God.
You have to. So we know that the deflection of the vertical has got a certain range. Something like a simultaneous reciprocal.
You don't know that.
You do, because we can measure these things from space, Indy, as well.
Oh my God! He just added an extra layer of unfalsified.
I measured it from I measured it from the frickin' Mad Hatter's fucking workshop.
On top of him not proving it on the surface, he's going to a place that doesn't exist to prove it there. Like, you haven't even proved it down here on Earth, bro. Are you going to go to somewhere else and try to prove something you haven't proved here first? It doesn't make sense, Daza.
No, it does. I mean, you can make perfect sense.
No, it doesn't, like dude. You haven't. When has this been empirically proven?
These measurements.
Look, if you saw somebody and you didn't recognize him, would you try to get farther away to get a better look?
But he hasn't even proven it here. Like,
that's what I mean. Suggesting even going farther away from the thing in question to figure out what it is. That's not how reality works. You try to get closer.
It's hilarious, dude. Then let's get further away from the thing we're trying to test that you haven't proven that anyone's ever did a test on. Let's go farther.
When you're further away, sometimes you get a different perspective on things, right?
Oh, really?
So in the case, one of the first things that they discovered was one of the first high precision measurements of the oblateness of the Earth was when they started to look at the orbit of Sputnik, and they were able to observe that and from its precession and stuff like that.
That was never up there.
The shape of the Earth.
You are.
Who did that?
Gene, you
talking a bunch of nonsense, bro. Right?
I've got more clues than you've ever got, mate. And I know one thing for sure: you're completely discombobulated with what you say. Walking contradiction is what you are, sir. A walking contradiction.
He has not proved one thing he said so far.
Exactly.
Not one.
We can't go to space. Cold welding, gassing. Cosmic, you're the moron. See, already throwing insult because he knows he's going to get hammered. He's scared, already throwing punches. What a two-bob cunt you are. Excuse the expression. Sorry, but he's what
he's got prior beef, man. Like, this is fucking beef.
Why can't we go to space, Jin?
Daza doesn't like Jen.
Why can't we go to space?
The Earth is not round.
Why can't we go to space? Haven't you heard of cosmic ray particles?
I'll tell you why you can't go to space. Because you're broke.
Yeah, that's right. You ain't got the money.
You always got to fall back on that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, let's talk about even in your worldview, you can't go to space because you're broke.
That's a bit of a backwards argument, right? That's taking the approach.
You want the truth? That's what it is.
The fact that we can technically get into space.
Right. Look, the lenses are curved, okay?
Okay.
But if the lens is not a fish-eye lens...
okay, so a specific lens. So
yes,
some lenses.
Yes, some lenses curve the straight lines, and they are called the fisheye lenses.
That's fine. But we've already struck upon a problem. Some lenses distort images. So when you show me a picture of a curved horizon, I can show you a picture of a flat horizon. There might be an issue with the lens. There might be an issue with how high the balloon is, right? So you can't just point at something and say, my friend, sorry, you can't just point at one thing and say, this is obviously the evidence that I need, because I just need to ask you what camera was used. I just need to ask you the altitude and see if the curvature matches the mathematical prediction. Just trying to point out that you need a little bit more investigation, my friend.
Okay. Thanks for the conversation, first of all. And then the second thing is that we can check the video before it reach an appropriate height from the ground for, seeing, these videos shows the curvature at the last moments of the video. So we can check the first parts of the video that it is going up, but not that far, and seeing whether the straight things are still straight or no. They are.
Okay. Really what's the mathematical prediction for the height a lens should be to perceive the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know that.
Okay. So you even don't know that when you show me a picture of a curved horizon, not telling me what lens was used. You don't even know what altitude it should be before you could perceive curvature. Okay. You understand the problem, dude. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just your argument isn't well thought out.
I didn't say you are rude at all.
I know.
You are not rude.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. But I'm just trying to point out that it's not a sound argument.
Yeah, okay. No, it is not. It is not. I'm really trying to...
Because even mainstream scientists say that 128,000 feet in the air is not high enough. So I don't know what that is in kilometers. What is that, 30 kilometers? I don't know.
Yeah. So when you show us a picture from a balloon, we know that on a balloon in the Earth's atmosphere isn't the place where you should see curvature. You have to go beyond that, well beyond that.
No, the difference between a kilometer and a mile is the pi ratio. Pretty close to it.
May I ask another question?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sorry. Why the eclipse are round always?
Which ones?
Moon and sun. It doesn't matter. Like the moon eclipse are always.
What do you mean by? Okay, I understand what you mean by the sun, but let's focus on the moon. What do you mean by round?
Like a circle shadow goes slowly on the moon.
Oh, okay. So like the sun, that I get you. Okay, so what do you want to know?
If you say that the Earth is like some kind of a flat, why it has to be like in a circle. You know, I mean, like
maybe
you're saying, it is.
I don't
It
think
is not a globe. It
think
is a circle, flat.
I don't
surface.
think the Earth has got anything to do with eclipses.
The fact that it's circular means it can't be a globe Earth shadow being projected onto a globe moon.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Right. So you have a globe Earth that's casting a shadow onto another globe. Okay.
Yeah.
Depending where you are on the Earth, the surface. Geez, I hate having to use technical language. All right. The surface of the moon is curving, and if the Earth is also curving, then the shadow that is projected onto the moon is not going to be a nice and neat circle. It's going to form a sine wave pattern. It's going to form a sine wave with respect to what's called the surface normal. That is the tangent point nadir relationship of the shadow projection onto the moon and the observer's location relative to that point. So you're going to see a shadow that is going to be distorted as it moves across the moon, but it's not distorted. I don't know how to simplify all of this. I'm trying.
No. I fully got it, but who says that it is not already distorted? Like the edges are not sharp. Sorry, edges are sharp. I mean, like the edges are not sharp.
It would look like an S. So the distortion would change over time. It would look like a teardrop in the beginning, and it would end in the same kind of way, but oppositely. But as the shadow transversed over the continuing curvature of the moon, it would deform into an S shape. Like the sine wave pattern, that's an S. You can show this if you just try to recreate the geometry. Get a couple of balls and a flashlight. Shine the shadow on a flat surface like your wall and you'll get that nice crisp edge. Do it on a curved surface like another curved object, like another ball. That shadow is highly distorted.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. But I got to test it, actually.
Yeah, man, please do. I was blown away when I did. Seen it for years, and it had never triggered up until recently.
I got to go. I'll be back later. Nice chatting with you guys.
See you in a bit, buddy. Have a good one.
Test it when you see the moon and the sun in the same time on the horizon. Then test it. You will see the moon with some line on the moon, and you see above the horizon moon and the sun. And you will ask yourself, where that line coming from?
Have you seen this video? I've sent it in chat.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've probably heard about it every day since it got done. What do you want to
know? What's your argument about this?
They broke the laser, so let's use a torch. When you recreate this with the proper instrumentation, like just shooting a laser over distance, you falsify this not experiment. It's also a dramatic hit piece as well. You can have conversations with the guys who took place in this. We have done many times. It's editing, it's false accusations, and all of this type of stuff that you find on Netflix and blah blah blah. But ultimately, you can try and do this yourself, but with the proper equipment, not the flashlight that they had to use because they broke the collimator of the laser. The collimator is the device that keeps the band narrow, so it keeps it straight. When you got a flashlight, it's all dispersing. So yeah, it's not good. Lots of people believe this shit. If you try and recreate this stuff, you would measure a flat Earth.
Jedi, but look at the title, The Flat Earther That Proved the Earth Curved. And when we ask the question, who proved the Earth curved, they're saying Eratosthenes, 2,000 years ago, that Greece guy, and now we have the Greece guy and this Flat Earther proved the curved.
Mm-hmm.
Because before, after the Eratosthenes, there was not, let's say, whatever name, John Smith, 1971, proved the curvature with the experiment or whatever. There is Bradford experiment, let's say, but still that's 200 years ago. And this flat earther guy, this is three guys which proved the curvature. One we don't know if exists. Second one was measuring flat surface, but doesn't matter. And third one also was with that flashlight, and he was flat earther. Interesting. We can write the history now. Nobel Prize for Gerald.
Jedi, so you don't believe that if we go on a plane and we keep moving forward, we will reach the place that we were?
You'll reach where?
Oh, where you started. We were from, from the place that I started.
Okay.
So you don't believe it, yeah?
Well, no one's done that.
Travel straight and end up where you started. You can travel in a circle and end up where you started if you say went east or west. East and west being circles around poles. So if you went east or west, that by definition is going to be a circle if you continually measured every single increment along that traversal. You know what north, south, east and west are, don't you?
Oh, so you are going to change the definition of south, east, west, and north?
No.
And you're saying that if we go, and you're saying that we cannot go straight to the east?
No. I'm not changing the definition. I can get the definition for you. I'm telling you what the definition is.
Okay. Go on.
Okay, so north, that's an absolute direction. For example, it has a place on the ground. We can stick a pole in it and call it the North Pole. We'll know it's the North Pole because directly above it, there's going to be a center of celestial rotation called the celestial north. So this geographical position on the Earth, we'll call that north. East or west are going to be circles around that pole. For example, if your pole was metal and magnetic and you had a compass, you would orientate it to the north. You'd notice that east was 90 degrees from north. Now that would be a straight line. But if you continued to go east, referencing the north, you would go round in a circle. Get a compass, get a magnet, put it on your table. Walk around the table in either east or west directions.
Okay. So, I would say that it is going to be circle because the Earth is a globe.
Okay. I'll say it's a circle because that's what you draw with a compass. These directions, east and west, are defined by absolute directions north and south. They will be directions of travel around that point. Now, you might think that you can only travel in circles around a point on a sphere. I can draw that on a piece of paper. I can demonstrate it on a table or any flat surface because the path is circular.
Yeah, it's called a polar coordinate system.
Like the thing that Hell Sangles sent in the video, you were saying? Like in the chat.
Yeah, that's a good way to explain it. It's only one pole relevant though, but yeah. It's just a circle, dude. Even on a sphere, it would still be a circular path.
Literally anything. If you have a pole and you're going to stay equidistant from that pole in a direction, it's going to be a circle, no matter what it's on.
Okay, so let's say that I go anywhere, not east or west absolute. I will reach the points that I started. You agree or you don't agree?
Who did that?
Wait, what?
If you go in a circle, yeah, you're going to end up back at the same point, buddy.
Why you are shouting, dude? Please.
Well, I mean, this is you're not thinking. He just told you, even on a piece of paper, it would be a circle. Obviously, to draw a circle, you have to end up back at the same point, the starting point. It's called circumnavigation. You're navigating in a circle.
But what if you fly from the North Chile to the South Chile, above the sea level? Because Chile is 2,600 miles. Then you go straight.
Sorry. So you're saying if we look at the Earth from the side, it goes like we see a line or some kind of a thick line or so? Like if the Earth is not a globe and it's just a circle, it has to have some kind of a thickness. You know, like a thick circle. Because we can dig the ground. You know. So how the Earth is going to be like when we look at the Earth from the side.
Brother, you have to understand we're not making a shape claim. We're describing the surface of the earth that we live on. We're measuring the surface of the earth that we live on, and it is measured to be flat, horizontal. The thickness, we're not making a claim that the earth is an object with a thickness and all that stuff.
So you're not saying that Earth even has some sort of a thickness?
No, we're not saying that. I mean, people have dug down on the earth. They made it 8 miles. So it's at least 8 miles thick. Same with the ocean. The oceans are about 7 to 8 miles deep, as far as we can tell. But we don't know if it's an object. We don't know its profile or shape as an object. You know? We just measure the surface of the earth and it's flat. There's no curve. It's not a ball.
How you measured the how you measured the surface of the Earth?
Well, there's a couple of different ways. The surveyors do it by measuring rise over run, so they measure it flat. And then the rest of us just, out of curiosity and to test the claim if the Earth is a globe, we measured to see if it has any kind of tangent point or if the horizon, let's say you're looking at so if you're looking out over the ocean and the water is supposed to be finding its level, but apparently level is all of a sudden curved, so that means the water is going to be curving away from you, then there will be, as a ball would, some kind of tangent point or hump or sagitta. So we check to see if that's the case, to see if the Earth curve is blocking out things in the distance like boats and buildings and all kinds of other fun stuff. Well, we tested that at the beach everywhere, and there is no tangent point to be measured. There is no curve.
May I know how you test it?
Sure. You go to the beach, you measure your observer height, which means your height above sea level, since you're at the ocean and you're going to be above sea level standing at the shore. And you take a measurement. And then you do the calculation based on your height and the distance that you're looking. And that will tell you where the horizon should be, the leading edge of the sphere or the tangent point. It's helpful to have, distance markations. So we do this with like windmills or oil rigs or whatever to tell us how far we can see. And then we measure or compare the distance to the horizon versus the distance to the known distance to the objects in the distance, like the windmills or the oil rigs or whatever it's got to be.
Okay, so send me the calculations.
Well, you just get an Earth curve calculator that will tell you how far away the horizon should be based on your observer height.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
What brings you here?
What brings me here?
Yeah, into this channel, the Flat Earth channel. Are you curious?
No, I just hopped in.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the Flat Earth?
Flat Earth? No.
Yeah. It's a fairly popular topic on the internet today, actually everywhere, but yeah, it's a pretty big discussion right now in the culture around the Earth.
What? The Flat Earth?
Yeah, the Flat Earth, yeah.
So, do you think Earth is flat?
I'm sorry, could you say that again? Do I think the Earth is flat, or what did you say?
Yeah, I said, do you think Earth is flat?
No, I know it is. I mean, that's my experience. I went ahead and measured it for myself just to make sure, and it is indeed flat. There's no curvature. The Earth is not a ball.
You mean Earth is flat?
Yeah. Isn't that how you experience it?
But, I was taught that Earth is, spherical.
Yep, everybody was taught that. It's just a big old fat joke they played on the public.
That was a joke?
Yep. And they fooled me for about maybe, 35 years.
Can you prove that Earth is, flat?
Sure. You just measure the surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature. Also, everybody else measures it that way. The people like the surveyors, well, they measure it flat. The people who make your maps, they measure it flat.
Okay. So why everybody is taught that Earth is not flat, Earth is round?
Well, not everybody. Most people just believe it's a ball, and then there's a handful of people that, put this propaganda out there. But I don't even think they know that it might be flat. They're just paid to do a job, you know what I mean? Most people believe in a religious system called the globe or the heliocentric model. Heliocentrism.
Okay.
Because everybody went to the same school, right? And the school told them it was a ball, but they didn't prove it.
Yeah, like in the school I was told Earth is, round.
Do we have any kind of videos or images from the, I don't want to say it, but the edge of that flat surface? You're saying?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
What would that matter?
Because you're saying that the Earth is flat, and every flat surface has an edge.
Okay. Where do you think I should find this edge at?
I don't know, maybe the flat Earth believers should walk till they reach some point that they say, hey, we figured out the edge of the Earth.
So when I get to the ocean, am I supposed to just keep walking?
Or you can take a flight.
Okay, what flight should I get on to go to wherever the end of the Earth is?
Well, you are the calculator of the surface of the Earth, so you might find a way to reach the edge that you're.
Did you say I'm the calculator? Hold on a second. Did you say I'm the calculator?
No. You are the person who can calculate the surface of the Earth, and you should know where the Earth begins and where it ends, or where the corners, or this kind of, or where is the center.
Why would I know that? Why would I know that? We're talking about the surface and whether or not it's flat or curved, why would I know where the end of it is?
Well, it has to be some kind of a, longitude, altitude, some coordinates, so you can
go ahead, Indio.
Distances and
Yeah, I want to ask him a question. What if we find the edge? Would that mean the Earth is flat? We find an edge? Could it still be something else?
Like what?
I don't know. A hemisphere, half a turtle shell.
A what? What?
A hemisphere, like the top of a turtle shell. A hemisphere.
Okay, I
An
got it.
upside down bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be that? Would there still be an edge?
Well, yeah.
Would it be flat? Would it be flat?
No, it is. It is an edge.
Yeah. So finding an edge doesn't prove anything, brother. Doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It doesn't prove anything. It's a waste of time. Let's talk about your edge because that's the event topic. Where's your edge?
Well, a ball does not have any edge.
What do you mean?
Like
edge means furthest from. Well, edge means furthest from the center. Aren't you living on the edge?
And that surface got finished.
Yeah, aren't you living on the edge though? Isn't your house on the edge?
No, but where the edge is.
No?
I thought boats were hiding behind it.
What is the sunset behind?
What if what? Sorry, I got disconnected.
What does the sun set behind?
The other, the
edge of the Earth
side of that ball.
The edge. What blocks it? Is it the edge that blocks it?
No. It is not. It is. Well, it is the horizon. That
is that the edge?
Some kind of an edge, but it's not an edge.
It is. It's the surface.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
So it's your idea that the horizon is the edge of the Earth, right? It's where the curve starts. The curve of the Earth. That's where it starts.
No, not at all. I'm not saying.
So the sun doesn't set behind it. Why can't I see past the horizon then?
Well, you can't see what?
Why can't I see past the horizon? Why can't I go to the ocean, right? I see the horizon. Why can't I see water past it?
Because the globe is curved. Because
that's what I just said. I said, isn't that where the curve starts?
No, that's some part of the curve.
Okay, where the curve starts, where you start seeing it.
No, the curve. It is all curve.
Okay, but the horizon, but you can't see it curved until it reaches the horizon, and that's where the curve starts, right?
Because the
curve that blocks
is
things
too shallow.
Is that where the curvature starts that blocks things at the horizon?
No, the curvature does not, dude. Wait a second, please.
So why can't you see the bottom of boats then?
Why can't you see the bottom of the sun?
Well, my friend can, who lives in United States.
We're talking about during a sunset, dude. During a sunset. What cuts the sun in half? What's cutting the sun in half during a sunset?
I really want to draw it on the paper.
What is cutting the sun in half during a sunset?
Okay, I will draw it on the paper. And
what is cutting? No, just tell me with words. Use your words. What cuts the sun in half during a sunset?
Nothing cuts.
Visually, why do you see just the top of the sun?
Because it sets down. It is not an.
Is it going behind anything?
Actually, there. Is
it behind something when it goes down?
Yes.
What's that?
It's behind the horizon.
There you go.
Of my view.
of your view, so it goes down. So what's the horizon? Because if you're on a sphere, the horizon, when the sun appears to go down, because you spin backwards, you can't see the sun because the surface edge of the earth is in the way. Right? It's like where we started. I can't see the bottom of the boat when it goes over the horizon because the surface edge is in the way. Right?
No.
Okay.
The Earth is curved. Come on, I cannot.
I'm agree. This is your argument, right? It's because it's curved that you perceive an edge at the horizon. So when a boat sails away or the sun appears to go down, both sun and boat are blocked physically by that curved sphere edge.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's what he's asking.
Yeah, is it the event still going? Because there was an event topic. It was, does the globe Earth have an edge?
Okay. I will not continue this argument because
That was the topic. The topic of there was an event topic for this channel. It was titled, "Does the globe Earth have an edge?"
no,
And the
it does not
description
have an
was, well, I mean, if edge means furthest from the center, that would mean if the Earth is a ball, the entire ball is the edge. Every part of it means your house is on the edge. Your friend in UAE, his house is on the edge. Everybody's on the edge all the time.
You are on edge from another point of.
If you were blind, right? If you were blind, like brother, if you were blind, right?
Okay.
And someone handed you a ball, and they said, "Where's the edge of the ball?" Where would that be?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. So what are your fingers touching?
The surface of that curved the globe of that ball.
Yeah, is that the edge of the ball though? That surface?
Maybe.
What do you think?
maybe
Because
it is
it's a
better
sphere,
definition.
somehow magically it doesn't have edges?
Maybe let's say it like this. I mean, like maybe we can say it like this. So, where is the
It's
corner
fucking
of the
painful,
circle?
dude. Okay. A corner
where's the
is
corner
irrelevant.
of
We're talking about edge, which means furthest from the center. With the globe, where is that? Where is furthest from the center?
Dude, look. It is not.
Where is no, we're not getting off this, dude. You want to badger us about an edge, I'm gonna badger you about an edge.
Wait, look. Being farthest from the center is not a complete definition of an edge.
It is the definition of an edge. Look in the
Well,
Oxford Dictionary.
Look, okay. In linear algebra, we say that edge is the place where two surfaces reach together. And
that applies to Platonic solids, not spheres.
what you said?
That applies to what is called a Platonic solid. A cube, a diamond, a pyramid, right? A Platonic solid. A dodecahedron, a cahasahedron, whatever the hell the name is, right? So they're polygons, right? So that applies to polygons. A sphere is not a polygon, but things that are not polygons have edges. They have a boundary, right?
Yes, they do have a boundary.
Okay. So the boundary of the Earth is where?
It's bounded in a sphere shape. I don't know how to say it. It's 3D.
Yeah.
It is not. It is not.
So and you're standing on it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So you're standing on the edge. You're living on the edge. What's so difficult about this? But you think there's a magical force that holds you to this ball, right? You think there's people upside down from you right now.
For
you think
sure,
if you fly an airplane around the world that you flip upside down, that you do a somersault.
Yes, for sure.
For sure. I like your confidence.
Sure, bro.
Wait, there is no like air pilot who says the Earth is not curved and it is flat.
Why would you say something like that?
Yeah, there are.
First of all, how would you know what every pilot on Earth has said?
Okay, find me some.
Okay.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, find one. You know what? Because
how do I find 10?
Their mappings and their routings are all based on the curvature of Earth.
I think I can find 19.
No, they are not. Are you an air pilot?
No, they're not.
Okay, just go and search on Google. Because
we're not new to this. You are, okay? We've already done this. We've talked to pilots. Pilots fly in what's called flight corridors, international and domestic flight corridors. They have routes that they have to fly within, or they'll be shot out of the sky. Okay? They don't use a globe. They use a heading. And they fly between waypoints.
Those waypoints and those routings routed based on the curvature of the Earth.
No.
Oh yeah, tell us how. Says who? You want to take this? You seem like you want to say something.
No, I was just going to say, prove it. I'd like to see your depth of knowledge here.
My depth of knowledge. Oh wait. Okay, so
depth
about what pilots do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I respect you all. Thanks for this conversation.
You leaving?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna like. So you made a claim. I asked you to prove your claim. Now you want to hit the door? You want to leave?
Yeah, he's going right out the plane door. He's going to pull the ripcord on the chute.
Well, that was really funny, actually. I'm not gonna lie. So, I'm not gonna. Yes, I am going to leave because I think we do not have an enough amount of shared trusts and beliefs and
no. This is not about trust or belief. This is about evidence, and this is about geometry. So the things that we should be concentrating on are, number one, is the Earth curving, not some kind of secondary circular reasoning where you say because the pilots get to where they're going, it's all based on a ball. It's not going to work that way.
Sorry to interrupt. You asked for a pilot saying the Earth is flat. There's 19 of them in the side chat. But please watch that later and continue your conversation with Setsu. I don't want to distract you.
Okay, I will. Thanks. If you're not gonna hurt me, I'm going to push the mute button and maybe leaving, yes. But that doesn't mean that I do think that Earth is flat. It is curved.
Well, no one's asking you to think that. I'm just asking you to support the claim that you made before, that the pilots do what they do, get to where they're going based on the Earth being a ball. Can you support that claim? You can just say no. You can say, no, I can't support that. I made it up on the spot.
No, I didn't make it up on the spot. But anyway.
Okay, well then I'm going to ask you for you to support your evidence or support your claim with evidence.
Okay, and I do really appreciate it, and I do really thank you, all of the flat Earth thinkers, because it is not a belief. You think of it from the evidence.
Bro, are you just going to filibuster and talk about the conversation that we just had? When I asked you a specific question about a claim that you made, and you're not going to support it, and then you're going to give us some kind of farewell speech. Not going to happen.
I'm going to say I'm going to leave, but I will be back with the better research knowledge, so that I can have enough amount of knowledge to support my idea or the idea of Earth is being curved. I'm going to say that was a good conversation. Now I have some curiosities, and now I'm curious more about this topic. I'm going to read more. I'm going to research more, and I will be back for further discussions. Is this anything really bad or something like this?
No, that's fantastic.
That's great.
That's it. Okay, so have a great night or day or anything. Bye.
Okay, man.
I'm glad you came in, says he, because he was getting to the point where he was starting to completely drown.
Yep.
It's probably best I go away and think about what I'm talking about.
The guy was very calm and collected while drowning.
Yeah, he was actually. He didn't spiral like that kid did earlier. He freaked out.
He's still spiraling now, mate.
In the side chat? Gee whiz.
No, I just know somewhere in his life he's still spiraling.
Yeah.
That last kid was good. He was all right. It's really hard. Like in this translation hub, I started to call it, where we have to translate everything we say 5 times.
Yeah.
It's hard on them sometimes. So I appreciate he was a good sport. He was a good lad. He did listen. Like the one before most definitely didn't.
It's a mixed bag. Most of them are not native English speakers. You got a few Americans even in here too. But yeah, they're all learning. And so it's like, how do I dumb this down or use the most simplistic terms so that they can understand what I'm saying? And, India was telling him earlier, like, this is technical and we're going to use words that you probably haven't come across yet. So it's tough. It's like trying to tell a 4-year-old about internal combustion. They're not going to get it.
Yeah, but if you dumb it down and show them, then eventually they will. But it's fucking hard, man. If Flat Earth wasn't hard enough, this makes it a little bit harder, I find. Because not everything gets translated. Things get lost in translation. I don't think we even realise sometimes. Same on the other half as well. So it makes Flat Earth, which is a very new argument, adds that little layer of difficulty to it. So well done, lads. You've all levelled up. Now you've really got to test your metal.
Well, I mean, it's difficult enough to even speak to somebody who is a native English speaker, right? Because most people know about the globe on a very surface level basis. They just what they were told in grade school, high school. Maybe they went to college, but they probably didn't. They probably didn't even go over that, depending on what they studied, right? Mm-hmm. So, because I've learned a ton in 10 years, I've learned so much. I don't even know how to quantify it, but if it was me 10 years ago, I probably would have had surface level, understanding stuff that I've heard or had told to me by the Discovery Channel, and that would be the best I could do.
It's hard always to pinpoint exactly where everybody's located unless we ask them directly. So, different educational standards throughout the world as well. Some of the people and some of the places we're coming from, not to sound superior, maybe don't have the same educational standards as we do, maybe don't have the same access to information as we do, right? So it's another nuanced part to the. We get a lot of Asians in here, right? You get quite a few Southeast Asians, Southern Asians, lots of Indians, people from around Pakistan, some into the Middle East as well, guys. So education's slightly different. It's a little bit more stricter as well in some countries. It really gets drummed into you.
Yeah. Some nations have much stricter standards than, let's say, the U.S. or even the West in general. But the U.S. is so lax in their standardizations now. You know, these kids here, dumb, just stupid kids. So when you speak to somebody who, like you said, has really had it drilled into them, they're much. I wouldn't say they have a better comprehension, but they have a much better memory, or it's definitely more embedded, and you know, that's harder to cut through.
Yeah, because they can remember and regurgitate all of the stories, right? And they think because they know all of the stories, just let me say all of the stories in it.
Yep.
India just put it in a very concise way when he told him, hey, bro, you're not equipped with efficient language skills, because when it gets into technical terms, you would not be able to understand and express yourself. That was perfectly put. And it is also a barrier which I have experienced and I still experience. And you could see that as says who said, most of the Globers are imprinted with the knowledge or with the belief of the globe in very simplistic way. So that was the point where you saw he was basing his belief on images and pictures. That's why he said, let me draw you a drawing about the sun setting down. And India told him, no, just put it in words. And he was not able to do it because of the language barrier, which I understand very well. So, most of the Globers are, their belief is based on, simplistic images of the explanations why it is a globe. And they cannot deal with using the technical terms like tangent, angular size, side limitation, and these technical terms. They try to go back and validate their claims on images from space, photos from space, or how they conceive it, or how it was conveyed to them, like to children. This is how it looks like. The Earth is going between the sun and the moon, and that's why we have the shadow. That's it. They have never dealt with the technical terms which can help to validate or debunk imagery claims. So it was very concise, and it was perfect how India told him. You would encounter difficulties when it goes into technical language, even when you are equipped with a language enough or adequate for conversation. When it goes into technical terms, then you will encounter difficulties. And he didn't get that.
Yeah. You know, Berserker. Why I said that to him is a couple of reasons. I mean, first of all, I know from I know there's like a lot of so in the Soviet Union they published a lot of scientific research. Well, no one in the West like that. Those technical, and you can't just be like, hey, I read Russian, I can go read some, Soviet scientific research papers. I mean, a lot of times they're in different units, or some of the words they don't use the identical terminology, and there's no, you have to basically go get a scientific dictionary, English to Russian dictionary that specifically for scientific terms. So it's not simply, yeah, like I said, you might be fine in conversational English, but when you start getting to technical terms, it gets pretty whacked out.
Yeah, bro, I like that very much because it was very concise and very true. Even if it could sound brutal, it's not. It's very true because it was, and it's still, in a certain amount, it was a big language barrier for me at the beginning. When it went technical, yeah, I was unable to express myself, and I wasn't able to.
It's not easy.
Engage in a scientific technical terms. I know what that means. You cannot, if like when you get a problem, you have to solve this problem, whether it's mathematical or a problem in physics or in an examination. You have to understand the technical terms, otherwise you'd not be able to understand anything and answer the question and solve the problem. Yeah, I get it. And he didn't get that. It's still a barrier which I encounter. But yeah, I'm getting better in it. But yeah, I liked it very much because it was very concise. I remember you.
Oh
told
yeah,
me,
if you learn the English terminology for technical like you'll be so fluent in English it'll blow people away. You're already really good, but like that's like next level, like super advanced. Because like so something like Chinese, so Chinese scientists nowadays they publish a lot of research in English, and you know they're good at English, but you can tell that they're not native speakers when you read it. You know what I mean? Comparing it to like someone reading a scientific paper written by someone that's a native English speaker, you can tell the difference. Like just some of the things are just the wording is not like we call it non-standard, where it would make sense in their language. Just like the way it's composed in English just seems a little clunky. But it's not. It's not anything. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to say sometimes sounds funny.
Yeah. It's just like, and I'm sure when people speak your native language that aren't native speakers, I'm sure they compose their sentences a little weird.
Yeah, there's a big difference how different languages function. Very big difference. But you did describe it very accurately when you said when it goes into technical terms, you would not be able, to express yourself or engage. But he didn't get that because he's not used. He's not used in his imaginary globe. It is based on imagery and not on technical terms. Based on a simplified language. Yeah, hello.
Are you are you a flat earther or not?
Yeah, I am, but you can speak to Jedi because I'm not native speaking, so.
Okay. So Jedi, what do you? How do you believe the Earth is flat? Just like.
By measuring the surface of it. And then there's no need for belief after I've measured it. I can know after I measured it, right?
Have you measured it yourself?
Yeah, we all do.
Oh, but have you personally measured it?
Yeah, we all do.
Tell me how.
Yeah, when he says all, that includes him too.
Everybody measures this. It's how we measure and treat the surface of the Earth. It's measured and treated as horizontal, perpendicular, it's 90 degrees to up and down, that's vertical. So we get level, which is a straight line from left to right, from the Earth itself. So we know it's level because that's how we reference the world. You know that water, when it's contained and at rest, it's level on the surface, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, good. And water takes up, so we're told, over 70% of the surface of the Earth.
Right.
Cool. So 70% of the surface of the Earth is horizontal upon the surface?
Brother, the Earth has gravity and a gravitational force, bro.
Okay. So you're saying that would curve the water?
Curve the water?
Yeah, because the Earth's a ball,
is massive,
sphere.
bro. The Earth is massive.
But it's a shape, isn't it? Like a ball? So that means the surface would curve. You're saying, yeah, but gravity, what? So the surface would curve then to make the spherical shape. That's not what we measure, is what I'm pointing out. We don't measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth.
There's been scientific proof. Are you religious or not?
Sorry, religion's got absolutely nothing to do with this, dude. It's been scientifically proven.
What? It's been scientifically proven the Earth is flat.
Sorry, I misheard what you said at the end. What's been scientifically proven?
You just said it's been scientifically proven that the Earth is flat.
No, I would never say such a stupid thing.
Then why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured that way. Science deals with causes of phenomena, like experiments based on hypotheses. When you use the scientific method, you're trying to figure out what caused something to happen. Now, in that methodology, you don't figure out what shapes are. When you figure out what shapes are, you measure them, you look at them. That doesn't follow the scientific method. So you can demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is measurably flat, proving that it is, with no need for science. It's like if I want to demonstrate to you that I'm 6 foot tall, I'm just going to show you myself and measure myself. Right? There's going to be no need for a scientific hypothesis. I've measured the dimensions of my body.
The Earth is not flat. It's like a banana.
Okay.
Bro, that's so stupid. Like to say the Earth is flat.
So stupid to say the surface of water is horizontal on the surface. Yeah, we know.
So where do you think the water, bro? Where do you think the water goes if the Earth is flat? Where do you think it goes?
What do you mean where it goes? It's still here.
I mean, yeah, but you're saying if the Earth is a sphere, I'll speak, bro. I've got fucking braces in. Then the water will come out in space, won't it? It can't stay still.
No, I'm saying the surface is horizontal. Now you ask me where do I think the water goes? Doesn't go anywhere. It's still here.
But the Earth is flat, bro.
Yeah, I know.
And the water has to. What does it just stay there? Is there a fucking invisible barrier, or?
Well, if the water's still here, what do you think that the land does? Does it contain the water?
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, the water's still here. It's got to be contained. Same thing with the gas that we breathe. It's still here. Well, it needs to be contained then. Because if it wasn't contained and we were in, say, I don't know, a vacuum, well, the gas would expand to fill that space and we'd all be dead. In actual fact, we wouldn't be alive. None of us would exist to ask this very fundamental question. So it must be a contained system then. The water and the gas are still here.
Yeah, the sea doesn't go lower than sea level. I mean,
Okay,
there
so
are weird places like the Dead Sea, but it's not connected to the ocean. You know why the Dead Sea is so salty? Because water doesn't flow uphill.
I didn't ask about the Dead Sea, mate.
You're asking why doesn't the water go lower than itself? Sea level is the lowest point.
Where does the water go? If
it
there's
goes to
edges
sea
around
level. It goes to sea level. There's no land lower than sea level. Why would it go uphill?
Flat way. I'm just seeing what fucking Berserker's reading in chat. Berserker, you're spamming the chat. I don't understand. You have to explain it.
Try not to get distracted now.
It's in my brain. I'm not.
No. Simply, why did you come in and ask us why we believe the Earth is flat? Have you ever considered that you just believe the Earth is a globe?
I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay. From where did this? Okay, you said you know. How do you know this?
We've sent hundreds of astronauts.
Okay, there is no we. You didn't send anybody anywhere, so you don't know. You're telling me how somebody. Now you're telling me how you think somebody else knows. I want to know how you know.
I know, bro. I've seen.
Yeah.
I just said
You have. Where? Where'd you go?
Online, bro. There's been scientific studies, bro.
No, I asked you where you went.
Let me try to find it on YouTube. Hold on.
Where you went. I didn't go anywhere. What?
It's fine. Hold on. It's fine.
You don't know.
It's fine, Injo. Let him go and get something that he believes in. because it's not going to be his first-hand experience, his true knowledge of the situation. He wants to run to other people that he believes.
You guys aren't real. Bro,
We're just pointing out
what
that
you guys are doing. That's what you guys are doing.
No. We measure the surface of the Earth, me, you, everybody, every single time we use the Earth, dude. You just don't realise it because you can't see the wood full of trees. You were asked, you said you know, that's first-hand knowledge, and now you're appealing to other people. That would be a belief, dude, unless you've done what they've done.
I can smell the beer through the mic, bro.
Really, I don't drink alcohol.
You sound...
Whatever,
Yeah.
like
This is a typical thing when you get cooked. You guys start talking about
Well,
us.
what do you think of the all the astronauts went to space and they've seen and they've gone
How do you
through
know
from the
that
Earth?
they did any of
What do you
that?
think of that?
All I know is there's people that said they did that. Why should I believe them?
Yo?
Why should I believe them?
Are you looking up explanations on?
It's not an answer. Why should I believe their claim? Especially when my knowledge is to the contrary.
Bro.
You haven't added anything to the conversation since you said that you knew something, and we challenged you on that. And now what? You're going to add on us? Now he's going to defend his honour and try and speak through me because he doesn't want to be embarrassed. It's like, wow.
You gonna let me talk, bro? I
was actually fucking talking. So no.
You're on mute, bro. I don't know if your mic was working or not. You're speaking off
what an idiot.
Something.
You've added nothing to the conversation since you made the claim that you knew.
I asked you, what do you think of the scientific proof of the astronauts going to space?
That's not scientific proof.
Bro, it is. We've seen it with our own eyes.
Sorry, what's the hypothesis?
No, you didn't see it with your own eyes. You didn't see shit with your own eyes.
Yeah.
You saw a TV set.
They muted you, bro, because they're afraid of the truth, bro. These guys.
You saw a TV set.
You really sit on this server all day, bro.
You just what I said, brother. You saw a TV set. You didn't see anything with your own eyes.
You don't want to answer my question. It's cool, bro.
Just
I can hear the code through the microphone. Now you're just gonna play games, right?
Yeah.
That's what your new tactic is, to play games. The fact of the matter is, you believe the words of complete strangers. They said, "Oh yeah, he dipped." Anybody else want to bitch out?
Crimson is complaining in the chat box that he's muted.
I don't even think people know what rage bait is anymore. They've just heard it, and now they use it all the time. Crimson, do you have any questions or any evidence that you'd actually like to present? You could even make a claim, although we will kind of, expect some kind of support for that claim afterward. I know. Sounds crazy.
I like that. Who is that? Jedi or India? There is no we. You didn't go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. When he started talking about we went to space.
Why so quiet?
Hey, hey, Amish Jedi. Amish Jedi is here. We have been speaking about getting into technical language.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I can stumble
You're,
through some of that.
yeah,
Assalamu
you're
alaikum.
one of the.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Christ is risen.
What does that mean? Christ is risen. I don't know.
It's an Orthodox Christian greeting.
Okay,
You're cool, man.
that's okay, brother. All of us are human. What? It's okay. كلمة واحد. What does 24/7 flat Earth Discord mean? Like you guys believe the Earth is flat?
I mean, you could say that, but we actually know it for a fact, and we talk about that in here.
What? Actually?
Yeah, actually. I used to think it was crazy too. I mean, I've been in this for about 4 years now. So what was the nature of the technical discussion, Berserker?
No, it was just the fact that someone came who, claimed that the Earth is a globe, and he was not fluent in English, so Indio put it in a very nice way. He said, "Look, bro, your English might be good enough for a conversational language, but when it gets very technical, then you would not be able to engage in the discussion." So
I heard him say that. Yeah, that's very nice of him to do, and very very astute.
Yeah, and very accurate, very honest, accurate, and concise. Because it was also a barrier which I encountered, which I still encounter, but in a less amount. Yeah, that's why I knew exactly what he meant, and he was correct. Because when I don't find the technical terms or I don't understand the technical terms, and I look for words, then I I start to stutter. And the other guy didn't get what Indio was saying, and he said, "Let me draw to you why the sun gets cut by the horizon when it sets down." And Indio told him, "No, tell me in words." Because India meant this is what I meant when I said when it gets technical, you'll not be able to engage in the discussion. No, let me draw you.
That's funny, Berserker. Like German and English have technical words that both come from French. So any word in German that's technical that ends in tion or sion is the same word in English. Many Germans don't know this.
I don't exactly agree with you. It's actually Latin, but
I know, but it is actually Latin. Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a more direct French loan word. But you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand because you must know you were in Germany, right?
Like I've had I've spoken with Germans whose English was absolutely terrible, and they'd say something like "Wie sagt man Information auf English?" Like information.
Information. Information. The German language, like the English language, but actually they have more technical terms that can get very, very weird.
Like the German words. The German words are like 30 letters long.
I was going to say that there are some words when you combine 3 or 4 words, then you have 30 letters.
If you just break it up, though, like that's what makes German so fun. Some of the most technical words are just combinations of simpler words.
Yeah.
And they just don't put spaces in between them.
Yeah. You can even get very creative.
Yeah.
And put words together and they will make sense.
Yeah, and it sounds fluent, like you're an actual German doing it, even if you're not. Because Germans make up their own words all the time that way.
Yeah, how do you call it in English? Is it called vocabulary in German when they say you have a big Wortschatz?
Yeah, so vocabulary. Yeah, that's vocabulary.
Vocabulary, yeah. They have a very big word treasury case. You know, Schatz. It means treasury case.
Yeah,
Like, they have
well,
the
hold
very
on.
big-
Let me criticize German for a second. Yes, it is a big vocabulary. There are many words. However, the words are combined from fewer words. Like, so there's an American author, okay, an older American author from the 1800s. His name is Mark Twain. Have you heard of Mark Twain?
Of course, of course.
Oh yeah, the terrible
Yeah.
German language. So he wrote he wrote an essay because he spent time in Germany traveling, and he was fluent in German. He wrote an essay. He wrote an essay called Die schreckliche deutsche Sprache. And he talked.
Really?
Oh, it is hilarious. And he was a comedian. And he said, yes, pretty much any. If you know only two words in German, Zug and Schlag, you know half the German vocabulary.
That's nonsense, bro.
No. Wait, how many words have Zug in German, and how many words have Schlag in German?
Look, every word.
Every word in German can have Zug in it.
Yeah, because every word in German
But it becomes a new word.
Might have been used in a combination. Like, for example, Rückzug. You have Zug. Auszug.
Yes.
Nachziehen, Nachzug.
Aufschlag. Like, why is Aufschlag? Why Schlag?
Yeah.
Aufschlag, you know?
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Aufschlag, Zuschlag, Nachschlag, Anschlag.
Exactly.
Yeah, but this is not. Yeah, but this is not a deficiency. This is how do you say?
I know. It makes it rich. It makes it very a rich language.
Exactly.
I agree.
This is very rich.
I know. That was really Mark Twain's point, was to underscore how rich and deep it is. But he did it in a humorous way.
Oh, okay. Now I get it.
He used sarcasm. He used sarcasm. Yeah.
Okay. Now I get it. Sarcastic. It was meant sarcastic.
Yeah.
Because you know, when you mention this with the Aufschlag, Anschlag, Zuschlag, Einschlag, it is. You can take one word and then you have a when you combine it with a prefix or a suffix, or let's say prefix most of the time. For example, auf would mean something else. An would mean something else. I can do the same with rede, which means speak. I can say Anrede, then Ausrede. Ausrede und Zurede, Einrede. Each one has a different meaning depending on the preposition. You are just using a preposition as a prefix, and it's get a different language. This is exactly how the Greek language also
Yes,
is made up.
Exactly. Yeah. So I went to a seminary for a little bit, and we had German language and Greek language classes, and we took these at the same time, and it was amazing. Like even the GE form in German is the same as in Greek. So the participles, GE partizip.
Yeah, you mean gesehen, gegangen.
Same.
Yeah. But the German language have lost a lot compared with the Greek, because the Greek can put in one word. For example, when you say in English, I have been seen. In German, ich wurde gesehen, and in Greek they would deflect or just change the ending of the word see, and they can express the entire thing through one word.
Right.
It is called passive. It is called passive. How do you call it? Passive reflexive. I think reflexive. Passive reflexive.
Yeah.
When you say,
"Jeez, dude, yeah, it's been a while." I actually gave my Greek textbook to my son, Koine Greek.
Yeah, it's very.
I haven't looked
Greek
at it in over
actually.
25 years.
Yeah, Greek is actually the strongest, still the strongest language in the sense that it lost much less. Yeah, I don't know how to put it in English. From its cases, the grammatic cases. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's retained. Yep. The Greek is retained. The German has moved on. You know, but the literal. What makes German so great is how literal the language is, which means you can be very precise with how you describe things to a greater degree than you can in English. It makes it wonderful for the fields of mathematics and science and engineering.
Yeah. That's right. It's much easier to express yourself or what you are trying to say.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it when you are able to, in German language, you are able to put a sentence in the middle of a sentence, where in English you have to cut the sentence and use 3 or 4 sentences in German. For example, I still remember when I read law books. When they were talking about how do you call it in English, discovery process, right? In German, Beweisverfahren. Yeah, I think in English
There's
it's
a
called
discovery.
discovery.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, is it called discovery process or something else? Discovery.
I don't. Maybe it is. I don't know, but I know what you mean in German. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's if it's not off topic. If you are not going, so the sentence sounded like für die Feststellung des für den rechtsrelevanten Sachverhaltes. So he's putting a sentence in the middle of one sentence and avoiding
parenthetical expressions.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't know if you know, and yeah, most of the time.
Dude, it's been a long time. I used to teach conversational English in the Amerikanistik Anglistik Institute at the University of Rostock a long time ago. And I was a student there as well, and I studied under Helmut Leighton in the field of semiotics. They call it random stupid stuff I've done over the years. So
where was that exactly?
This is in Rostock. So on the North Sea, right next to Poland.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, man, spent almost 2 years over there doing this. It was a good time. And, you know, so it was nice serving as a bridge between English and German and a part of the world in Germany, even back then, that was still reuniting with the West. I mean, many people were still, of the East German mindset, skeptical of Westerners, skeptical of Aussies, like me. Only because of the language barrier. But
yeah, most of the English speaking people, the guys, I mean, they don't know, and it's always difficult because sometimes I don't want to be I don't want to sound unfriendly or unpolite, but it is true that the English language actually comes from the German language.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Man, did you see that video I sent where a man speaks Old English we're
No, send
talking
it again.
Dark Ages.
Send it,
Dark, yeah.
I get a lot of DMs. But you saw the English, the old English. But you saw the screenshot from the old English which I sent you, where it was still retained that when they say when they say, I think it was a certain verb, that the verb still had. I can post it in the chat box. How do you call it? Is it called declination or
Yeah, I was about to say declination. Yeah, it's in English.
Declination.
We decline verbs too. It's not that much, but
yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know
so in
if
this case, so this guy was speaking Dark Ages English from like over 1,000 years ago English with a modern Frisian farmer in Ostfriesland. And they could understand each other. Like that just blew my mind. A guy speaking English from 1,200 years ago can be understood by a modern farmer in the islands between England and Germany and the Netherlands.
Yeah, they can still do that in Germany. There are some dialects. Yeah, it's very very.
Yeah, especially in the north, like in the Plattdeutsch area. Yeah, like I remember going to church services in Plattdeutsch, and they're like, "As Jesus and Paulus snacked." I'm like, "What the heck is snack? Snacken? Like you're eating food? Like no, that means talking." Right?
Really?
Yeah, snacken is rated.
Not. I even heard about that. Snack.
Yeah, snacken means to talk.
Which dialect
chatting.
is that?
Plattdeutsch. In Plattdeutsch, snacken means like chatting.
Wow. Can you see in the chat box? Look, first person in English. You were able to say "lu fu," which means I love, and "lu fast," which means you love, and he.
Wow,
and "lu fat." Yeah. So these were the inflection. I think inflections.
Yeah, it's like Beowulf, man. Like Germans who know English can read Beowulf.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Not even I knew that that the loyal family, the English royal family, they are actually German. Did you know that?
Who was?
The royal. Sorry, I said loyal. The royal family, the British
royal family. Oh yeah, they're German. Yeah, they're from Die Sachse Gotha Coburg.
Exactly. Yeah. Say that again. I forgot it. The name. Their name.
Yeah, their last name is Die Sachse Gotha Coburg.
Exactly, Coburg, and they changed it into Windsor.
Changed it to Windsor. Windsor is easier to say than Die Sachse Gotha Coburg.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all Germans, man. It's true.
Yeah, but Zucker, you're talking about Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah, exactly.
The current royal family. Yeah, the current royal family is German, and they have a German last name, but they changed it to Windsor during World War II.
Yeah.
And they're German, and they were cousins of the Tsars in Russia.
Wow! When you see the picture of King George III, I think King George III, he looked exactly as a twin from the Romanov. They have a photo.
Yeah, where they're hanging out together as kids and then as adults. Yeah, they look the same because they are. They're from. They have the same grandfather.
Yeah. They were cousins. I think it was King George III, right?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't remember their names, but. So Matthew wants me to link that video I mentioned with the Frisian farmer and the English linguist. Oh man. Oh, give me a minute, okay? I can find it, but I have to take care of something first. Yeah, Matthew, I got you. I was watching it just like a week or two ago. I'll be able to find it. So here it is. Frisian is the closest language to English that's not English.
Sorry for interrupting you. Can you see the chat box? This is unbelievable. This is the King of England.
There you
besides,
go, the king.
The Tsar.
The king and the Tsar, yeah. And the king inherits the titles from the Tsar. Because the Tsar inherited his titles from the emperor's lineage to Constantinople and Rome.
Yeah, you told me that. I didn't know that.
So, when the Bolshevik Revolution happened, it was basically funded and fueled by all the kings and queens of Europe to topple the landlord.
Yeah, you told me that. I didn't forget that. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Russian Tsars actually had the ultimate title to all of Europe.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And I couldn't believe it. That means, because you told me that the Russians are inherited this authority from the Byzantine or Byzantine. How is it called?
Right, because the Byzantium Empire, when it was collapsing, they moved up to Kiev and then to Moscow.
Yeah,
and the emperor and the lineages, they got reestablished there. And sometime in like the 1500s, like I think some of the lineage was lost or questionable, but they remarried back into the lineage of Constantine through some woman.
Now we are getting in disinformation and propaganda dimensions, because there you go. Kiev was the birthplace of Russia, actually.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Yeah, and I even read that the Russians actually, they were, how do you call it in English? In German, they are called Wahrräger. They were actually Norwegian.
They were Norwegians, Varangians.
Yeah, Norwegian fighters for money. How do you call it?
They were land Vikings.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't the sea Vikings; they're the land Vikings.
Sorry, I interrupted you because it was very interesting. You wanted to say something about, the English language comes from the German, right? You wanted to show something.
Yeah. So I posted a link in chat for Matthew, where
the video
an English linguist speaks Old English from the Dark Ages with a modern Frisian farmer.
So he's saying, yeah.
Yeah, the guy's like, "Is that a brown cow?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, it's a brown cow. And, yeah, it's my cow." And they're just talking about farming. It is very basic, but it's interesting. I think the similarities extend beyond the video. Like, the video doesn't even do it justice. Frisian and Old English are I would go so far as to say they're borderline mutually intelligible.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have audio when I'm in a voice channel because of my headset. It works in a weird way. So I can hear the conversation and the language. Looks like the guy is having fun, but I cannot hear him. I can hear what he's saying in the video after I leave the voice channel. I will make a bookmark. So which one is the Tsar and which one is the King of England?
I don't know. I don't know either.
I think the one in white is the Tsar. I'm not sure.
So the controversy, right? The controversy is that the King of England let the Bolshevik Revolution happen on purpose, and they could have intervened to stop it, but chose consciously not to.
Very unfortunate.
Yep.
Sometimes I wonder if Borussia is somehow related to Russia because there is a German name of Russia in it. Sometimes I wonder. And Preußen, you know, today's Poland was Preußen. Yeah, and I always start by saying I always prefer to call the UK England because that's the English name. Because when you use the name Great Britain, because when you use the name Britain, then you are somehow accepting the authority of Rome because Britain comes from Britannica, which is the Roman name of England when they invaded the island of England and conquered the south and went to the north. I think they weren't able to defeat the Scottish tribes and the Irish tribes. They were not able to conquer the entire English island in the north and Ireland. Yeah, and very often Brits, so English guys, they agreed with me. Yeah, that they feel much comfortable using the name England. That's why, nowadays also the St. George English flag. That's the St. George, right? The red cross on the white background. That's the original English flag.
Yeah, and England, actually, Great Britain was Orthodox for about 400 years.
Yeah, I still cannot believe it. You told me that. I cannot imagine that. Really.
So they were crossing themselves by pushing.
I'm not saying I'm not believing you. I'm just saying I'm astonished. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead because boy, you are a fountain of information. Yeah, you told me that. But it makes sense. Because England broke with Rome and they went Protestant, which means nothing else than to protest. Yeah, so they broke with Rome, and the King James Bible is based upon the received text, which is the Greek text of the New Testament, and
it's a pretty faithful translation. Not gonna lie,
it's the best translation because the Catholic text is corrupted very much. They have also many places where crucial terms are being omitted from the original Greek. So the King James Bible is based on the received text, which is called Textus Receptus.
right? Not the Masoretic corruptions either.
Exactly, and the Righteous Force sent me a nice video, a link. I think it is called Lamp in the Dark.
Yep.
And you can
That's
see
a great documentary.
Yeah, how was the first guy called who tried to translate from the Greek, and he was persecuted and killed then at the end by the Romans, I think, using maybe a king or a queen from Tyndale, the first one, before King James, there was another translation. I think it was called the translation of Tyndale. Yeah, this document was very nice, called Lamp in the Dark.
Yeah, but so the funny thing is, it's in the East, right? In the East, the Bible was always translated into the local tongue. It was only in the Latin West that they withheld it. The first Bible that was translated in a local tongue was the Aramaic Peshitta. And I think another one, the second one in a local tongue, was actually done in the country of Georgia today. And that was in the 300s.
Yeah, I don't get it. Why it was not translated from the Latin?
No, these were translated from the Greek into the local languages, from the Greek and even the Hebrew into the local languages.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
in the 300s, and the Aramaic Peshitta was in like 120 AD. Now,
yeah,
meanwhile,
I'm sure also. Yeah, go ahead.
So the Latin West was the one that withheld translating it into the local tongue, but the Eastern Empire always had it available to people in their local tongue.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
It was translated in all the languages.
Yeah. So, the Western Church really started to become corrupt when the Franks moved in. And they took over after the fall of Rome. These were the Gothic tribes.
Yeah, I wanted to say the East God. Yeah. The Gothic tribes,
the Gothic tribes brought corrupted Judaism with them. Astrology, tarot, and Kabbalah. They set up their kingships all over Western Europe, giving rise to Charlemagne from the Merovingian dynasty and the Carolingian dynasty. Yeah, the same one, one and the same. Those people corrupted the West and eventually led to the schism in 1054 AD. So the Roman Church, the Roman bishop, was one of 5 bishops over the Christian world, and they're the ones that schismed and broke away, and they became the biggest and most influential and most powerful. The other 4 still exist today under the umbrella as Eastern Orthodoxy, but Rome exists alone and acts like it's in charge of everything in the world.
Yeah, bro. How do they call themselves? I mean, they call the Pope something like, a divine
The
power.
first among equals.
They claim that the Pope is, God on earth.
Yeah, the vicar.
Ooh, that's bad.
All of these titles came after, like they came right before the schism and developed after the schism.
Yeah, I think they call what do they call the Holy See? I think the Holy See is another name for the Vatican. The Vatican, right? They call it the Holy See.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, so because it was founded on the Rock of Peter, the Roman bishop was always afforded a little extra prominence, but was always considered equal to the other bishops in Alexandria, in Constantinople, in Jerusalem, and in what's the other one I'm missing? And Antioch. So he was always considered equal to these other 4, and he was always underneath the ecumenical council, just as the other bishops were beneath the ecumenical councils. The ecumenical councils were the highest ruling authority, and these included local bishops, not big hierarchs. So the inversion took place in the 800s.
How can the Pope and the other metropolitan or the Orthodox bishops be under the economical council when the economical council is made up of local
Well, because they would all get together and they would discuss and they would ratify canonical law together. There was no like real top-down authority. It was decentralized and democratized.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That makes it so close to the population, to the people.
Yeah,
That's nice.
that was always that way. Rome changed everything for the West, but not the East. All right, so the West really went down this path of corruption and never stopped.
Yeah, when you look back, Rome looks very suspicious in the entire history. I mean, it's like a world government, new world order, world government, because the word Catholicism means literally universal.
Yeah, and it started taking on a different character from the East. So, like in the East, you have Byzantine churches and Byzantine art, which persisted at the same time when the West, before, during, and after the schism, they started to feature gargoyles and demons eating babies and women squeezing breast milk in the air, all kinds of crazy, like degenerate stuff. You don't find any of that stuff in the East. That was all Frankish. That was all Frankish pagan influence that came in with Charlemagne.
Like a horror genre.
I know we're way off topic right now.
Yeah, I told you.
I mean, this is interesting to understand in the context of world history. I mean, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia is tied to everything that's happened for the past 2,000 years.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Western Protestantism has an understanding of the Roman Catholic Church that is defined by the Roman Catholic Church. And so their view of world history is also corrupted.
Did you say Protestantism? Protestant?
Yeah, so like the Protestants, right? They look through the record of world history as delivered to them by the Jesuits. They're like, oh yeah, Emperor Constantine, we got to throw him out because he was an evil man because he created idols out of the church. And all of that's not true. Because they've accepted the version of history delivered by Roman Catholicism where they basically make Constantine as one of their own. So the Protestants rebel against Constantine, thinking he's Western Roman Catholic, when that's not the case.
But Constantine was himself a Roman Empire, right?
Oh yeah.
I think he
didn't rule from Rome. He ruled from Constantinople, dude.
Yeah, that was the difference. He changed the center of rule to Constantinople.
There were 4 emperors preceding and during his initial rise to power.
What do you guys think about how you guys doing?
Hey, what's up, Jamesy?
Berserker.
Nice to see you, Jamesy.
Salutation.
Salutation. Greetings.
Just saying that. What about the Americas? Is America really this dark continent that was, barely known about and brought it to the light when the Europeans came to America? Is there anything that goes deeper?
I wonder about that. I don't know, but if I were to guess, the Americas were known about since antiquity and before, but were almost like a best kept secret amongst the elite and rulers. This is the place that they used to go to get away from all the troubles of their homelands.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that because it's impossible that the United States was not found until Columbus. That doesn't make sense because the Russian Siberia. I mean, it's very very close to Alaska, and from Iceland. Iceland. I mean, if the Vikings were able to reach Iceland, which is much further from Norway and the Scandinavian. Than Greenland. If they were able to reach Greenland, I mean, Greenland is just a jump away from Canada. That's America, so it doesn't make sense. So I agree with the Amish Jedi, the Amish Jedi, the wise. Knows he much. Yeah.
So there's something interesting I'd like to offer here. There's a saint called Saint Brendan the Navigator. There are two different stories about him, actually. One from the West, including, the Roman Catholic and Protestant West, and one from the East. And his story differs. In the Western version, he's not considered anybody who discovered the Americas. But in the Eastern Orthodox version of Brendan the Navigator, who was Eastern Orthodox, by the way, he did discover the Americas during the Dark Ages. Discover.
I never heard about him.
Brendan the Navigator.
This is funny. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, I never heard. Maybe you can DM me a link about him. Would be very interesting.
Just Google Brendan the Navigator Orthodox, and you'll see a different story.
How far can you go, or you guys have thought about, there's people that say, in the Americas, there's a lot of histories, kind of like they said that Rome, you spoke about Rome, and they said Rome was here as well, or a section of it. There is certain history that points out that the Rome was here as well, and the people finding stuff like pyramids and stuff that is related to, they say Egypt. Egypt was here, but I'm thinking there was stuff. There was stuff that was found here that it doesn't necessarily has to come from Egypt. That it's just that it was here already. It's not necessarily that this stuff was found and brought from Egypt and then found here. Just saying that there's it sounds like the history is way there's way more than what we were told about the history.
Yeah, so in one sense, right? When I read ancient history, something I keep finding again and again and again is that the ancient world was a lot more interconnected than we like to think it was. They were perhaps more interconnected back then than we are now. So, the Egyptians had tin mines in England during 34 BC.
Say that again. What did the Egyptians have?
The Egyptians had mining operations, including tin and other metals, in the English islands in 34 BC.
No way.
Yeah. And they were older than that. Absolutely. One of the mining operators is named. Hold on. I'm going to give you a source. Okay. One of the mining operators and owners was Alexander Helio. He was of the lineage of the Ptolemies. I think he might have been the son of Cleopatra.
Yeah. When you talk about Egypt,
he's also mentioned in the Bible in the book of Luke.
Then you are talking about the Greek at the time when the Greek were in Egypt. Like
I said, 34 BC or so. Yeah, I mean, this was during the Hellenistic age of the Egyptians. They had mining operations in the British Isles. And
so you are not talking about the age of pharaohs. You are talking about the Hellenistic. Period when,
Second Temple Judaism.
Okay.
Right. So, Alexander Helio is mentioned in the book of Luke in the lineage of Jesus, actually.
Who?
Yeah, I thought that might catch your attention.
Say that again. I didn't get it.
Alexander Helio is mentioned in the book of Luke. His name is Heli, Heli, as being like a granduncle of Jesus.
Really? In the book?
Yeah, Heli. You look it up. Yeah,
in the
that's
Gospel
who
of
that
Luke.
is.
Do you mean in the Gospel of Luke?
Yeah, the Gospel of Luke. Yep, in the lineage of Christ. Yep.
Okay.
It's being like a distant family member.
Yeah, bro. Haven't you ever noticed the Hebrew alphabet and the Greek alphabet? I mean,
Oh yeah, they used to be the same.
let's go alpha. Look, alpha in Greek, aleph in Hebrew.
Oh, yeah,
Beta,
I mean,
alpha,
listen,
beta
I understand
in
that.
Greek. Yeah, beta in Greek.
You gotta ditch
and-
the Masoretic Babylonian Hebrew and look at the Paleo Hebrew, and it's exactly the same as Greek, Paleo Greek.
Alpha, beta, delta, and you have on the other side aleph, bet, dalet, gamel, gamma. Yeah, and it's even the writing is very similar. Yeah, at the beginning, all the languages, the entire population of the Earth had one language actually at the beginning.
Let me check on the new people real quick.
We need to get this back on the rails. Thanks, Gemsy.
No, if anybody got any questions, you can open your mic. You're welcome to ask questions to the panel about flat Earth, globe Earth, that topic.
Dude, you know what, Gemsy? Like, we used to talk about this stuff all the time in the old 24/7.
I think it's a fascinating topic.
Yeah. This is cool, man. It feels good. Like we're going back to our roots.
Especially when you go all over the Americas and you find so much stuff that it doesn't add up to the history books that we get in the schools.
Right. So, where I was going with that. Yes. So Alexander Helio owned mines in the British Isles, and there are some researchers today that claim to have found some of his mining operations in the United States, in Illinois.
That's interesting.
And the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I just wanted to address what Jamesy asked. What do we think about the Americas and the history? In a short way, I just wanted to address that. It might we don't know a lot, as Yoder said. It was like kept secret. It could have been a place where the elite retreated, but it is a fact that that Europe became then the center point of conflicts. I mean, even from the time of Xerxes, the East has always tried to conquer Europe, and the first point was. Of course, Minor Asia, that was today's Turkey, and at that time it was Minor Asia. The Persians wanted to conquer it because that was the gateway to Europe. So
the Black Sea and the land surrounding it is the center of the chessboard.
You know, the Spartans, the 300 Spartans who fought against the Persians. Of course, this is a real story.
Is that the Peloponnesian?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, no one knows what the history of America is. It could have been, it could have been a place of retreat and known for the elites.
I think it was.
But the point is that Europe and the East, so Asia and the Middle East, they have been in conflict for almost 3,000 years, 2,500 years at least, from the time of Xerxes. So that's why Europe became how do you call it? It like became the stadium of action all the time, action. So America might have a history. Yeah, America might have a history which is not known. It could be true, but it has been like an enclosed environment. it was cut off of the scene.
So you could come here with a new name and a new identity.
Yeah, Jamesy, you can look. Yeah, Jamesy, maybe Yoder can help me. Jamesy, look at the meaning of the flag of Spain. They have two pillars. You must know this, Yoder. What does it mean? These two pillars means this is the limit whereafter you should not go and sail. Like they told you, you are not allowed to cross the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. It's like they knew that on the other side is the Americas. Do you know the story of the flag of Spain?
Pillars of Hercules.
Yeah, how is it called? The Pillars of Hercules, right?
Yeah, the Pillars of Hercules in Homer. Today it's called the Rock of Gibraltar. I mean, I get it. So listen, like America is a place, modern America is a place where people can come from different countries and change their name and be somebody new. And I think this is what the royals used to do in antiquity. They would take money cover names, they would come here and they could live apart from their old world. This was almost like Atlantis.
Exactly. That's why I asked. That's why I want to ask you the meaning of these pillars, the two pillars of Hercules. Can you help me? I think the meaning is that this is the limit which you are not allowed to cross and sail further. Right? Am I correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, can you formulate it in a better way in English because of my poor English?
I mean, yeah, it's basically the edge of the known world, except for the Azores. The Azores were kind of considered the last stop. Like if you were brave enough to go to the Azores, that's as far as you could go, and you were warned to be careful even going there.
So,
wait, can you spell that word? That's kind of like a new word, Azores. Azores.
Yeah, I wanted to admit I don't know the word. Yeah, good one, Jamesy.
The Azore Islands.
Where is that?
Let me try to find it.
It's west of the Pillars of Hercules. It's owned by Portugal today.
Yeah, so Jamesy, you can take a look in the meaning of these two pillars of Hercules. I mean, the meaning of it might answer.
You weren't allowed to go past there. It was they developed stories and legends of what happens to people who do. But there were seafaring routes as early as the Phoenicians, connecting the Mediterranean coast. Connecting the Mediterranean coast with England and Ireland. I mean, the Phoenicians sailed all over. They sailed. There are Phoenician settlements in New Hampshire in the United States from 3,000 years ago.
There's some people that argue that big parts of the U.S. used to be called Polynesia as well. Have you heard of that?
No.
Polynesia or something like that.
I mean, I've heard like in Islamic cultures, it was considered the Western Maghreb.
Everyone is making a claim of the moon. Come on, now we go into La La Land where everyone invents.
Right. Right, but there were always stories about this great land to the west. Everybody knew about it. It was like the greatest.
My grandfather came from New York, from California. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm thinking. America, I think, was Atlantis.
Yeah, that is the concealed meaning behind these two pillars of Hercules. Yeah.
Yep.
You are not allowed to cross this limit and reach beyond that is Atlantis. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I think they called the Americas Atlantis.
Yep.
So, Jamesy, you can take a look in that. Afterwards, after I leave the voice chat, I will take a look also in the meaning of these two pillars of Hercules.
Calling it the Atlantic Ocean is a bit of a clue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, Atlantis, Atlantic Ocean.
And what's interesting
So-
too, like Sonny can talk about this kind of thing, like the Mayan culture, great mighty culture from Middle and South America. They had built ziggurats or whatever you call them as far north as Georgia, the state of Georgia in the United States, as far north as Atlanta, Georgia, where the capital of Georgia is.
Atlanta or Atlantis.
Yeah. You know, I think the Mayan culture came way later, though. I mean, I think they appropriated a prior culture along with the Incans and so on.
So the Chinese have literature describing things which is uncannily sounding like the Americas.
Yeah, they do.
Plant life, regions, like the type of land they described. Huge rocky mountains, blah, blah, blah.
T-Dub, just paint an image. Just paint an image of in front of your eyes. The eastern part, the far east from Russia, was Chinese region at that time, and in the winter, people could walk from East Russia, Siberia to Alaska. It was not that far away. So, yeah, it's not that too far stretched. Yeah,
exactly.
I've got some crazy stories about this. Personal, get this. So, I'm going to set the scene real quick. So, if you read, like in the Canterbury Tales, the Legend of King Arthur, they actually talk about a land to the west that you could sail to, and there's a legend about Prince Madoc, the son of King Arthur, who escaped and took his best men in a fleet of ships and sailed west, not knowing exactly where they would go. Ended up in basically the modern version is they ended up in the Gulf of Mexico. They crashed somewhere on the shore of Louisiana and drove up north along the Mississippi River, establishing settlements. This is in like the 500s. And when the early explorers came to America 1,000 years later, they encountered what they thought were Welsh-speaking Indians.
Mm-hmm.
American natives with blue eyes that sounded like they were speaking Welsh. And my grandmother has a story about this, and I'm gonna have to go through some old records and figure out what she meant. She used to talk about this, about how she heard from her like parents and stuff going on back about these dang Welsh speaking Indians.
I even heard and saw a documentary on YouTube that there are archaeological findings of European, how do you call it when you have artifacts of dead people, European, but goes back to 3,000 or I think 3,000 years or 2,000 years, 3,000 years in the United States.
Yeah, I mean we've got like old records in our family
of European descent. Sorry.
Yeah, so I've got a lot of old stock in America going back to the 1600s, like to Jamestown and stuff. We've got some really well preserved family history, and we've got stories of people going into Appalachia, into the mountains in the west, and encountering natives with blue eyes. And wondering how strange it was. Not that many, but they existed. So, I mean, there is something like that. It's a recessive trait. That just doesn't happen, folks. I mean, we know that there are blue-eyed Pakistanis and Afghanis today because of Alexander the Great.
You meant Afghanis, not Pakistanis. Afghanis in Afghanistan.
Yeah, the same region where they meet at the border. I mean, and like all throughout Central Asia, you will find blue-eyed people.
Yeah, because of Alexander the Great. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. So the legend of Prince Madoc, I mean, there may be something to it, guys. Because this supposedly happened right around the time where the Dark Ages comet blew up Northern Europe and took out parts of South and Central America. Whatever that was. Which preceded the invasion of the Franks, who came into Western Europe and occupied massive parcels of land, set up their kingships, and perverted Western Christianity.
I have never heard about this Madoc. Whose son he was? He said?
King Arthur.
King Arthur, okay.
Who was Orthodox.
Have you heard of Vilfula?
No. Is that a Viking name?
This was the first. This was I think, priest or something like that from, I think, today's Crimea, or the region of Ukraine. He was the first one who brought the New Testament to the Western Europe, to the Western countries. He was called Vilfula. He was also Orthodox.
Yeah. And then you've got, like, who was Christopher Columbus? Was that his real name? And how did he gain the courtship of the Sultan or whatever that had just taken over Constantinople and turned it to Istanbul? And then get maps from him? What? And these maps include coastlines of Brazil and Antarctica from God knows how long ago.
What, Columbus got the maps from him? I mean,
yeah, so Christopher Columbus, before he set sail to the west, decided to go to Constantinople, then Istanbul. Got maps from the Sultan, who inherited those maps from the court of the emperor. And those maps had coastlines of Antarctica and Brazil on them. And this has been validated as true by the U.S. Air Force in Chris Hapgood's book, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. He's got letters from the Pentagon.
Therefore, how can you be sure that this is not? How can I put it in English? Grandizing.
You're breaking up bad, Berserk. I can't hear you.
Is it because I'm too low? Okay. I will
Sounds
jump out
now.
or drop, and sounds better. Okay, maybe I was talking too low, my voice. Okay,
keep going.
How does it sound now?
Sounds fine. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, how can you be sure that this is not some kind of propaganda grandizing that this Sultan of Constantinople, which became Istanbul after the fall of Constantinopolis? How can you be sure that it is not some kind of propaganda grandizing? Because if he had the maps by himself, why didn't he go by himself and sail and claim the land for his Khalifat or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You have to take consideration this grandizing of the Islamic world. I mean, they didn't.
No. The maps that they had were much more ancient. That's the point. That the landmarks that they had, like the Piri Reis map, one of the maps he used was not made by Piri Reis's surveys. Piri Reis had access to even more ancient maps.
I have heard of him. Reis in Arabic, it is Reis, which means a master or a leader. Yeah, okay, I heard about him.
The point is that the maps that he was using were surveyed by somebody in antiquity.
Yeah, but they have acquired a lot of literature and maps and science literature from the Greek. So they didn't
Right. So
invent
did
anything by
Alexander the
themselves.
Great discover the coastline of Antarctica and Brazil? I mean, these are the kinds of weird questions that sound preposterous. I mean, somebody surveyed the northern coast of Antarctica in antiquity, and nobody knows who it is. Somebody actually surveyed a portion of the coastline of Brazil, the piece that sticks way out into the Atlantic Ocean, tries to kiss Africa, that piece. Somebody actually surveyed a portion of that too. And
Yeah, but
nobody knows when or where or who did it. And it's old.
Yeah, but you have to consider what you said. The Phoenicians were beasts and monsters in sailing the seas, and the Vikings also. They were also beasts.
Oh yeah. So here's where the next thing goes. Okay, so if I am like the emperor, and this guy comes to me with all the blessings of Spain and billions of dollars of gold and stuff, and asks me for some maps, am I going to give him the very best maps I have? Probably not. I'm going to give him.
Of course
no.
That's what I told you. Why should I would not give him? I would give him nothing.
These
I would
maps.
give him nothing. Bro, if you would ask me how their mentality is, he would be insulted and maybe treat him very unfriendly in a bad way. I mean, this is a friendly way for me for putting him that he might have executed him. If someone comes and asks him for knowledge, I mean, these guys were warriors and not stupid. Knowledge is power.
Right. So they withheld the best maps, which means those maps still exist somewhere.
He would have never sold maps for gold. No way.
No way. So he gave Christopher Columbus a little bit, just revealing. He just opened up a little bit and said, "Okay, here's some maps with a little bit of an Antarctic coastline surveyed and a little bit of Brazil's coast surveyed, just to give you a teaser." And this was a display of power. This is the emperor's display of power. He's like, I'm going to show you and reveal to you just a smidgen of the total knowledge I have from all of world history that's sitting in my library. You get just a little scrap of Brazil and a little scrap of northern Antarctica. That's it. I bet there are bigger maps and more detailed maps than anybody knows about that are either still in Istanbul right now or maybe shipped up to Moscow.
I'm on your side.
The Vatican might have some stuff too, but again, Rome was only one of 4 bishops that ruled over the ancient world. The other 4 bishops were Jerusalem, Antioch, Constantinople, and Alexandria. They had knowledge too. And I bet a lot of their stuff was consolidated into Constantinople and not Rome. And when Constantinople fell, before it fell, I'm pretty sure that stuff went up north and not over to Italy. Because the donation of Constantine document, supposedly transferring power from the Eastern Emperor to the Pope of Rome, that was found out to be a medieval forgery. So
I agree with you.
Everybody thinks the Vatican library has the goods, and I'm sure it has amazing goods. I bet Moscow has even more amazing goods. Just saying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It does. I mean, that's kind of scary. Yeah. And look what's happening. So the Bolshevik Revolution happened 100 years ago. Russia climbs out of that and, tries to become a player on the world stage, and then it's getting its ass beat again. There's all kinds of crazy tech that the Russians developed and that we don't have. Like modern rocketry, guys. The rocket equation is called the Tsiolkovsky equation because there was a Russian named Konstantin Tsiolkovsky who basically invented modern rocketry in the late 1800s under the Russian Empire before it fell and became the Soviet Union.
Yeah, it is always a fatal mistake to underestimate an opponent. I mean, the Russians' rocketry. I mean, we know that by fact that NASA used for a long time the rockets, Russian rockets.
Yeah, like the Russian space shuttle was better. It basically had a turbocharger that took all the exhaust gases and recycled it back into the combustion system. Way more efficient than ours. But that's not even it. Like the Russians have developed freaking electromagnetic weapons that would make the West freaking cringe. Like there's just the stuff that's been declassified since the Cold War about their scalar weapon systems are freaking blood curdling, dude.
Yeah, I don't get the fact that how could the Russians have hypersonic and supersonic and the United States has no hypersonic and supersonic?
The technology tree took a different path. Like we know from stupid games like Civilization that there are different technology trees that you can go through and they lead to different outcomes. Who's to say that this one that we have right now is the best one when there could be others that are in parallel that we don't freaking understand that other people may have developed? And maybe if we understand how the world actually works, that it's not a heliocentric globe in a spinning space universe, but this is actually a realm. Maybe it unlocks deeper understandings about what it is we're actually working with. And those countries and those people, those scientists who are able to freely explore these ideas are able to come up with technology that we can't understand from our perspective because we're limited by our own biases.
Yeah.
What color is the Earth?
Right, now we have to go back to preschool. Okay, so we went from post-grad to preschool in like 2 seconds.
What an intelligent question. What color has the Earth?
How about I ask you, what is color? How is color produced?
I don't know about that.
Oh, okay.
Blue?
Yeah, I thought he was writing a poem. What color is the Earth? Yeah.
That sounds like a Robert Frost poem.
Okay, let's do it the easy way. What color is your favorite crayon that you like eating? Because it's not that one, because you ate it.
Matrix, what's up, my man?
That's really funny.
Yeah, this is a level of frustrations of the globers when they have no proof of the globe and the curvature, and then they come with such a stupid question: what color is the Earth?
Oh, no, I don't think it's a stupid question. I think it's indicative of the propaganda, right? Because they've been told big blue marble, right?
Oh,
if the blue marble is a fraud, or, I don't know how much you've been talking to multiple periods, dude, but I kind of just got here. But, does he know? Does he know how Robert Simon created the big blue marble? How Robert Simon is his god if he believes in the globe? Does he know that yet?
I don't know anything.
Probably not. I wanted to ask you a question, Dandelion, and it's a question for the room, but have you heard of Heretic's Razor?
Tell us.
Oh, you're going to love this. Our friend Heretic, our beloved Heretic, wherever he is. Shout out to you, brother. Heretic is a room moderator.
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it, please.
What is Heretic's Razor? Like Occam's razor? Like what is this thing that is cutting through? Well, basically it goes like this. All right. So people have heard our entire lives how stupid flat earthers are. So the most unintelligent people who've been intellectually bullied by the average person their entire lives hears about how stupid flat earthers are. And they stumble upon a flat earth room on the internet. And for the first time in their lives, they feel like that they can intellectually bully somebody else. So they wander in here. And they talk to us and they insult us. And they find out very quickly that we're a bunch of nerds with near photographic memory who can outthink chess masters, as demonstrated by our chess acumen on 24/7. and we can basically kick Einstein's butt with both hands tied behind our back. And it is such a crazy disparity of intelligence quotients.
Yeah, I mean, it totally is. But yeah, like, I mean, is that the razor, or did you not say it yet?
That is the
It's the
razor. Like,
razor.
I don't know how to compact it, but basically, it's the dumbest people have heard how dumb we are, and they're wrong. They come in here and find out.
Yeah, Yoda, I think it was something like the dumbest flat earther is smarter than the smartest glober, or something like that.
There it is. There it
They
is.
think that
You win the prize.
You have to be. Well, they think that you have to be extremely uneducated and very, very stupid and unintelligent to think that the Earth is flat, even though they have no idea why they think it's a globe. That's the razor.
That is the razor.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I have a new razor, but I have to refer to it apparently in extremely obscure terms. But my razor is anyone who thinks that Indio has low science acumen has extremely low science acumen themselves. I guess that's the Indio razor. What do you think of that one?
I love it.
I know what's happened there, Danny. I know what's happened. So what his tactic, right, has been misinterpreted for lack of knowledge, right? So he's going with their flow into their narrative, right, and working from within it. So when he was like agreeing, like it seemed like he was agreeing with Blitz about science, right? But he was going with what Blitz was interpreting science to be,
Right.
Right.
Internal critique.
Right.
And the funny thing is, Dandelion, if you want to obscure it even more, we can obscure the source, call it the Indigo razor after QE, because he calls him Indigo. So we don't know the source.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
And it has a ring to it.
I love it.
Yes, you've made my day. The Indigo, razor. I'm totally going to bring that up. Yeah. How much science
Mix for
acumen
big
do you
brain.
think? Yeah, and we can apply it to anything. Yeah, like if they're like insulting any particular person, yeah, it would just be like, how would you rate this person's science acumen from a scale of 1 to 10? Yeah, I like it.
That's funny. Like anybody who spends just 5 minutes with Indio understands that he is unique. Like you will probably never meet somebody like him in this way in your entire life, unless your job or something brings you into that kind of realm.
He's a
Those
fucking
people
genius. I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
But it's not obvious to people who aren't also, in at least the general vicinity of, being a genius, probably. You know what I'm saying? But okay, I won't go too far down that road.
But what's so remarkable too is he knows how to communicate with everybody at their level. Like a lot of geniuses have some kind of weird syndrome, or whether it's like some Asperger thing going on, some kind of negative, like karmic balance. But he doesn't seem to exhibit that, or if he has something like that, he masks it because he's so highly intelligent.
I love that about Indio. He just anybody that comes in, he can talk to, from whatever religion they are, whatever level of education, whatever occupation they have. Like he's just absolutely.
Like some guy might come in and be like, "Hey, so I repaired New York City's 1860s sewage system," and you'd be like, "Oh yeah, I know all about that." I think it was like,
yeah, I read an article about that when I was 10.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, totally. Yeah, we've seen that type of thing. I mean, and that's not even an absurd example. Like that's probably actually happened, even if you just pulled that out of the air. Yeah, totally.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I appreciate it when people, expose themselves. Yeah, and they don't even realize it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very convenient, for us, for people to keep it coming. Yeah, keep exposing yourself, please, by all means. Bong Sao's here. Hey there. Long time no
blast from the
talk.
past.
Yep.
Welcome back, buddy.
Hey, hey, hey. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, come in
Hello?
loud and clear.
Hey, Bongso. Hey, what's up, mate?
Hi, guys. Yeah, sorry. Guys.
We missed you. We missed you, mate. We missed you, bro.
I miss you guys. I miss you guys. Hi, everybody. Thank you.
Hi.
I'm just going to park for now.
G'day, mate.
G'day,
The Hawaiian Aussie.
Going, man. Going. Doing. Hey, bunks out. Hey, it's going back there. Hey.
Bongsa, how's the baby doing? It's growing fast?
Oh, man. Oh, man. Yes. Growing too fast. Yes. Thank you for asking. Yeah. 3 years old now. Going on to 4. How's everybody? What are you guys talking about?
We're fine, bro.
We were
Good to
just
see you. Good to see you.
giving Indio kudos.
After that unfair treatment.
What is here? Hey, okay.
I just add to the Indio thing that on 24/7 server, if you look up his arguments, you wonder what's Indio said about this thing. It's always just some over-the-top thing that you need to look at for like 2 hours just to understand what he's talking about.
Oh, totally. Yeah, when I use the 24/7 Discord search bar, I like go filter by user, I type in Indio, and then I type in whatever it is I'm interested in.
Indio is a walking library.
Yeah, he's like yeah. He has encyclopedic knowledge. Yeah, definitely. Which is yeah, I don't think I've ever encountered anyone with quite the encyclopedic knowledge that he has. It's like, wow, that's literally what it was. Like I can go I could go to the shelf with the volumes of the encyclopedia and I could pick out volume L, to look up whatever, or I could just ask Indio. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool.
I was going to say, he's like the index system in the basement of the library.
Indio's voice was that voice that made me want to stay and listen, when I was here.
Yeah.
That's also what he was saying, but I was like, hey, this guy's smart. What the hell?
Right. It's not just the knowledge bank that he has. Like he can process information faster than other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is this person?
The Pai Mei, the Pai Mei guy, that Kung Fu guy with the white hair and the white beard, that guy, that guy? Yeah.
Yeah, a guy named Indio who comes in here.
This is my first time here, so I haven't seen it.
Welcome. Welcome. Did you hear that flat earthers are the dumbest people on the planet?
Yeah, I heard someone, maybe it was you who made the joke about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and multiple periods, Bordoga, did you know, based on your poem, about the color of the earth, have you ever heard about Robert Simon, who created your globe? I mean, do you think you live on a globe? I don't want to attribute it to you if you don't live on one. Do you live on a globe, multiple periods?
No, I haven't heard of that person, but I mean, I believe the earth is a globe because I was taught that, basically.
Yeah,
we all were.
Yeah, totally. So this guy, Robert Simon, I'll tag you there in the voice chat. Although I might have problems tagging you. I don't know if I put add ... Oh yeah, that works. Yep, it works. So anyway, there he is, Robert Simon, 38 minutes after the hour. Source is at the top, nasa.gov. You can find this description on nasa.gov. So yeah, they're totally transparent about how the Earth is flat at NASA. Sometimes, it's, like most liars, they have to give you a little bit of truth, right? They just speak with a forked tongue. So it tells you right there on nasa.gov, Robert Simon, whose job title is extremely Orwellian, data visualizer and designer. Yep, not a data collector, not a data analyzer, not a data recorder. a data visualizer and designer. So now, according to NASA, we can visualize, whatever data we want, and then we can write it down, or we could design data, right? So it's kind of like a creative writing exercise. So anyway, says it there. The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. Took Robert Simmons 4 months to create your big blue marble there. I wonder why that is. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So, yeah, tells you right there that they made the globe for you on a computer to match your expectations. It doesn't say, we went up there, we took a picture. Seems like that would take a really short time, especially if they have all the technology they claim to have, right? Because they went to Mars and gave you pictures of Mars. Should be really easy. Just go up there, snap a bunch of photos, right? But no, it took 4 months. And they had to wrap flat maps around a ball to make your fantasy globe. So I don't know what else you need to know there. NASA.gov tells you right there, your globe is nothing but a fantasy CGI science fiction creation. Multiple periods. What do you think about
Dandelion, do you remember maybe back in the 80s and 90s how NASA was actually more open about the fact that they were producing artistic renditions and conceptions with drawings and all kinds of these things. And then something happened around the time the ISS went up and they switched. They started to bury and hide this stuff.
Yeah, because there are images from NASA.gov where it says artistic rendition, but did they scrub all those?
Well, I mean, they didn't scrub. It's they stopped saying that in their captions, and it was. I'm a child of the 80s, and I remember growing up and my dad pointing out that, hey, look, NASA produces all of these images and it's all artwork and everybody knows it. It's because that in reality, things aren't as good as they actually look on paper. I came from a NASA family, essentially. My mother was a radio astronomer. So she used to tell me stories like, I mentioned this earlier in the chat, that she recalls that some of the earliest photos of Earth from space were so drab and boring because it depicted the surface of Earth as a washed out gray mess with very little detail, very little coloration even for color photographs, that the space community was kind of like let down. They're like, man, this sucks. We need to pretty this up and maybe match people's expectations, because when they're on the ground looking up at the clouds, they look beautiful. Why don't they look beautiful looking down on the clouds from above? And so they started all this artistic renditioning.
Yeah, that blue marble image that was released with the copy and paste clouds, NASA released it 6 years before the Robert Simmons article. People started noticing the copy and paste clouds on the blue marble too, and then years later they released that running defense saying, oh yeah, it's created that way. But it was presented as a real image for 6 years.
Yeah, that's right, Travis. I'm so glad you brought that up. Yeah, because then they had to come out once they were caught with their pants down. Yeah, we meant to do it that way. Yeah, we meant to drop our pants, in the middle of the busy intersection and show you our rear end. Yeah, we meant it. We meant it.
Exactly. But you know what? The funny thing is, they could just print the image, right? And they don't even have to put a label on it. They don't have to put any, any artist's impression or anything like that. Or say it's a photo. They don't have to give you any information about it. They just have to put it on a piece of paper or on a TV and let people's imaginations run wild.
Yeah.
That's what's happening now. But the point is, before they weren't really doing that. Before, they were quite open about the fact that they were producing art.
Right. Because they used to hand draw it. I remember they used to hand draw things. I used to look at these hand drawn art, right? And they'll say rendition. But look, like the technology came out so that they can do this, right? And instead of actually putting proper clouds here and there, they copy and paste it. Who does that? Who copies and pastes and does this? People who are new to something, right? When something is novelty, it's new. So that's NASA's mistake. They didn't let these software programs just marinate so they can see the things that people will pick up. People picked up the copy and paste, but because it was so new, right? They didn't realize that. So it's a new mistake on NASA's part. They always do that. Remember when they first started off with cameras? It looks fake to us now, but back then it looked real, right? But now that the novelty is over and we all know how it works, it's so easy to call out they're fake. They keep doing this, and that's because they're not really a science anything. They're just a propaganda agency. It's crazy. Sorry, man.
Yeah, I mean, but the point is they used to be honest about it. And they used to be honest about their art, and at the same time, people still believe that Earth is a globe in spite of that.
We got noobs. We got noobs working at NASA, man.
They do. They really, like, in the 1990s, I started picking up 3D modeling. And I was messing with TrueSpace and Lightwave and some higher end packages like that. Lightwave was like the hottest thing for a while because, shoot, I mean, there were some like TV series that used it. But anyway, so a friend of my dad's from church. That was it.
The jump gate used to be they used to use it in computing to test how your rendering power to render the jump gate, because that used to be one of the largest rendering scenes.
I mean, this was in like the 1997 period.
Yeah.
All right. Well, whatever it was, it might have been that. I was producing this stuff, and so one of my dad's friends from church who worked from NASA. I was living in Northern Virginia at the time. He actually started like to low key interview me for a job. He's like, you're interested in working for us? Like, we need 3D modelers and people who can do this kind of thing. And I was intrigued, and so we talked for a little bit. Ultimately, I said no. I wonder what could have been if I'd done that. But now thinking back how old I am, I'm like, why would they hire like stupid, dumb shit 20-year-old me back then to do anything that they're putting like this? This doesn't make any sense. And then I see now like the copy and paste job, like Bong Sao pointed out, like people that are new to this are actually in charge of releasing all these images. Like it's crazy. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah. Remember the guys that used to do it, right? If you ask them to do it, there's no way for them to copy and paste it. They have to sit down and actually imagine and draw it using their talent, right? So you give it to these new guys with this new software come out. And instead of them using their imagination and their actual like creativity, right? Oh, I'm just gonna copy and paste. Come on, man. Cut the copy and paste, guys. Come on, just use it.
And nobody will know. Nobody's gonna notice a little cloud here that's the same.
They're gonna notice.
Yeah. Like, have you met an autistic Riri from 24/7?
Yeah, that Simmons guy. He doesn't sound like a. He just sounds like a nerd, like some kind of computer nerd. He doesn't sound like a person that knows anything
could have been Robert Simmons, guys.
Yeah, I mean, he's my hero, because he's Mr. Hostile witness. Like he's not even hostile. He's like the friendliest hostile witness you could want, right? Like, oh yeah, it's Photoshop, guys, because it has to be. Yeah, we love it.
He's a contemporary of Matt Powerland, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't even know. I really would like to get that guy in an interrogation room and find out, like, do you actually believe this bullshit? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to swear here. I don't even usually swear. It's only the mood I'm in. Sorry, I'll do my best.
You got an evil streak, Dandelion. That's hilarious.
Him and
I've been set up fire lately. Let's just say that.
Him and Don Pettit in the same room, like.
Let's get them both in the same room. Yep, I'll have Robert Simmons in one corner. You can have Don Pettit in the other one. Then we'll change.
The stars, the zodiacal lights. Oh my gosh! So I was playing earlier in this channel a recording of Don Pettit, where he was talking about how dinosaurs prove the globe. Not even joking. It's like a 15-minute TED talk about pteranodons, how they couldn't fly unless Earth's atmosphere was different back then. He's talking about how the atmosphere is held down with gravity against the vacuum of space. It's the dumbest. Oh my gosh. It's like, what more could you want in one like 15-minute video? You've got your dinosaurs, you've got your space, you've got a NASA astronaut talking about it. It's everything packed into one. It's amazing. And it sounds like a Riri the entire time.
And this is the same guy, Yoda. This is the same guy who admits that we have never left the
Yeah.
orbit.
Yeah, it's like, oops, I said that part out loud. Whoops.
Have you seen? No. Have you seen his talk on TED?
Oh, yeah.
His TED talk about the tyranny of the rocket equation.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I've got that link in my playlist for stuff to do when it's quiet in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talks
one.
about the tyranny, and then at the end he says, if we are not able to find a different kind of propulsion, fuel, we will never be able to leave the Earth. So how did we leave the Earth then in the 60s? He's saying the tyranny of the rocket equation is that the payload is only 4% to 5%. The rest is the rocket, the weight of the rocket, and the fuel. That's why at the end he says, if we are not able to find another kind of propulsion fuel, we will never be able to leave the Earth. So how did we go and reach the moon? Boy.
You know, it's funny. Like if you look at some of the space shuttle concepts before the space shuttle program was solidified and turned into an actual thing, these things look like blimps. People, I'm not even joking. Like the early space shuttle concept by Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin produced a competitor to the space shuttle that you know and love, and their competition version called the Starliner looks like this gigantic triangular overinflated blimp. It almost,
yeah, I saw the photo.
It almost
from
like,
you.
it's hilarious. It's like, could you imagine like the selecting officials for the contract in the government that are reviewing all these proposals, and they're like looking at Lockheed's one and be like, dude, that's too obvious.
Are you talking about the image, about the photo which you posted once, which looked like an inflated helium balloon?
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna pop.
Yeah, exactly. You mean that was not a helium balloon? Wow.
Yeah, Lockheed Starliner. Google it. You'll see it. You'll be like, no way. Yeah, the Lockheed Starliner. I don't know if it was ever produced, and I think the images we have are just renders from artists. But I mean, if that had been it, I mean, we would have figured this FE stuff out way sooner.
Yeah, you have to wonder, with this latest stuff. I mean, they're just so obviously like pushing their luck, I mean, that's the way I would look at it. Like any reasonable person would, but like, I mean, I guess it's kind of like, the general just like BSer at a party, who would just be like telling all these tall tales and then like, oh, these people are actually buying this. Like, I'll go even further. This will be really fun. You know what I mean? Just like hide this in plain sight, put it on NASA.gov and they'll still believe we got a globe hiding in the real world somewhere, even though there's zero evidence for it and everything they've ever seen is on a screen and they've never experienced it and there's no proof of curvature or rotation of any kind. I mean, yeah, it's the spirit of the trickster, right? And that spirit of the trickster is there to expose frauds and dishonest people and people who care more about what other people think about them than about the truth. So, I mean, they're doing it. Yep. They're taking it to the max.
I'm thinking NASA has probably a ratio where they know that 5 to 15% of the people looking at something they publish, and they'll know it's total BS, but they're like, well, it's okay because we got the 85, 90% who believe it. And there's probably a solid number there.
Yeah, and then you'd start to get lazy, wouldn't you? You'd be like, yeah, they're going to believe it no matter what we put out. So, yeah, it might just be laziness at this point.
Berserker, yes. Berserker posted it. You win the prize. See that? That could have been the space shuttle. That was Lockheed Martin's best and final offer to the government.
Looks like something from Angry Birds.
Yeah, exactly. T-Dub. Oh. I thought this is a meme, bro. Are you serious?
You're going to tell me that goes Mach 25?
I thought
it's a meme.
The puffer fish version of the.
Puffer fish.
Fat shame that thing.
Puffer.
Actually, you know what it looks like? To me, it looks like someone. It looks like a penguin is trying to fly upside down.
Like a meme.
It does.
Oh man.
That's it. Can you imagine that thing being called a Challenger and blowing up? Like, come on.
Unreal.
It's like, no, dude, like, Lockheed dudes, we're supposed to hide the fact that we're using helium. What the hell is this?
Bro, and they call us crazy.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Lockheed Martin, what the F is wrong with you? If we put this out there, everybody's going to know that there's helium inside that.
Exactly.
That's why it shakes up and down like a balloon.
Yeah, it's less obvious because they went with a more streamlined design, even though it still looks like a school bus.
Oh, multiple dots. He still wants to know what color is the Earth. So yeah. So the thing
around where I live, Dandelion, Earth ranges from black charcoal all the way through to brown to red. So depending on how much you've looked after the ground and what you're planting, Earth can have different colours.
Yeah, that's right. The color of the soil will tell you a lot about its composition and what kinds of things are likely to grow there. Good point.
Red, green, blue, and different variation or different combinations of those three colors. Red, green, and blue.
Yeah, what do you think, multiple dots, Bordoga, about Robert Simon creating your globe on the computer screen?
I've never heard of the wrapping like paper around a globe, but I have heard once that the first image of like the globe was just a bunch of pictures patched together to be able to make it because they didn't have like a picture of the entire thing from far enough away. But I'm curious, are there any pictures like of the entirety of Earth from far enough away now, or?
That is a good question. Yeah, so Professor Triangle put some more information about our friend Mr. Simon in there. And I'll also include the YouTube video where you can hear him in his own voice saying it's Photoshop because it has to be. All the stuff about NASA, I mean, it's interesting and everything, but it's really just a side note. I mean, all of these are suspicious activities. They don't necessarily disprove the globe. I mean, they could secretly have a globe and then try to make it look like a complete fraud by having all their spokespeople be complete clown show freak shows who make all these stories that are inconsistent. You know, they could have all of their images being artistic renditions or CGI, and there still could be some secret globe somewhere, right? So all of those things are not proof. They're just suspicious activity that any normal person would wonder from this amazing agency called NASA that still steals billions of dollars from the American taxpayer each day. So fortunately for us, we don't have to rely on NASA's website to tell us the Earth is flat. We can go out and measure it for ourselves. So the long distance observations, the laser tests, the horizon observations are what demonstrate beyond any doubt that there is no curvature measured anywhere. Have you heard about those?
No, I haven't heard about any of those, but I thought you were going to answer my question of whether we do have a full picture of the Earth or not.
Yeah, we don't have that because it's impossible. There's so many reasons. One, because there is no globe. Two, you can't go into the fantasy medium of the near vacuum of outer space because it clearly doesn't exist, because you can't have the gas pressure of Earth that we all enjoy so much breathing in order to live adjacent to this fantasy realm of a near vacuum of nothingness. So since the place they tell us they would have to go to take such images, to capture such images, doesn't exist, therefore there are no legitimate photographs of the Earth. That's correct. That's your answer, no.
Oh, okay.
It's even funny, like, listen, even if you were to accept NASA's portrayal of Earth, you're not seeing the entire Earth.
Yeah, that stuff is flat. Like, if you think about it, if there is no curvature, right? If there is no visible curvature with your eyes, with anything, either on a plane, right? Then you can't have a ball to take a photo of, right? So, like, he says, but it has to be. You know, the way he says it sounds like he knows that it's not a ball. But if we can't even find that curvature, see it, you know what I mean, or even measure it, right? Then how can we take a photo of it?
No, I just meant the photo of the Earth, not that the Earth is round or not. I was like,
Yeah, he's asking, can we go to a vantage point? Can we go to a place that we can take look back and take a photo of the whole Earth? And the answer, I will think it will be no.
Flat or globe, no.
That's interesting.
Well, even if you believe in the globe, the answer is no.
Why?
You can't see all of Earth if it's a globe from a picture.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think the answer of Bangso was perfect. Sorry, Jamesy. I just wanted to say I think the answer of Bangso was perfect. How can we take a photo of the entire Earth when we cannot even see the curvature, find the curvature, or observe the curvature by our own eyes? I mean, sorry, Jamesy, go ahead.
I put a great video in the side chat of high altitude balloon footage. This is about as high as we can go. And there's about 20 minutes of awesome footage right there for you to look at.
We have imagery from CloudSat by NASA, NOAA, NOAA, that also depicts a flat horizon for 1,200 kilometers.
You also have the day side. You know, you can look to put things on the day side, and then you have the night side. So if you're taking a photograph of something, you might have dark areas that you won't be able to see as well. You know, you have day, night, or the lighted side and the
right. Hey,
and the side
Jamesy,
that is
do
not lighted
you
up.
have CloudSat images real quick to post?
Let me go on my folders. You mean like the infrared stuff from the high altitude stuff?
Yeah, from CloudSat, like over Greenland.
Let me check that one.
Yeah,
Hello,
so
guys.
like what Gemsy's going to share with you, what NASA says is their imagery of the Earth using sideways looking satellites in infrared. They're not looking straight down at the ground. They're looking sideways at the horizon. And the horizon is flat.
Who's a mod here? Tito, are you here?
He's a mod. I'm a mod. Gemsy's a mod. We got mods.
Okay, good. We have an event in Nazca Muslim. Could you end this one so we could
Oh yeah.
continue with that?
Let me see if I can. Yeah. Hold on.
That would be really good because we have to announce it and all that. I think you guys have been what's called in an event for a few hours, right?
Event has been ended. You're good to go, mate.
That's really
Thanks,
good.
Major.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good day. Good conversation.
Oh, he was so polite. I should try to be more polite like that.
If you get any more polite, sugar is going to fly out of our speakers into our ears.
That's right. Yeah, Professor Triangle. I only drop the politeness on occasion, very special occasions. Yeah, so we were talking to the ... Was he answering a question? I don't remember.
What was the question?
Oh, do you have any more questions, Bordoga?
I'm curious if, because it seems like the photos, like quote unquote photos of Earth from back in the day, NASA admits they were a bunch of pictures that they put together. But are there any photos like of Earth that NASA claims is a full picture of Earth, not like a bunch of pictures put together? Does NASA claim that they have any picture like that now?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, they
Yeah,
do. They
the
have
term
a
is
few.
called full disk. Industry term in satellite business is full disk of Earth. Yeah, they claim that.
Well, Japan do, and NASA claimed to have one from 1972, I think. And yeah, Japan's well, actually, is it Himawari and Discover
Himawari.
both?
Himawari.
Yeah, right. They claim that they're full disk photos that have been lightly processed. Yeah.
The problem with that 1972 image is that it came from a faked moon landing mission.
These images are taken from sensors that themselves should not produce the images that you see. Because the images you see that are said to have come from those sensors would not look like those images. So those images have gone through multi levels of rendering.
One of them an image of a massive paper mache ball that was made, painted, and then they took a photograph of it. So technically, it's true. It is an image of a globe. if you can wrangle that and get your mind around it.
So what they're doing, Matrix, is they have the WGS84 data. They have that as a wire mesh ball in an application like Blender 3D. And so they take their picture that they take from their satellite, whatever imagery that comes out of it, they digitally alter that in a flat swath because the sensor is flat. And then they stick it onto the WGS84 wire mesh ball in Blender, and that makes the curvature. That's exactly what a full disk image is. A full disk image is a very wide angle shot of the Earth. And then they wrap that around that wire mesh ball in a 3D modeling app. Totally serious. Because it has to be. No, I'm reminded of our friend Josh Ingersoll from Amazon Kuiper program doing their satellites. You know, we're asking him for rotational vector data of satellites in orbit around the Earth. We're like, hey man, so you got this stuff going on, really cool. Why don't you show some actual telemetry data? And he's like, I can't do that from my stuff, but I can show you some open source things that I'm not bound by an NDA on. So here's NASA's website on the ISS. Here's a bunch of telemetry feeds. So we're like, okay, great, thank you. Let's see if the rotation's there, because listen, if things are moving around a ball, the belly of that object, whether it's an airplane or satellite, has to be rotating so that the belly's always facing the ground. And I'm like, okay, let's go look at that data. So he posted the data, and he couldn't tell us where to go to look for what he needed in order to assert that Earth is a globe. So I spent like 2 hours like digging through this crap. And I finally found what he was getting at. So he actually came through. But the telemetry data, besides being from NASA, so trust me, bro, the telemetry data shows mathematically derived quaternions. I don't know why they showed this stuff, but they did. Mathematically derived quaternions, which is a tensor or matrix function that is applied to a coordinate reference system to rotate coordinates around a model. What I was able to put together, folks, is from this data feed was that the quaternions were being calculated based off of the WGS84 wireframe mesh model of a globe. And then fed to the satellites. Yeah, what's up, Mick?
Sorry to interrupt. Was that the data that I sent you? Or did you get other?
Oh, no. So this was in the data you sent me, and it's also accompanied by the data from the website. Sorry, I said fed to the satellites. Fed to the ISS. So he sent us some ISS telemetry. The ISS telemetry included these calculations of where the ISS should be if it was in an orbit around a model ball of Earth, and was supposedly feeding that data into the gyros. And the gyros were supposedly torquing themselves and untorquing themselves, maneuvering the ISS such that it could be rotated, that the belly always faces Earth. And then that data was fed back. But here's the funny thing. The funny thing is that the quaternion data feeds are from a model computed, a computer-generated orbit around a computer-generated ball, not reality. For whatever reason, NASA decided to show us their mathematical computations of an orbit around a fictitious model of Earth.
Did our
Let
friend
that
have
sink in.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was wondering if our friend had any globe evidence who was asking questions.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was monologuing. It's happy hour, if you know what I mean. Right,
So
maybe
his
not.
questions are more related to if there's any photograph of he's trying to base, maybe trying to draw a conclusion based on the photographic evidence, and people are kind of expanding on what that actually means. There are certain things to consider whenever you're gonna grab look at a photograph and consider if that photograph is representing the truth or the nature of Earth. Is he still here? Maybe I don't want to address him. If he's not here.
Were you asking me if I like have any?
You're still here. So you're asking about the photographs of the Earth from the outside perspective, right? And people have been telling you a few things about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So another thing to consider is that, real quick, another thing to consider is that at the surface, doing measurements across the surface of the Earth, across the waters, there is no measurable curvature. So if someone is showing you, let's say when you're asking an image that misrepresents, someone is up micing. Yeah. So if someone is showing you an image that misrepresents what you actually can check, like the surface of the Earth has been measured not to curve, and someone is showing you something else that is doing the opposite of what can be measured, demonstrated, or verified, then that image necessarily, I will conclude that it's wrong. It's misrepresenting the surface of the Earth when the surface is not measured to be curved. Hopefully That's a point that you can get, maybe.
Sorry, I didn't really follow.
Yeah, so let's say the thing in question, the Earth, right? Or the surface across the Earth. Is it curving or not curving? We can test for that, right? People have tested that doing lasers, tests, long distance observations, on even the frame of reference of a level surface, right? Level, horizontal, not curving. You get that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the surface of the Earth or across the Earth has not been measured to curve, right? So if I go and I show you an image of the Earth or an image that is curving, does that image supersedes the actual measurements that we do across the surface?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say my intuition says no, but I think it would also depend on like the quality of the image and like the evidence of the image. But I think generally no.
Yeah, I will say your intuition will serve you right in that one, because the image can misrepresent what the actual thing is. Like I can show you a movie of a talking lion that it speaks in different languages. Like in Narnia, the Aslan, he speaks Chinese if you're in China. He speaks Spanish if you're in Mexico. He speaks English if you're in the United States, right? Aslan, the talking lion. But then you go to Africa to the realist level and you find the lions don't speak any languages like that, right? So the imagery doesn't represent reality. And the image can misrepresent reality. Like if I show you an image of the Earth and the waters across it in the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum, that is not representing reality. It's a misrepresentation. Because when you go to reality and you check those things, like the waters, the surface, that stuff in reality is not doing what the image is showing you. The image is a misrepresentation. Go ahead.
It's like taking an image of like on the beach of the sun going down and reflecting on the water, and the water looks red, and you might think like the water is very warm, but in reality it's cold.
Yeah, so I'd like to bump in to amplify what Gemsy was saying. Gemsy and Professor Triangle, they uploaded images in the text chat at 4 minutes and 5 minutes past the hour, about 10 minutes ago. These images are from CloudSat. It's a NASA NOAA program to study clouds. All right. What you're looking at is called the limb view. The limb because it's looking sideways horizontally out of the satellite towards the horizon. Just like you're on a beach looking at the horizon. But in this case, you're way up in elevation, and the horizon in these images are about 1,120 to 1,200 kilometers wide. In these images, you're seeing a flat horizon, okay? You're also seeing evaporation and condensation lines of water. These are showing as vertical streaks from the ground to the clouds. So that's basically evaporation and rain. Those evaporation lines are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the horizontal surface. There is no curvature. Thank you, Gemsy, and thank you, Professor Triangle. These images are absolutely destructive. These don't come from Flurps. These don't come from us. These come from NASA and NOAA. There are like dozens, if not hundreds, of these images, along with accompanying data regarding where and when these photographs were taken. So, why is it flat?
Right. So if the globe has a 40,000 kilometer curvature circumference, and you're looking at over 1/40th of that, why is it flat? Why is it flat, and why are the vertical lines parallel? It's a sideways looking satellite, people. It's not looking straight down like in Robert Simmons photos. It's 90 degrees from that, looking out. Just like Jay Tolan videos, which, by the way, we could get into later. When you take infrared and look sideways, you can cut through all the haze of the atmosphere, all the water vapor, all of that stuff, and you can only pick up the densest of things, which occur at the farthest distance because of the cumulative effects of density gradients. You're looking sideways, man, and you're seeing the ground and the sky as that flat, sharp line going across the bottom. 1,120 kilometers.
Isn't Yoder? Isn't this the moment where they say all these pesky questions of yours?
Dude, the people working on the CloudSat program, I'm not going to lie about this. I can show you evidence. They're taking these images, these raw images, and you know what they're doing with them? They're curving them around a ball. Dude,
really?
Yeah, I've got some examples. Okay, if you give me a couple minutes, I'll dig through my stuff. They're taking the raw images that you're seeing here, and they're wrapping them around like. I mean, this goes to show, guys, like they're not trying to lie to you. They believe this stuff. They believe what the globe is. They believe it so much, they're going to take the raw flat images and they're going to wrap them. Okay, so hang tight. Might be a couple minutes. Give me a bit. If anybody can fill the dead air, please do. I'm going to go search through my Dropbox. I'll post them in the side chat.
So the what is it, dot guy that we're talking to? Were you able to take a look at the infrared imagery that was posted for you in reference to the conversation? New guy, are you still here?
Yeah, he's here and unmuted, but I don't know if he's still listening.
Maybe he's busy. Just giving time.
Right there. I got an example. Okay, this is actually from the same constellation, but two different sensors. On the left, you have the bent one. On the right, you have the raw image. I'm gonna go find some more. Hang tight.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, correct. We can hear you.
Oh, yeah, the audio input wasn't correct. So I think I looked at the right pictures. Yeah, but I don't really know what to make of it. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated.
These are optical devices that are used to observe weather patterns above the surface of the Earth, and this is raw data taken from the camera, sensors, infrared, LiDAR systems, and they have many other systems that they apply to these optical devices. And when they're observing the surface of the Earth across long distances, this is what you get. You get a horizontal frame of reference. Like you can say this is our like high altitude balloons, right? Some of them with cameras on them, satellites, satelloons.
Yeah. So on that
Weather
note,
balloons.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me diverge for a second here. Yes. So this is the CloudSat system, and there's a constellation of satellites called Calypso, and the LiDAR imaging sensors called Calliope. And these things are supposedly, if you go to the Wikipedia page, these things are satellites that were lifted up on a Delta Heavy and thrust into orbit around a globe. Okay, the funny thing is, I've got an old slide deck that shows balloon tracks. I've got a slide deck that shows the images that were taken over time between North America and Africa of satellites going over the Atlantic Ocean to Africa and actually reversing and coming back to North America from the origin of Palestine, Texas. And Palestine, Texas is the home of the Columbia Scientific Balloon Laboratory Program. Yeah. So we have on one hand CloudSat being portrayed as self-orbiting space junk. And on the other hand, we've got images showing balloons going back and forth. Yeah. I'm going to go post that. Hold on one second.
This is kind of like give you kind of like extra layers of the whole of the picture because there's many pieces of the puzzle, right? So like I mentioned earlier, here the thing in question, the Earth, we can measure that. We can go across bodies of water, do long distance observations, use lasers, infrared cameras to look across water to see long distances, and then we can put the globe assertion that the Earth is curving at a certain ratio, and we can falsify that across the surface. And then we also have this imagery that is being posted that is taking imagery across long distances of the surface of the Earth at higher altitudes that are also showing you extra pieces of the puzzle that the Earth is not curving. So there's many things that you can look at that will point out to you that the Earth is not a globe. Then in the beginning of this conversation, they were showing you that Robert Simmons, remember the first image the lady read, she was reading for you? Robert Simmons, that he has to grab the flat map and wrap it around the globe. You remember the lady reading that for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go and the gentleman sporadic meteor or Joda, he was telling you that the people taking these raw images, then they wrap it around the sphere and make it curve because they believe this is what's missing. They giving you this globe out of an imaginary foundation, not the realist level.
26 minutes past the hour, I posted the image. That is CloudSat with the balloon track in red. This was like in 2007 or so. I've got the accompanying documents. Like, if you guys want more about this, just let me know. Send me a DM. What you're seeing here is not anything new. I mean, we've got about 60 years of history where it's like a balloon or self-orbiting, balloon or self-orbiting, balloon or self-orbiting. You've got launches of satellites that are supposedly containing both balloons and self-orbiting space junk. So, what should you believe? I mean, maybe there is stuff that is self-orbiting, right? So maybe they are putting things around, going around, not around a globe, but around some kind of cycle above the Earth of overhead assets. But they also put up balloons, guys. Like, balloons is the thing. They're the biggest consumers of helium, and they launch balloons multiple times a day from everywhere on Earth. And those balloons give us weather data, imaging data, all kinds of interesting data. It is very, very, very resource intensive. But a self-orbiting piece of space junk is probably not resource intensive. So, funny thing is what are those things? I don't freaking know. If you go to the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, that's in Maryland, north of Greenbelt, Maryland. That place is responsible for tracking all this stuff, and they've got a webpage you can go visit, and you can see the status of satellites and query their location. Funny thing is in order to properly query their location, you have to make sure that the satellites are not occupying the same magnetic field lines, and that there is, at a particular point in time, a magnetic field line tracing from the sky down to a source on the ground station below. What does that mean? I don't freaking know. But it says so on their website. So, yeah, if you want to go query satellites, figure out where they are and what they're doing, you have to do all this magnetic field line tracing through magnetic flux tubes of force. Whatever that is.
Shut up.
Is any of this resonating with you, the person who asked the question to start with?
I don't know what do you mean by resonating. I mean,
do you understand that? Do you?
I think, I don't know, I understand it on a surface level. I guess my sort of question is, like, this raw data that appears to be flat, like, how do we know that whatever its shape is what determines the shape of the Earth? Like, is because I'm not very familiar with the data.
It's not a shape claim because the surface, the description of a surface, like people saying flat, right? That description is not a shape. It's just an aspect of a shape. The shape of the Earth, that will be the globes. The globers claim the Earth is a sphere, but we're showing you that the Earth is not curving, so it cannot be a sphere because it's not curving. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're giving you another shape of the Earth, because we lack the frame of reference, like an outside perspective or measurements of the whole of the construct to tell you this is the shape of it. That's not something that I don't think anybody here has.
Okay, and the picture that like lacks a curvature, the raw data, like how do we know that that if the Earth were to be curved, that the data must sort of match it? Is it, I don't, like, because I'm not very familiar with the data. Is it just like a graph, or what is it exactly?
No, we're given, we're told, we're taught that somebody figured out the radius of what we're standing on, right? A long time ago, right? So that radius gives us a curvature rate, and that's what determines what we should see when we go out to look at the beach and the water on the beach, right? But here's the thing. That's not even think about it like this. If you believe that you live on a ball, right? If you believe that, then you also have to think that and believe that anything that you see that is flat, right? You have to assume that thing is a ball, is curving. So if a person believes they are standing on a ball, then he must assume that every flat and level surface he's standing on is curving. Okay, that's the logic of believing you live on a ball, right? You stand on a ball. That if it looks flat, it must be curving. So that's the problem. That's a big problem because in geometry, I mean, that's not even logical. That doesn't even make any sense. So just to have that in your mind, right? Like it's a delusion, right? Do you understand? A curved line and a straight flat line are not the same thing, and they can never be the same thing. They're different, very different. They're like opposite different. But if you think they're the same thing, right, then you have to assume that anything you see that looks flat, right, is a curved line, meaning there are no straight lines there are no straight lines, there are no 90 degrees, everything is a curved line. That's crazy, right? But that's what you have to assume if you believe you live on a ball. But reality is the opposite.
Yeah. So like NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, I posted a screen cap of their website, the main page. Does anybody know in the audience what a magnetic flux tube of force is?
No.
No. That's right. I don't know. You don't know. Nobody freaking knows. And does anybody in the audience also know what a magnetic field line tracing to a ground station is? Can I get a no?
No.
No. Nobody knows.
No.
Do you see gravity in any of this stuff? Can I get a no?
No.
No. So what? If you want to know where a satellite is and what it's doing, you have to trace its magnetic field line to a ground station, and you have to know what its magnetic flux tube of force is with respect to the occupancy region of the magnetosphere. What incarnation is all this stuff?
Okay, English now. English. This is the English.
I have
stuff.
no idea. Nobody knows what listen, like when I went to the library, I picked out the Star Trek technical manual. I want to figure out how the Starship Enterprise works with the warp drive. And I read what the warp drive is in the Star Trek technical manual. And it reads exactly like the front page of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. Just saying.
Well, that's why NASA had to work with Disney, Hollywood. Space might be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. When they give you this language, it's part of a fantasy setting. Earth is a globe in the vacuum of space, spinning, gravity, black holes, exoplanets. It's a fantasy setting, and they're giving you a language from a fantasy setting.
Flux capacitor,
Warp speed.
Black hole.
Black hole sun, won't you come?
He's a troll, our teacher.
For the new guy, you gotta forgive some of the guys. They like speaking about these topics that are a little bit advanced above the Earth. The thing in question is the surface of the Earth, right? And we can keep it very simple for you. Water, the physics of water, how water behaves. We can speak about gas pressure. And when you start peeling the foundations of what the globe claims, Earth is curving. We can show you laser tests and other examples besides these ones that the Earth is not curving, right? That's the foundation of the globe. Do you agree that if the Earth was a globe, it would have to be curving? ... guy?
If the Earth was a globe, what would have to be curving?
If the Earth was a globe, will the surface of the Earth be curving?
Yeah, that follows.
Yeah. And it also will be curving at a specific ratio, right? Because they tell you, the circumference is specific, the radius. So it will be curving at a certain ratio. There will be a drop over the distance, and we can test for that. And that's the whole point, that stuff has been tested. That claim that the Earth is curving at a specific ratio, that has been tested for and has been falsified all across the world. This claim that the Earth is curving at a certain ratio has not been demonstrated. You don't find this curvature anywhere across the world. You find the opposite.
Tested and falsified.
Well, what do you think? How would that hit? How has it been proven? Like, what do you think? Like the rest of the world thinks. Like, what do you see? Like as proof? Do you think watching rockets, take off into the sky, is proof that's curving?
Not necessarily. That's not very strong proof, but I've never really thought about it. I was taught in school that it's a globe and never really questioned it because I don't know. I didn't care.
Right.
The answer, man.
well,
Yeah, same with all of us.
I mean, like naturally, you'd think that NASA would have some kind of proof. Like for me, it was like, well, surely they should have some kind of video footage that shows a rocket going into space and then the ground just, like curving into the ball, without cutting away. Every teenager thinks NASA has this footage, right? But it's not there. It doesn't exist, too. They always cut to CGI. So we don't even have that.
They never show the front. They show the back. They don't show the front of the rocket going into the stars from the ground through the clouds, through the atmosphere, and into space. They show the backside. They're showing the ground every single freaking time. It's been this for the past 50 years.
Do you know what a fish eye lens is in photography? Fish eye lens.
Yeah. I'm a bit into photography.
Right. So as what they show us, the ground curving is a fisheye lens. What you're looking at is a fisheye lens versus, if it was the sphere.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. From my perspective,
my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, but from my perspective, they just showed the a globe model on the table in the classroom, talked a bit about it, mentioned this test back in the day where someone dug a hole or something and looked at it in reference to the sun and was able to measure, and it was just schoolwork. I was just listening, and I don't know, I was a teenager or whatever, I didn't really question it.
You need a refresher.
Yeah.
His name was. Well, there's a problem with how it was taught in school. So the problem is that in order for it to be a ball, right, you have to assume some things that are not, that doesn't make sense. You have to assume that light rays, when they come down and hit that well, right, that they're parallel. The light is parallel, right? And then you have to assume that the ground is curving. And that's why. That's how they explain what you see on a flat surface, right? That's how they explain why it looks like that if you make these assumptions, right? So in order to arrive at that conclusion, you have to assume things that are not true. That the ground is curving, what we're all trying to observe, right? And that light rays are parallel. And we know, it comes from a point and it diverges out. And so all kind of crazy angles. You have to make a lot of assumptions. This is assuming that the sun is 93 million miles away. So you've already, Eratosthenes, the story about him, he's already made assumptions that don't make any sense. They're ridiculous. That's the problem with that story.
Are you saying it could be that the light rays itself are curved instead of the Earth?
No, that the light rays are parallel, right? When they come into the well, right? They're coming in at a parallel angle, and that's why it appears flat. Because this experiment is done on flat surface, right? You have to make these assumptions to basically flatten the curve. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not really. Sorry.
Okay, so basically,
he's saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Berserker.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you. I will give it a try. Look, what he's trying to say that he's pre-assuming that the lights, that the rays from the sun are coming parallel, and when they produce different shadows, then that concludes that the Earth is curving. But you can describe it in a different way. So either the lights are parallel, then the ground is curving, or the lights are not parallel, they are spreading, then the ground is flat. Can you see that? So if you would assume that the light rays are not coming parallel, how do you call it? Crepuscular rays? Bongso?
Crepuscular, yeah.
Yeah, crepuscular.
Diverging.
So you can,
diverging.
Yeah, so you can, yeah, exactly. So when you assume that the light rays are diverging and not parallel, then the conclusion would be that the Earth is flat. Okay.
But what do you mean by diverging? I'm not really getting a picture in my head of what the opposite would look like.
So when a light, like when you take like a flashlight, right, and you put it through like a cardboard box, poke some holes, and shine the flashlight through it. The closer you put the flashlight to the holes, the cardboard box, right, you'll see the light rays on the other side diverge, come out like. If you pull the light away, far away from the cardboard box, you'll lose that effect, that diverging effect, right? So it's like assuming that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Okay, guys.
But to make it easier, Neil deGrasse Tyson explained it, right? And basically, it works in both situations. But in one situation, you have to make this assumption to have a curved model. Sorry, go ahead. Do you want to jump in? Do you understand?
Yeah, that flashlight cardboard thing makes sense. But if the light is diverging, how does that change the situation?
The ground is flat. Well, yeah. So the observation, right, can only
Bongasao, keep it from the beginning simple for him. That the presuppositions that you can make about the observation can give you a different conclusion. So you will have an inconclusive. This test of observation is inconclusive based on the observer making different pre-assumptions. So you and I can pre-assume the light are parallel, right? And the other guy can assume the light rays are converging. I think that's the correct word. And we all gonna come to different conclusions about the shape of the Earth or the size of it based on our pre-assumptions. This when they told you, because you were mentioning I don't know why they brought up Eratosthenes. I don't think he mentioned it, but you brought up the globe, the globe on the table on the classroom, right? That's what you brought up. ... Yeah. So what they talking to you is about Eratosthenes, and Eratosthenes. Okay, so he made an observations of the light rays, and then there was shadows hitting at a certain angle. And his pre-assumption of that the lights are parallel and the distance of the sun is infinite, that kind of stuff, it gave him like a certain section of the circle, the circle and then based on that section of that circle, he completed the circle, and he said the circumference of the Earth is this big. But he already saying that circumference is based on a globe Earth. he's pre-assuming that the Earth is already a globe. He's not coming to the conclusion based on the observation. He's just pre-assuming that, saying, I'm already standing on a globe, and the globe is this big because I saw the light rays doing this and the shadows doing that. You get it? Pretty simple. It's affirming the consequence, basically. It's a logical fallacy.
Yeah, I posted a video because he mentioned digging holes, and shining a light. So I thought he was talking about Eratosthenes, but yeah, I posted the video that shows the
Yeah, that might be maybe look at that later.
Hey, Doc, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Let's say you and your friend are going to a lake near you, okay? It's a 10-mile wide lake. You're on one side on the beach, and your friend is 10 miles away across on the other side, right? How many feet of curving drop do you think that lake requires between you and your friend across 10 miles?
How many what?
How many feet of curve do you think the globe requires between you and your friend that are 10 miles apart across this lake? That water needs to have a curve across it. Do you think it would be like 5 feet, 50 feet, 500 feet? How much curve do you think it requires?
Let me think about that.
Just think from past experience. Don't Google it. Just be like, I was at the beach last night with a friend, and it seemed like there was.
Wouldn't it be like as much as the height of the friend? I don't know.
Can you elaborate a little bit? You think, let's say you're laying on the beach, real close to the water, okay, looking across to your friend on the other side. How much curve do you think the globe requires between those two locations? 10-mile wide lake.
Oh, like how much the curve is based on that, like NASA or whatever claims that the Earth is a globe. Based on that model, how much the curve would be?
Correct. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how big the Earth is, so I don't know. I'm not.
Take a guess.
Okay, I don't really know in feet because I live in Sweden, but I'd say 10 miles is that like it's like 100 kilometers almost. Maybe a couple meters, like 2-3 meters.
Fair enough. 2-3 meters. That's like 6 to 8 feet across a 10-mile wide lake. That's probably closer to what is observed than what the dimensions we've been given. The globe has a requirement of 66 feet of curve, which I believe is about 20 or 25 meters. And so when we go to lakes ourselves and look for this 66 feet of curving drop, we don't see it. What you said, 2 to 3 meters, it matches reality. That's closer to what we see. We don't see it as 66 feet. That's why, you can do this. Like a 5-mile wide lake requires 16 feet of curve, about 5 or 6 meters. 20-mile wide lake is 266 feet, which is, I believe, 70 or 80 meters. So when we go looking for this curve, it's just not there.
Wait, so a way to test this would be like if the friend stands on the other side and you know that the curve, according to like the NASA models or whatever, has to be greater than the height of the friend, then the conclusion would be like you wouldn't see the friend on the other side. They would be below the horizon or whatever.
Your friend should be, you have to account for viewer height. Your friend would still be below 40 or 50 feet of curve. There should be like a 4 or 5 story building's worth of curve between you and your friend if you're standing up trying to look at each other across a 10-mile lake. And we've got hundreds of tests we can share with you if you wanted to see them, where they can see each other. This curve is just not there.
Could you post one of those tests? That sounds really interesting.